It's loading. Good morning, good afternoon. It's 1:45 p.m. in New York City. It's snowy. It was a snowy morning. Um, Good evening to those who are in Nigeria. I'll be your host for today, and for today, the main topic is civic engagement. Are Nigerians keeping their elected officials accountable? So that's the main topic for today. Um, I will play a short video and then set the stage for the upcoming conversation.
December last year till today, that's not been awarded because it's been suppressed.
Okay, let's load that again. That's strange. Anyway, we'll play the video in a little bit, but um, I don't know if any of you have seen some of the videos circulating around of Senator Natasha Akbutu-Dwahan, where she is engaging with Nigerians and talking about some of the things that she has been able to achieve in her 2 years of being a senator. In her 2 years of being a senator, and in her 2 years of being a senator, and she specifically highlighted what has happened in the last 6 months, during which time she was suspended from the Senate, talking about how uh, there's constituency projects, there's money allocated for that, and there was actually a very insightful interview that she had with Sheun from Channels TV, where Sheun had asked her some of these constituency projects where she's getting the money from, and she explained that the money was coming from the National Assembly. She would submit projects, some of which she suggested. He said about 80% of them have been blocked by the Senate President, allegedly by the Senate President, Senator Babio, and some of the others she was able to, finesse her way and get some of those projects done. There were also projects that she had personally done from crowdsourcing, the money from some of her husband's, associates. Like, for example, she built about 6 homes for her aides. She built a maternity ward, which is very, impressive. Some of the things that were directly funded by the constituency project include sewing machines, blending machines for blending, different, local products. She also has funded hundreds, if not thousands, of solar-powered streetlights for her constituents. So she's doing a whole lot. And even though she was suspended for 6 months, she kept, doing a whole lot for her constituents. And I remember I believe a couple of years ago when she came on. We had the privilege of having her grace our show, and we were, she was on a hot seat and we're asking her questions. I remember one of the things that I was a little hesitant about was how can someone like her, who wants to serve Nigerians, be in a party like PDP, which has historically not given us proper dividends of democracy. And in my heart, I really didn't believe that someone can be in um, quote unquote a corrupt party and still be able to deliver dividends of democracy to our constituents. So she is gradually proving some of us wrong. Um, but let's get to talk about some of the things that she's done, and kind of talk about what are we doing as as part of our civic engagements, are we holding our constituents, our representatives accountable? So, welcome to the stage, Mr. James. And then while we try to sort out some of the technical issues. All right, Mr. James, you can unmute yourself. Before we go into this, are there any particular topics pertaining to like civic engagement you'd like to suggest? Or we can just jump straight to some of what I've talked about. And I'm going to share the link for others to join us. Nice to have you on the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly? Good. Civic engagement and Nigerians keeping their elected officials accountable. Nigerians are not in the position to keep what they call their elected officials accountable because the country is thoroughly disorganized. The country is in a state of chaos at the moment. So the day-to-day problems of the electorate is not a question of keeping their elected officials accountable. They want food on the table. They want security. You get the point? And the elected officials, a good number of them, are not responsible to their electorates. So this is the crux of the matter. They are not in a position to do what you are asking. That is my opinion.
So, were there particular ways that you think that people can be more engaged? I know it's easy. People usually say you can register to vote in the election, collect your PVC, register in a political party. But besides those sort of mainstream ways of sort of getting your voice heard by voting, off cycle election, right? When you get off the cycle of election, we have 4 years, right? What other ways can we continue to engage, make sure that things are getting done?
Those things you mentioned are all exercises in futility. Registering for getting your PVC, go to the polls to come cast your vote and all, it's all rubbish and nonsense as far as I'm concerned. The country should be properly organized before we go in for election. This is my opinion. There's no need for election. The country is in a state of chaos. And you cannot organize a reasonable election in a state of chaos. So we need to get ourselves properly organized, determine how we should govern ourselves before we go in for election. There is no need for election. Absolutely no need.
But before there's an election, go ahead. Sorry, cut you off. No, finish your thought. Before there's an election, right? Before there's any, one thing people sometimes forget is, I think it's easy for us to jump into this is what needs to be done, but no one thinks about the preparatory aspects of it. For example, I always give the example of the US because that's where I live. That's what I've been for over almost 20 years. And everyone thinks about the independent US independence, but no one talks about the prerequisites or sort of the prelude to that. Before there was actually properly the US, there was sort of some loose confederacy, and they even had some level of loose associations, and there was an article of federation, right, which was eventually succeeded by the US Constitution. So everything wasn't built in one day. Everything was built gradually. And over time, they eventually had the Constitutional Conference, and these United States came into being. So be it's 1 year, 2 years, I can't remember the exact amount of years it took to get to that point whereby, we had the first US president and then henceforth, the rest. So we always have to set the stage. Most people will say, let's go straight to referendum. But even before you get to that, there has to be some buy-in by the populace, right? Because, democracy is, rule of the people by the people, right? But you need to carry everyone along. It's not just what you want. It's what the man or woman who is the Shekiri man wants, or the Hobo man, the Yoruba man, the Fulani man, the Hausa man, the Ibira man, the Jukun, the Igbo man, the Ibibio, the Ijo, the Tiv, the Nupe. There's so many of them. So you have to have a buy-in. But how do you have a buy-in? By edification. You start civic engagement by educating people, right? That's why we have Office of Civic Engagement, which I don't even know whether it's working in Nigeria. You engage people, sort of put out ideas, have a feel of the land, so sort of a social pulse, and then from there you sort of know how to move ahead. Those are the main things I'm trying to get to. For example, you don't just go straight to let's have a referendum when you don't even know how you get there.
You
Like
see, from what you have,
constitutional amendment, that's the part I'm trying to sort of get a
from
sense and see
from the
what.
analysis you've given, the Americans at a point in their history, they sat down, reasonable men sat down to find a common ground on how to organize the country. I remember reading a book written by James Michina. He was living in Baltimore, in the state of Maryland. He died some years ago. He said, no matter how difficult a problem is, if reasonable men sit down to find a common ground, the problem can be solved. He was commenting on the United States mission to space when they landed man on the moon in 1969 or thereabout. That was a statement the man made. No matter how difficult a problem is, if reasonable men, not unreasonable men, if reasonable men sit down to find a common ground, the problem can be solved. Americans at a point in their history sat down, the reasonable men sat down and fashioned out modalities on how to organize the country before they started talking of democracy, election, and what have you. We have not at any point sat down as reasonable men to find a common ground. For example, whenever we want to draft a constitution, it is the same class of people who have been mismanaging the country since independence that we assemble to draft the constitution for us. The same class of people who have been mismanaging the country till this day. So for the country to survive this present calamity, reasonable men must sit down to find a common ground. The issue is not election. No matter the election, look, the last election should have been a superb election, but just one man scattered everything by a what they call glitch. There was a glitch, and there we are today. The whole sub-region is sliding into chaos already with what is happening in Burkina Faso, Republic of Benin, the Sahelian states, just because of Nigeria's inability to get herself organized. So I still insist there's no need for election. We should organize the country, first of all, just like South Africa. While they were, during the years of apartheid, they never went straight for election. First of all, they fought for liberation. When they won the liberation war, they now sat down to draft a constitution. Then they agreed on how to govern themselves, the type of government, is it regional government or whatever government, and they agreed on these things, stamped and signed and sealed before they went in for election. And that is what is saving them up to today. That is a country that came out of chaos. We are still in a state of chaos. There is no need for election. Absolutely no need. No matter, that is how I see it.
Before I go ahead to Chim, I just wanted to kind of give you a timeline of the US, right? So the US, the Declaration of Independence, which is Declaration of Independence from the United Kingdom, was done July 4th, 1776. It wasn't until 11 years later, it wasn't until 11 years later did they properly set up the US. So let me just go through the breakdown. So July 4th, 1776, Declaration of Independence, right? 1781, which is what, about 5 years, the Article of Federation went into effect, which was what preceded the Constitution. It wasn't the Constitution. That was the first setting up of the national government. And then that's 1781. It wasn't until additional 6 years later, between May to September 1787, that the Constitutional Convention took place in Philadelphia and delegates met to draw US Constitution. So from 1776 to 1787, which is Declaration of Independence, all the way to the actual drafting of the US Constitution at the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, it took 11 years. And what are some of the reasons why it took 11 years? It took 11 years because, first of all, they had the Article of Federation, right? The Article of Federation came in, so 1776 was independence. Then 5 years later, 1781, they did Article of Confederation. They had a president of the federation, which was not actual president, like didn't have executive power as we currently have, as the president currently has. Some of the main reasons why they had to replace that Article of Federation with the Constitution was the Congress had no real power, right? So Congress could not tax, so the federal government didn't have that much power, right? Had to beg these individual states. I think US had about 13 states in the initial confederation. Had to beg for money from each state, right? They could not regulate interstate trade or foreign trade. They could not enforce the laws that it passed, right? So the federal government was essentially consistently broke and ineffective. Right? Each state, out of those 13, acted as if it was a separate country. They issued their own currencies, imposed tariffs on each other, made their own trade agreements, right? So this, you can see how such a situation can cause economic chaos and rivalry, right? So there wasn't really any proper federal framework. So they had to switch from the article. There was no strong strong executive or national courts. So they had to switch, obviously, by the 11th year to the US Constitution, which had three arms of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, right? So it took 11 years for that proper evolution to happen. So even though that we're not where you want or where most people want, there has to be a process to get to that point. And I'm sure before these guys met to establish the first Article of Federation, they have to have lobbied and met each other in those 13 states to come together and say, okay, let's have an Article of Federation. Then they had to review over time and see the weaknesses, come back to the table and say, you know what, after additional 6 years, you know what, let's go now and do a constitution. So all I'm saying is everything has to happen step by step. I'm not saying that we should have a blind eye to what's currently happening. There are killings happening. There's corruption, heavy corruption. The National Assembly is doing whatever it wants, the Senate, the Rep. But I'm just saying that there needs to be a step-by-step process. You need to educate the people, figure out how to hold these guys accountable, force their hand to get for them to do what we want, right? Some of the ways that you force people's hand is by shaming them, put out stuff online. For example, look at what Natasha is doing, right? Kogi, I don't know how many constituencies Kogi has, but Kogi Central is where Natasha is, and Natasha Boti is, and she's doing a lot of good work. Do you think the other parts of the other constituents in Kogi are not feeling like, oh, we are left out? That's probably indirectly pressure some of those representatives to or senators to do stuff. But go ahead.
Let me just mention or emphasize two things. I think it was Machiavelli or somebody who was writing on analyzing his work, who said that an immoral society cannot reform itself. An immoral society cannot reform itself. Now, no matter how much we sit down as Nigerians as a group to reform the society, we cannot reform ourselves because the society is immoral. But I'm sure you know the difference between sociology and psychology. Psychology deals with individual behavior, while sociology deals with group behavior. As long as we are approaching this problem sociologically, that as a people, we should sit down to find out or work out the modalities, we will not succeed. It is individuals in the system who will take the lead that will eventually lead us to the promised land. That's point number one. From the analysis you are giving, the USA went through they traveled a very hard road to get to where they are at the moment. But should we reinvent the wheel just because we want to be like the Americans? The answer is no. Singapore did not reinvent the wheel. And other countries too, who are making reasonable headway like Brazil and others, they don't have to reinvent the wheel to get to the promised land. You get the point I'm making? But however, I think your analysis seems to tally with mine to some extent, that a disorganized society cannot make any reasonable progress. The USA at the time, from your analysis, was disorganized. And reasonable men, not the entire society, but I think that's what they call the founding fathers in the US history. I'm not very good at America. The founding fathers These are just like the psychologists in a sociological setup. Individuals brought themselves together that let us work out a modality to take us to the promised land. So this is how I see Nigeria. All the effort we are making so far are nothing but exercises in futility. How will the next election, 2027, lead us to the promised land? When the rigging has already started, the country is already a one-party state, and you're talking of a democratic setup. So we are just wasting our bloody time. We should sit down as reasonable members of the human race and work out the modalities on how the country should be governed. Because the tragedy is that should the country collapse, the whole of West Africa will be in tatters. This is one thing we seem not to realize. The population of Nigeria is roughly 250 million. Assuming 1 million of these 250 million are refugees in West Africa. In this country where I live in the Gambia, the population is about 2 million. If 500,000 Nigerians will enter this country as refugees, this country will collapse because they cannot provide enough electricity. They cannot provide enough water. The schools for the children will be inadequate. The entire system will crumble. Even the public transportation system cannot cope with additional 500,000 people. That is a tiny country like the Gambia, not to talk of Ghana, Ivory Coast, and all that. So this is the time for the psychologists in our system, that is our founding, the equivalence of American founding fathers, to work out the modalities to call the excesses of this government to order, or else it's going to be an unmitigated disaster to the whole of West Africa.
I will move on to Chim. And Chim, just for you, I think I agree with a lot of what Mr. James said. And I think consciously or unconsciously, I think perhaps, he does agree with me, but his slant is a little different. So the way I look at it, some of what is already happening is setting the stage for what will come, because you can't want a cure for a disease if you don't think that you're sick, right? Remember a few years ago when no one even talked about restructuring, right? There were a few voices here and there. I think Shaw or a couple of others talked about restructuring, and it was like speaking into the void. And then all of a sudden, last election, it became the mantra restructuring. And up until now, everyone is talking about restructuring. Then someone else, I can't remember what it is, talked about the constitution being and I'm a sort of very full, so I would tend to talk about Shaware because that's most of where I think he actually, in a large part, made me become more interested in politics. I think before last session, I was following some of what he was saying, and even before this whole constitution being a scam, I think he.
So, Dr. Domi, are you part of us in the AAC?
I'm not part of AAC. I am not part of
it or what?
I am not part of AAC party. I'm in the diaspora, so I'm not part of any party.
But you just said something like that looks like that,
All I'm saying is, there are people that make you come. There are people that inspire civic responsibility in you. It doesn't necessarily mean that you follow them. I mean, I have met Shaw, nice guy, very calm demeanor, but I do have some of my misgivings about his methodology. But philosophically, I agree with most of what he says. And I think
then join the party. You are welcome. I've joined myself. Just join and let's seal it off.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just joking,
I understand. But one of the early things that he mentioned was that this constitution is a scam. And I was like, why is constitution a scam? And he said something to the effect that when Abdul Salami Abubakar and the others who took over after Abacha died were setting up the constitution, they did a lot of copy and paste and all kinds of things that wasn't really applicable to the Nigerian socio-cultural dynamic. And he was saying, were you and I there when they did the constitution? They just whipped up something and imposed it on us. Was there a constitutional conference to vote on it? The nations of Nigeria, there's 200 something ethnic groups, were they there when to agree on it? Did we vote on it? Was there a referendum? Things like that. So, and then obviously all of a sudden now, everyone is talking about the constitution is a scam, Nigeria has expired. Some of the IPOB rhetoric, Nigeria has expired in so and so year, all sorts of things, right? Whether you agree with it or not. So what I'm saying is, part of the setting of the stage for a revolution, if you want to call it that, is you have to get people to agree with you. And part of it is education, which is part of a civic engagement. You have to educate people, teach them what it means to be a good citizen, what it means to be a responsible member of the polity. For example, I think there was a time where even some religious people will say, "Oh, don't engage in politics." But I think we're coming to a point whereby we start to realize that it's actually not a bad thing for you to be spiritual and religious and also engage in politics, so long as you don't lose yourself in it. So, Chim, what do you think about what we're discussing today?
Well, should I say good morning? It's still okay. It's afternoon where I am, so I guess everyone else might
Where are
be
you?
evening. I'm somewhere in the somewhere closer to the North Pole.
Oh, you snow there? Oh, are you in Canada or something?
I'm in Canada.
You're suffering the same fate as us.
Yes. Quite an interesting conversation, Dominic. I must say. I think, and Mr. James has raised a lot of dust, but very positive dust, if I may. And I love the fact that he talked about. I think it was you that talked about the article of faith, but I listened to
the article of the U.S. article, yeah.
The article of whatever it is. Yeah. But there are certain things we must take into cognizance, and I'll start with where Mr. James left off. He talked about reasonable men, and I have chosen to versus founding fathers. So the reasonable men in the case of the US were also the founding fathers. They were reasonable in the sense that they sought to define how a society should be organized. They came up with certain values and parameters that should cut across irrespective of your wealth, social status, or profession, or creed, whatever it is you belong to. And those things became the foundational values on which that society, as we know, of course, it has evolved over time, but those became the foundational variables on which society was founded. Now, the question is, if we bring it back to Nigeria, did we have reasonable men back then? It depends on what side of the divide you belong to. Some people would say the Azikiwes, the Awolowos, Tafawa Balewas, and Ahmadu Bellos, and all whatnot were our own version of the reasonable men, and at the same time, our founding fathers. But let's look at where we are today, where we are. So it's not of great pleasure to constantly keep looking backwards. It doesn't help you. So where we are now, are we going to be able to find founding fathers? We've lost that. It's gone. Not at all. What we should be shooting for is, who are our reasonable men? Do we have reasonable men who can put away their selfish intentions?
And women too.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. When I say reasonable men, okay, let me say reasonable human beings before I fall into the fallacy of gender. Reasonable citizens. Do we have reasonable citizens who can shittle their private and selfish interest and look at the greater good? Because it is the greater good that is going to make Nigeria better. Right now, what we have is one individual seeking political ambition, and his political ambition overriding the greater good of all. So someone wants to win elections at all costs, and he disrespects you and I by ensuring that our votes do not count. So that even if our votes were against him and for another person, he is very willing to sabotage that process for his self-aggrandizement. That's why right now we cannot claim to say we have reasonable men. So our current president can become a reasonable man. The current INEC president can become a reasonable man. The head of the police service, IGI, can become a reasonable man if they all say, you know what, I am going to conduct myself within the tenets of my office, within the tenets of what the law says, within the tenets of what the Electoral Act says, and I would respect the votes of Nigerians, for instance. So if the election is conducted and Nigerians decide, just to make it funny, that Sheikh Gumi should be the next president of Nigeria. I know it's not going to happen, but I'm just saying. And that becomes the vote. And the vote tally shows that Sheikh Gumi has been elected the president of Nigeria. All of these individuals who are responsible for managing that process respected, they will ultimately become reasonable men or reasonable women. So that is where I want to start from. Now, going further down is that when it comes to civics, with respect to this, so civics is not something you just say, I keep hearing, for instance, this popular cliche where they say, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I'm one of those who's totally against it.
I think it was it Churchill that said that?
No, it was the late American president, the one that was assassinated, Kennedy.
Kennedy.
Yeah.
Kennedy. Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So it was Kennedy that said it, and it has become a cliche that Nigerians have. Every wicked Nigerian politician runs with it. They are trying to remind the rest of us that we must show loyalty to our nation, even when they themselves are not in any way close to loyalty. So why I'm bringing that up is that when it comes to civics, many people, the constant focus is what the average Nigerian should do, what the average Nigerian owes Nigeria, what the average Nigerian show patriotism. So, for instance, during this last debate about Benin Republic, I've read several people's comments. I've tried not to, in fact, I've been fortunate not to engage in it, except for one or two people I've privately discussed, but I've shied away from it. I saw somebody write that it pains him to see how Nigerians are shredding Nigeria over Nigeria's attack or activities in Benin. And I tell myself, these people are not being reasonable. Because we talked about how America was trying to intervene in Nigeria and everybody screamed. But now Nigeria has intervened in another country. And suddenly it's okay. But back to the point I'm just trying to make is this. I think that right now, the only way Nigeria is going to progress is top down. It's going to be a top-down process. A top-down process in the sense that it's going to be difficult to just say, because if we want to elect people to go to a constituent assembly to discuss our fate, chances are it's the same sort of people that have had prominence in national politics that are going to be there. Let's not beguile ourselves or try to pretend it's not going to be. You're not going to suddenly see Dominic elected to that constituent assembly, sir. Nor will anybody be electing revolutionary or even me. It's not going to happen. But what will happen is that these people, somebody somewhere will say, you know what? Okay, we've had enough. Let's just go there and come up with a process that works and then ensure, say, for instance, why should the president of Nigeria be the one responsible for electing or choosing or selecting who will be the umpire for our elections in Nigeria? It already gives him an advantage. Do you understand what I'm saying? When it's unless you are a Jonathan and appointed a Jega, and then the Jega went there and just did what he wanted, and you allowed him. Not many Nigerians are going to be a Jonathan-type politician. Especially not these ones who are in office right now. There's a personal effort for self-survival. Is a prime human law. Self first. Self first is a prime human law. Everybody wants to protect themselves. But it's going to take an Akpabio as an man to say, I've enjoyed Nigeria, but you know what? I think I would like these Nigerians to remember me as one of those people who said, you know what, let's just set up a new Nigeria. That is where the reasonability is going to come from. Somebody's going to have to say, or a group of people will say, you know what, I don't think we like what's going on. Let's just, Mr. President, let's run a fair election. And Mr. What's the name of that, our INEC man? Listen, if I fail, I fail. I will go and campaign, try and convince my people to elect me. But if the Nigerians go there and they say it is Shegumi they want, then let it happen. If it's a mistake, let them live with their mistake. So that's where, when it comes to rejigging the Nigerian system, that's the only way the Nigerian system will be rejigged. It's going to also take Nigerians also being willing to give the state a chance. What do I mean by that? A lot of mistakes have been made. Right now, it might look like it's only IPOB, but I can bet you, if you go to the creeks of the Niger Delta, if you go to Benue State or go to Plateau, the Middle Belt, or even some parts of the North, it might surprise you that there are people who would like where they come from to break away from this country. The only thing is that the guys in the IPOB have been more vociferous about it. They've shouted to the rooftop. But the truth is, if you cascade that in and drill further down, you'll find that lots of people want to move away from Nigeria. But if we want Nigeria to work, we are going to have to give it a chance. And that chance will mean to say, okay, a lot has happened. let's go and ask if the federating units, as they were right now, all want to be part and parcel of the country. And then people will willingly, those who are advocates of Nigeria, like I don't know if it was you or Mr. James that said, you would need to convince other people on the virtues and benefits of staying in a federating unit called Nigeria. That's the only way to do it. You have to convince them, let them know why. Because I perceive, I mean, from the education you just gave us now about how, starting from the 13 original federating states of the US, it was when others saw how the country was going that people started being willing to join. California and everyone started saying, okay, you know what, let's go join these people. Let's join this. But of course, it wasn't just let's join. People were convincing them. It's like a marriage. You have to convince someone on why I need to be with you. It's not a case of tipa tipa, like Yorubas would say, it has to be by force or by fire. It's not by force. You have to convince me. You have to convince the other person. Everybody has something to sell. And if you have nothing to buy, then there's just no reason why the person should join you. So I think originally to set the tone. And then lastly, please, one of the challenges we're facing with this is the fact that we have lost, we don't have civic society organizations again in Nigeria. It's practically dead. Gone are the days when we had the church, for instance, playing a significant role as or even a mosque. We had professional bodies like the Nigerian Medical Association, Nigerian Bar Association, and the likes. Those guys were the ones who put pressure.
But even SUG is gone.
SUGs, exactly. And then lastly, of course, is that there are certain persons who are referred to who have a larger than life tendency. People like, let's say for instance, a Wole Soyinka. These are the people who will put pressure for change. But to be honest with you, with what has gone on in the past 1 year and a half, does the average Nigerian still respect that man? That's a question to ask yourself. Do you understand? When people like Emeka Nyonko, for instance, these are people who are supposed to put pressure on society, put pressure on government to say, listen, do the needful. Those silent voices exist in every society. Who are those silent voices for us in Nigeria? Do we even still have them? Have they sold out? Do you understand? So those are some of the things for us to consider, because other than that, it will still be running around in circles.
While you were talking, I was solving some technical issues. Let me see if we can finally play one of these clips. Okay. So essentially, here, this was a recent sit-down conversation between Senator Nashasha Aboti Oduahan, who was born in Kogi, is a senator representing Kogi Central Senatorial constituency. She's been there for 2 years, was suspended for about 6 months this year. And this is her talking with Shehu. It's a very lengthy interview, last close to about an hour, about 52 minutes. But I just got a short clip that I felt was very insightful. And let me play that, and then we can discuss a little bit more. And this is alongst the theme of civic engagement and Nigerians keeping the elected officials accountable. Obviously, none of what she says here is an endorsement. If she does, she's made some allegations, which obviously, at this point, I will still call allegedly. But for now, let's just play this video and see what we can learn from it.
You use for constituency projects. I mean, is this coming from the National Assembly?
Yes, National Assembly and the federal government.
So she's saying essentially that Shehu is asking where is she getting the money for her constituency projects.
You get all the resources you use for constituency projects. I mean, is this coming from the National Assembly?
Yes, National Assembly and the federal government.
All the constituency projects. The house you built for the uncle to your children?
No.
Those are different.
No.
Those are your birthday.
The maternity center
Okay.
was built with funds pulled together under what I would say crowdfunding from my husband's. When I was celebrating my 45th birthday last year. So that's not constituency project. Also, the 6 houses that I built for my aides were from personal funds. But every other thing I did, the market is 2 brand new markets, the schools, the roads, the street lights, the water projects, the police stations, many others. These were all constituency projects. I actually even have many more that I put in, which unfortunately
tablets
were removed
and
from the 2025
The
budget out of
educational
malice.
Yeah. Who removed them?
You know who removed them?
They removed what?
80% of the projects that I lobbied into the 2025 budgets were removed. Some of them actually are still suppressed.
By who?
You know who?
I don't know. Did you remove it by yourself?
He removed it.
Who?
He removed it. He
Who is
removed many projects and he suppressed some. And there's one which I will not let slide by because it was actually tendered on the national tender papers last year, December. Two projects which are one, the Robotic and Artificial Intelligence Center in Federal College of Education, Okene. That was actually tendered last year, December last year. Till today, that's not been awarded because it's been suppressed. And then there's a Mechatronic Center also in the Technical College of Oboroke. That's actually been suppressed.
I just need a little clarification here.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
I noticed that she's talking about putting a constituency project into the budget. I don't understand that part. I thought that money is actually seconded for them. They not decide what to do with it.
No, so
You must bring out all the things you want to do.
Obey. How the budget works is it's just same way you run your home. You sit down, you say, "Oh, I want to build a house next year. It's going to cost us 5 million." You put it in the budget. You say, "Oh, next year I buy a car." So you don't build from top down. You build from bottom with tangibles. So every senator or member of the House of Reps, from what I gather, will define what they want to do in their district, and those things get collated, plus what the federal government itself will do, and it becomes a one budget. So
you mean this guy that bought whatever in one state? What did they buy? Whether cutlass or whatever he bought, that was what he submitted. Is that what you mean?
Well, that might not be what he submitted, but that's what he chose to give.
A revolution. It's actually mind blowing, man.
That's why the woman is not liked, because she's literally making it all look dwarfed.
Yeah.
You're asking questions. Where is my own constituency project money going to?
Mr. James has a quick question, and then we'll pivot to Revolution now. What's your question, Mr. James?
Yeah, what are the duties of a legislator? Does it include executing projects?
So,
in the United States, in Britain, in France, in Germany, and others, in our constitution, is there any room for constituency projects? Is that the duty of a legislator?
Okay. Here's my understanding. My understanding of a representative, whether you're in the Senate or House of Rep, is the executive, the presidency. So, basic structural government structure. You have the executive, you have the president, who is the supreme commander, right? You know, sort of overseeing everything happening in the states. And then you have his ministers who are assigned multiple tasks within the governing structure, right? Whether it's someone who is in charge of, like, women empowerment, or someone who is in charge of arts and entertainment, someone who's in charge of, like, the minerals. So the ministers are supposed to be the arms and legs of the president. So that's the executive. Their duty is to sort of be actionable, do things, right? The legislation, if I remember correctly from government class back in secondary schools, they're the ones that make laws, right? So, they have to feel the pulse of the people. But you can't have the 250 million or 30 million Nigerians all be in the Senate and House of Representatives at the same time. So they have to select from amongst their peers people to represent them and say, these are some of the things that are worrying us that we need to get built, or we need to get funded, or we need to get done, right? And then some of those things are presented, and based on the budgets, the federal government would go and do those projects. But at the end of the day, even though there's that general framework, each country can choose how it wants to break some of those things down. I didn't know that the legislature can actually have constituency project. It wasn't until a few years ago that I started learning some of those things, right? But the primary thing is supposed to be the legislature is supposed to be our voice. They're supposed to let the executive, who are the ones that do actionable things in the country and development, they're supposed to let them know, here's the things that we need to get done. Here's where you need to get it done. For example, in Kogi Central, we need the maternity, the death of pregnant mothers is very high. We need at least 2 or 3 hospitals for maternity built. The executive would somehow, maybe through Ministry of Health, go and do those things. But it seems
Doctor, are they complementing the councils?
That I don't know. There are things that the federal government are supposed to do, but I think this is just an additional thing, because it worries me if the general expectation is supposed to be anything that happens in this constituency is purely coming from the Senate and the Rep, because that means the federal government doesn't do anything.
Exactly.
I'd like to say something after revolutionary. I'd like to say something about that, but I'll let revolutionary go first. Let revolutionary go ahead and say, so then I'll say something about that.
Yeah, because it worries me, because if your expectation of development in your constituency is supposed to be based on your Senate and your Rep, you're screwed. But we have to understand there are different layers of governments for any specific area. For example, in that, let's say there's a town in Kogi Central, right? The town in Kogi Central probably has a king or council of elders. That's number one, the most grassroots. There's a local government, there's a ward, there's local government chairman. So that's about three levels now. Then there's the state government, that's number 4. And the state government also has commissioners, right? There's a commissioner of health, for example, right? Who can make sure that at least the state-sponsored hospitals are working well and kind of see how they can help reduce some of the mortality rates of mothers who are pregnant. And then you have federal constituency, the Senate is also, there's a senator who is also overseeing the constituency in which that town is a part of. There's also the House of Rep member who is also representing, a certain region in which that town is a part of. Then there's the ministers and the president. So for that particular town, there's multiple levels of hierarchy all the way to the president. And so the question becomes, how do these multiple bureaucracies, right? That's the best way to explain it, impact the person who is in that town, right? And there's someone's job within that bureaucracy who is to see what needs to be done and voice it. And there's someone within that hierarchy whose job is to listen, be given that information and say, okay, this is the project that we're going to build, and here is the person that will have oversight over it. I think that's something that's a little bit messy in Nigeria, which is unfortunate, but we need to streamline in such a way that the populace knows who to hold accountable. I think right now, a lot of people don't know who to hold accountable, and I think that's what's missing. Right? Is it Natata's job to be building a maternity hospital? I mean, all well and fine, she's doing a great job, because there is this whole constituency thing, which sort of is an aberration, to be honest. But since there's already an aberration and she's getting the money, she's making good use of it. But should a senator and rep be going out of their way to have constituency money to be building stuff? I don't think that should be proper. The senate and the rep should not be handling money. Fine and done. Simple. But it's an aberration, but we're going with that aberration. That's how they use that. That's an avenue they created for themselves to eat money. It is that hospital, things that are supposed to be built by local governments or the states or the federal government through the Ministry of Health. Right? So hopefully that gives us a sense of how things should be done. So would I hold Natasha accountable if within her constituency things aren't getting done? Not necessarily. But I will hold her accountable if she's not voicing those concerns in the Senate and Rep. But since there's an aberration, she's getting the money, I would expect her to be able to do stuff with some of that money. So it's a very interesting question. For example, should Ababio's constituents be holding him accountable that things aren't getting done? Yes. Do they expect him to build it? Probably not, based on how things should be done. But he should be voicing concerns and saying, and show his constituents, hey, for this fiscal year, these are the projects that I wanted to build. This is what I told the House that needs to be done. This is what I sent to Mr. President. This is what I said to Minister of Health that we need to get done. Those are why, like, for example, in the US, they have every holiday, you have House of Rep and Senate have town halls where they tell the people, here's my voting record. Here's the things that I suggested that should be built. But since there's an operation and maybe he's getting billions of naira, there's now a new expectation that he should be doing stuff with some other constituency money. So, but it was actually a very brilliant question. Thank you for asking that. Revolution now. What do you think about what we're discussing?
Yeah, respect to everybody. Greetings and a happy Sunday for the people of the church. And anyway, Nigerian system. Happy Sunday, happy new month, happy all happy. I don't even know how many people are happy in that country. You see, the problem of Nigeria, like you people are saying, I heard it in the news the other day that she even built, she went back to her old school, built, I don't know, a library or all those type of things. So I started wondering, where is she getting the money from in doing all? Is it just because she's a senator, or is it that she's rich naturally? I mean, how can she go back to her school, her old school, to do all those fantastic things, costing a lot of money, 500 seats or something, auditorium? I don't know whether I heard it properly, but I heard a lot about what she did in
Yes.
in her old school,
She went to school in Kogi, federal government's school,
Yeah.
in Kogi, and then transferred to one in Ondo. So the one in Ondo was where she graduated, I think, was it 97? And then she eventually got the bachelor's in law, and eventually went to law school and got called to the bar as a lawyer. So that was the one that she went to, the Ondo one where she graduated.
Yeah.
She was actually the senior prefect, the head girl.
Yeah, that's what
Well
they said.
respected.
But now, those of you who are very educated, sometimes I like to tease you guys, because I know everybody's here, except myself, is very, very, very highly educated. I used to tease you guys by telling you guys that revolution, think about it. I know most of you will say Shore is misjiving. He should grow up. He should leave this activism and all of it. Nigeria
Not me, but okay.
Okay. Nigeria, in our own little way, how we saw Nigeria and how we are still seeing Nigeria as street boys. When I mean street boys, people who know what is called suffering. A street boy who we don't steal or we don't commit crime like to go, we suffer. Carry pong, carry this, carry that just to survive. You understand? We are legal hustlers, So, but sometimes when we look up, to look at you guys who have the opportunity, who have the skills, who have the knowledge, who have the way. Because Nigeria is built on you people. They can never give a carpenter a job to do, to control. It's either a professor or one graduate or whatever. Then how you people operate in this, sorry that I'm putting everybody together, but I know we are not all the same. But most educated people, this class, how you people operate Nigeria is the problem of Nigeria. Natasha, for example, she was in trouble the other day. All of us were trying to protect her because of her Akpabio, women rights, and all those things. But just look at how she couldn't even answer the question Sheung was giving to her. She was just trying to find a way to, how did these people know about all this? Because she knows what she's doing is wrong. You understand? I know Nigeria is a system where it's better to do it yourself than to give somebody else to do it. I know it's a system. For example, those of us who live in Europe now, if you want to build a house in Nigeria, it's better you go there on your holiday and build it yourself than to give it to your mother or your father or your brother or sister, because you don't want to hear story. Maybe that's why she's doing it herself. Okay, I want this for my community or my area. I will fight for the money to go and do it myself to be sure that it was done. I don't know whether people see it in this way, to make sure that this hospital I want to be built is being built. Because if I give it to Akpabio or the local government in my area, they might eat the money, and then the project will not be done. This, Mr. James, just excuse me. That's my own, what I think. You understand why she's doing it herself, so that she makes sure that this thing is being done or has been done. We might say, why she shouldn't, it shouldn't go that way. It should do, like you said, it's a kind of steps. These people, this is their job. I mean, you can fight for it to get those things to your community, but there are agencies, there are offices.
Which question you say she didn't answer? I don't understand.
You say what? I didn't get what you said right
You
now.
said
I
that
don't
she
know.
did. She won't ask her a
Which question
question.
did you say she didn't answer?
I didn't say she didn't answer it. She was just, if you look at her expression, she's just answering that question out of like.
Which question was that? Because I didn't hear any question she didn't answer.
So, Obe, please don't be offended. Let's so that we don't turn it into an argument. I also had the same intention to correct what Revolution. I think Revolution probably misunderstood her. So she was asked where the money
In
is
which
coming
part? In which part, Tim? Please let me get how I misunderstood her.
That's what I'm trying to explain, sir.
Okay.
So the question was, you've done a lot of projects in your community. We see you're building hospital, you're building school, and all that. Where's the money coming from? And she said, from the federal government, from the Senate. She didn't say from Julius Berger's awoof to me. Or she said, from the federal government and from the Senate. Now, that's where I was going. That's where I raised my hand. But let me explain. So what she's simply saying is this. Listen, she's not the one who determines the process. She's a single senator. This whole constituency allowance thing started in 1999 under, first of all, Evan NWM, and then we went to, sorry, hold on a second, please. Sorry, somebody. So that constituency thing started under Evans and Warren, and then Chuba Academy, where the senators were asking the federal government at the time under Obasanjo that any project that had to do with their constituency should come to them. It was a battle. Obasanjo fought it, but he couldn't win it. The Nigerian senators wanted to handle cash. It became a national issue. I don't know where any of you were, that it was a big national issue, and somehow they won it. So what happens now? It was because that time they were not originally winning it. That was why they used to pad the budget. So you would see that the federal government will allocate certain projects to certain places and say that the total cost for the project of the year was 16 trillion, just hypothetically speaking. When they bring it to the Senate and the House, they will now make it 16 point something trillion. And Obasanjo's government would kick back and say, no, you're not supposed to be adding. You're either approving or asking us to come and show why it has to be so. Eventually, I don't know how that went. Today, what arrangement I think they have is that senators are supposed to work with what they call the MDAs, the ministries, what in the US you will call the state departments, Department of this or Department of that. Work with them to say, these are the projects we want in our constituencies. Now, let's say the Ministry of Health might have its own. It will now add all other health-related projects that any senator is bringing, and then they will make it a one headline.
This network?
It will form an item in the budget, and they send it for approval. So what is happening is that whatever one is supposed to be for her constituency. Remember, in Kogi, in any state, we have 3 constituencies. Depending, it could be Kogi East, West, or North, or Central, however you want to split it. Whichever one comes to her, she's using the money to execute those projects for her people. I agree with Dominic, senators should not be touching money. It should be that senators will make a recommendation, and then they follow through to make sure that project was executed.
Right.
But that's not what is happening. Nigerian senators want to hold money. But she is one of the few people in Nigeria who is collecting her own and using it exactly into what it should be used. That's the point.
But Tim, this is, I thought Mr. Dr. Dominic was asking me what I think about it.
We all agree with what you think, that it's wrong. But what we're saying is it's not her fault. What is not her fault?
Yeah, the question Obe asked me was, which question did she not answer? You understand? What I'm trying to say is that when I heard the news that she was even building something in her school, old school, for example, that's where I'm coming from. Where did she get that money to do those things?
Okay, so if you heard her right, she said some of the projects she does are from her own. So her school, for instance, I believe will be from her own pocket.
Correct. Yes.
Her own give back to that school. But there are things that are from her constituency project for her constituency.
But
Mhm.
Tim, my question is, how rich is this woman and how is she getting money, a lot of money like that? Because what she's doing in her school is not a small project. Because we have to get
The
things right,
billionaire.
Mr. Tim. We have to get things right when we are talking about Nigeria
Yeah.
system. We have to
Revolution.
get it. Brother, just
Revolution.
hold on. Hold on, sir. Please, it's my turn. Then you can come in and
No,
then maybe
let Revolution
expatiate
finish.
more on it.
Revolution, go ahead.
I don't normally waste time. Sorry for that. But what I'm trying to say, Tim, we know what is happening in Nigeria. You understand me? And if we are trying to say, oh, Natasha, she's at least, we see what she's using her own money to do. Maybe most senators don't use their money effectively like she's doing, giving back. Okay, maybe that's why she's there to answer those questions. A kind of that they're praising her, that at least we see what you are doing with that money. Example. But then people like us will now say, and many people have questioned it, whether you guys like it or not, where did she get, because she's not doing a cheap project in her old school. Okay, what I heard that she was building there are things that will cost millions of naira. So I'm asking you guys who know her better, how rich is that woman for her to be building a 500 seater auditorium? A lot of things, not even that. There's a lot of
Revolution
things
now.
they thought she
Let
did.
me
That's
come
my
in.
question to you guys.
Let me come into that. I can answer that question for you.
Yeah.
So I want us to. It's easy. I'm not blaming you for asking this question. I just want to reframe what you said in a different manner. I don't want us to be distracted. The main focus of what we are trying to get at is senators, House of members get constituency allowance. And what are they doing with the constituency allowance? Are we holding them accountable? Some of them may have personal projects that they are building. Some of them can be of, maybe very costly. If you want, we can do a show whereby we dig into some of those things. But I think it will be a distraction to discuss some of those other things. That's why I think Shehu mentioned it it was very insightful for him to mention it, because he also wanted to understand, you wanted to understand and make sure that, to get a sense of, was she using some of the constituency money to build stuff in other places? And she said she built 6 houses for people that have helped her throughout her life. There was a woman who's been with her for about 30 years. She also had some of her aides. She built a house for them just to support them. About 6 houses.
With her money or with the money from her? Because that's where my confusion is.
Yeah, let me finish. She also built a maternity hospital, which she said was from her own money, not from the constituency money. She also built, is building an auditorium and some other facilities in Ondo State. She has personal projects for which she's using her own money. She has constituency projects. Part of what I have understood is she has been a lawyer, and we can dig into that at a later point. Also, she's married to the Awele of Warri, and I'm sure the Awele is not. But I don't want us to get distracted by some of those things. The main point of here is, I'm not necessarily here to talk about Natasha and where she's getting her money or personal project. We're here to talk about, to just use her as a jumping point to say, hey, this senator is actually doing stuff, and she's claiming that she's doing it from her constituency money. How about other representatives?
So we shouldn't ask. Excuse me, Tim. So that's what you are saying. We shouldn't ask where they are getting this money that they are doing.
Right now, this is the focus I want us to have today. That we can address at a later time, because I have to dig into it.
But we can also quickly put context so that Revolutionary can have at least, even if not 100% rest of mind, but let's even say 50. So
yes, I forgot. She said that she crowdfunded, which means she said my husband and his associates we crowdfunded essentially.
Exactly during her birthday, right?
During her birthday.
From where? From thieves.
The husband and
destroying
his
Nigeria.
associates.
No, her friends and family.
Let me land, brother. Let me land so that I let you guys continue. I want to land so that I let you guys continue, because I don't think we are in the same boat about how Nigerian money is being spent. We are not in the same field. You might try to. I understand where you guys are. I understand how you people, what you are saying. I understand.
But she said it in the video. She said, my husband, I crowdfunded money.
Yeah, I heard about that, Dominic.
Exactly.
But what we are saying is simple. They crowdfunded from which individuals, which people donated? Is it the people from her constituency, people like us who we donate 1 naira, 2 naira, or the same criminals who steal our money, and when they crowdfund, they make billions? Because we have to make things clear, not just saying
So-
this. That's my question, and you people are not giving it to me. You are
That's
just
very
trying to tell me.
Dominic, so if I can, please. So, Revolutionary, I understand you. Don't think I don't. I get you. But listen, we have to separate issues properly. There's never going to be a perfect condition or situation. Never. Number one thing to take away from here is this. Nigerian senators are not supposed to touch money. Lawmakers anywhere in the world are not supposed to touch money. They are supposed to appropriate, and they make decision, make the law, and the executive through the ministries will execute and touch the money. However, the Nigerian system has become abnormal. Senators touch money. She is not the one who made that law. The money for her own constituency comes to her. She's trying to use it to do what it's meant for. We can't crucify her for that. If we want that to change, then Nigerians need to start making a demand that the law should be changed so that Nigerian senators, hold on, brother.
Tim, let me close. I want to go. But I'm telling you guys.
Let him finish.
I want to go.
You're not allowing me to.
No, let me go. I understand you already.
Let him learn.
You say Nigerian system is different, that they can do whatever they like.
I didn't say so. I didn't say so.
That's what you are saying now.
I did not say so.
Tim, excuse me. You said
He's trying to marry what happened to the wife of the president during her crowdfunding for her birthday. You understand what happened? That means he took money from the same robber.
But it does us well if we come here and you let somebody educate
Tim,
you also.
You said something from beginning. You said something from beginning, which I liked. That by law and by the normal way, these senators should not come near money. That's what you said. But when you come in the Nigerian system where anything happens, when you come to our system where anything happens, and there's nothing we can do about it because they've agreed.
No, I didn't say this. I didn't say there's nothing we can do about it.
Wait now. You said Obasanjo fought hard when they brought this system and he tried to solve it, but he couldn't. So that's what you are saying. In the Nigerian contest, in the Nigerian system or contest or whatever, it is allowed for them to talk. But this Natasha now is being praised because she's using her own, the one they gave to her, to do something for the people. But what I'm trying to tell you is that when she now deviates from that something and go to private entities, like going to her old school to do big things, and then when we ask you guys, where did she get that money from? And you are telling us crowdfunding, private money. That's where I get confused.
But
this night I will be listening because I want to say bye-bye to you guys. I understand you understand me.
Thank you for sharing your opinion.
Thank you very much.
Let me just conclude what I was saying. Listen, I'm seeing some people saying we should not support Natasha. She's wrong. I don't understand what you're talking about. You see, we are the ones who create a problem in Nigeria. When our average senators who are collecting this illegal money that should not be going to use it, and they use it for their personal aggrandizement, the people who are castigating Natasha don't say a word. She's in the system. I'm sure if they change that law and say we will not give senators money, Natasha will not touch money. She will change her strategy to making sure that whoever is responsible for touching the money that pertains to her own constituency executes that project. I'm sure that will be her strategy and she'll be fighting it. Now the woman is using the money as they are giving. She's not the one Okpabio gets money. Deputy Senator George Okalu is my own senator gets money. What is he using my own money to do? She's taking her own and using it to go and give back to her people the way it's supposed to be. And somebody in this place is saying she's wrong and we're supporting her. Are you okay? What are we supposed to do? Are you not supposed to say, okay, if this thing is a wrong procedure, let's raise demand to the Senate and insist that they stop giving senators money. Please, let's do that. You can't come here and tell me that there's no American senator that touches money, but they know projects that are supposed to come to their constituencies and they follow through, fight it, and make sure those things land in whatever constituencies they come from. That's their job. Their job is to make sure when they're voting for stuff, they vote for things that impact their constituency. I'll give you an example. In New York, way back during the COVID and slightly after COVID, Amazon was trying to set up a major structure or something. I don't know whether it's a warehouse or whatever it is in New York, that would have created some number of jobs. AOC, Alexandria Ocasio fought against it on the grounds of what? Climate change. And Amazon took that project elsewhere. She insisted that thing must not come to New York, which is her constituency. As far as she was concerned, it will negatively impact New York in terms of what's it called, climate matters. She fought it, and that project didn't come there. As far as she was concerned, she had done well for her people. But the loss of New York in terms of those jobs was the gain of wherever Jeff Bezos took that project to. That is what a senator is supposed to be doing, or a member of the House of Reps. In this instance, because the Nigerian system, which she did not create, is allowing senators to have money, she's taking whatever is allocated to her own people and utilizing it to make them happy. I do not see anything wrong this woman is doing. It's if she was taking that money and embezzling it, that's when we should be raising questions. So what we're doing here, if we're not careful, is we're putting pressure on her. Tomorrow, they will make sure she doesn't get funds because she's making them look silly. She's using hers and implementing it appropriately. Nigerians need to learn that there are certain things we should praise. We can both chew gum and run at the same time. We can say this process is wrong, but guess what? The one person who is also getting it and utilizing it well, we must give this person her flowers for doing the right thing. That's the way people should think rationally. Not some of these things I see people writing. That is, if you ask me, I don't even understand how to explain it.
What I was trying to get at, I wasn't trying to shut anyone down from sharing their opinion, is you can have multiple layers of analysis of something, but I always believe in the power of being focused. Address one matter, go to the next. Because when you start having multiple arguments at the same time, people start to lose sight of the main focus. What we are saying is Nigeria has an operation where our representatives get constituency money to do projects. Since we're already running with that aberration, we can call out that aberration. We can call out that aberration and say this is not a good thing because reps should not be handling money. I think most of us will agree here that aberration is wrong. But you can say, okay, since you already have that aberration, there is someone within that system that is using that aberration to the is essentially using that aberration to the best of our ability to help her constituents, right? So she's already getting that money, but she's using it for her constituents. So there's an aberration, and she's getting constituency money, but instead of eating the money, she's using it to build projects. That is the second thing. So you call out that aberration, but you also have some level of honesty that, hey, someone is using that aberration to her advantage and to the advantage of her constituents. The third thing is what he raised, which is she's building a bunch of projects. Some of them are in her constituents and some of them are outside the constituents. And his question is, okay, what she's building outside the constituents, for example, in Ondo, which is her alma mater, where is she getting the money from? And she answers in the video that she has constituency projects that she's building constituency money. She also has other projects that she funded from donation. And she tells you, from my husband and his associates. Now, if you want to discuss the opaqueness or the transparency of that donation, that's a whole different matter. But it digresses or distracts from what we're talking about, which is there is an aberration, there's constituency money. What are people and senators and reps doing with that? Now, you also run into the question of if she's doing projects with some of her personal money and crowdfunding, is there a legal responsibility or public responsibility for her to make that sort of setup transparent? I don't know, and I would say in the interest, for the sake of public interest, I personally think it's actually important for her to have some level of transparency and say, to make sure those questions don't get raised. She can actually make an announcement whereby people say, okay, XY projects are separate. I'm doing it with my personal money. Here's who's donating money. But you also have to understand, some people may donate money anonymously and they don't want you to put their name in public. People have a right to their privacy. So while some people want to dabble into the nitty-gritty, which I think is a waste of time, you can say that question is also valid. So Revolution Now's question is valid. Where is she getting the money that she's using for a personal project? But I think at this point, what we're discussing is the distraction.
And she answered that question. It might not be satisfactory to you, but she answered the question.
Exactly. So you can say where the husband get the money from, that is a distraction. Because when you start talking about those nitty-gritty, you're missing the whole point of there are 36 states, each of which has 3 senators. That is 108 senators, and FCT has 109 senators. And we're using one of them as a jumping point to discuss, right? And instead of you focusing on the general question we're asking, there's 108 senators left. What are they doing with their money? You're focusing on that one example and asking where is she, who is donating money for her. You just go off a tangent and you lose the whole sense of the whole argument. Anyway, let's continue. Jefferson, nice to have you on the show. Your face looks like you're not happy.
I believe one. I don't know how it works here, but if one person speaks, you give the other person a chance to talk. Because I've been noticing when one person speaks, this one wants to answer, this one speaks, so it makes the whole. I think it makes the show very, very boring. I'll put it that way.
That's actually
it's my own opinion, but I'm entitled to it actually.
Absolutely. Would you like me to tell you how we try to run things here?
No, it's okay. I was thinking, okay, I don't want to go into all that details. You see, it's very simple. If everyone does the basic minimum of what Natasha does in their consistency, I mean, there will be some level of improvement in the country, and that's facts. Most times we're trying to make it look like as if governance is rocket science. It is not rocket science. Yeah, I don't know which one. I don't know what we prefer. Do we prefer where you get the money, you don't do the basic minimum, then when you see someone that does the basic, and then you don't question him? Because that's how it works. You see, when someone does the basic minimum, right, or does less than the basic minimum, he's not being questioned. And it's like he's free to take a bow, do whatever he wants. Then when someone now does extraordinary, he's being crucified and say, okay, why is he doing this? Being questioned. Then at the end of the day, the question is, where's our conscience in all of this? Unfortunately, we are living in a world where we don't really have conscience anymore. We all have what we are dealing with. It's just like the case of what happened in Abia State, where even with what he's doing, because they say the eyes can even see it, that the past successive government that was there, they really messed that place up. Then you had someone who came in that's doing something different, but yet you still see some people say, oh, he's stealing money, he's doing this, he's doing that. And I'm like, okay, I don't know, because at the end of the day, see humanity.
They're not accusing her of stealing money. They're asking where is she getting the money from?
No. I know. I'm going somewhere. So at the end, I'm just saying that humanity is insatiable, because we make it look like when we sit down in our chairs, we are very good in pointing. Oh, he did like this. He could have done like this, just like in football. When the likes of Okocha, Osimhen, and all these other players are playing, if he makes one small mistake, say, why did you pass this ball to the other guy? It's not always the way we see it until we are the ones piloting the affairs of things. But I don't really want to waste my energy. So, Dominic, I want to, there's something I want to object to what you said regarding the 2014, that you said that IPOB was, what do you call it? You said that they were, how will I put it? They were running with their own delusion of that Nigeria ended 2014. If we are doing our math right, you realize that, of course, Nigeria as an amalgamation, the contract actually expired around that period. But do I really want to go into that? No. The thing is, as a nation, we have existed, we are going somewhere, but we are not arrived. You see, we are not really, there's no proper direction. And considering this topic that we're actually discussing, right? I must say we don't have any elected. We don't have our officials are not accountable. January 1st, 2026, our Nigerian governments were so quick to set up a tax system. And what did they do? They didn't discuss with the Nigerian populace. They claim they discussed with the Arabian Nigerians thing or whatever. And that's the problem. We always know how to construct big English, right? They went behind our backs and decided that they're going to do taxation system with another country that has no idea how we manage our affairs. That should even be a thing of concern, a very big concern. No matter the English they want to put, they have no business. Are you guys telling us in the Nigerian state that we don't have professionals? We don't have professionals able to build the infrastructure. How long are we going to always feel that someone out there is always going to solve our problem for something that we can resolve in-house? That's actually the big question mark. And they say they are doing it so that they can be able to track the money. So my question is, how are they going to track how it's being spent? And that has been left out. It has been totally left out. And they always try to make it look like as if we don't have the right to ask questions. But they have the right to kill Nigerians because of their belief in any part of the country without asking questions. They have the right to silence the voices of fellow Nigerians because they have political variance of what they are doing. So in other words, if you look very, very critically, right, we're just like beating about the bush, we're trying to learn our alternative voices. And unfortunately, poverty is being weaponized like never before. It's more or less like, oh, this is what is on ground. You either join us to get this done, or you have to join this party, or else nothing's going to happen. And then there's, if you look even in the security infrastructure now, we don't even know what is happening. And of course, I was highly annoyed about the swift decision in which Nigeria made to go and attack Benin Republic, like it last week or thereabout. I was very, very disappointed because you have not sorted out your own problem in-house, but you were very quick to go and, because you heard there was a coup happening there. So I mean to ask myself, what business is it in interfering in the affairs of another country when you have not sorted out the very critical one that has to do with security that is actually ravaging us? So anyway, so I don't mess this thing up. We know what to do and we have to resolve it. So I just believe that at this point, our political leaders, they're just manipulating the emotions of we Nigerians to do whatever they do, to just decide or do whatever they feel is convenient without actually addressing the critical cause. And I'm sorry if they think that it's going to always continue that way. They are going to meet more bottlenecks in the future. So that's the way I see it. You cannot be talking about accountability when you are not accountable. And of course, you don't need to go too far. You have seen how our political leaders are disgracing themselves all over, inclusive of the likes of the First Lady. Look at the way she was talking to a governor. Don't forget too, it was almost similar to what Patient Jonathan did to Amechi. Similar in a different way. You see, where because they are empowered, they just feel they can do whatever. Once you are the wife of the president or the son or whatever, you are untouchable. But they forget they are supposed to serve the interest of the people that put them in office. So if they were talking about accountability, it is a two-way traffic. People put you there, then when you get there, you serve the interest of the people. Final solution is this. If we are to solve our Nigerian problem, we should solve Nigerian problem in our Afrocentric lens, not in the lens of what is happening in other parts of the world like America and Europe. Look, I can tell you one thing. it's not as if it's perfect. Yes, they have their system, everything working, but not everything is perfect. And they are not the best role models, if you must to think of it, if you actually have the eyes to see what is happening on a global perspective. At this point, I'm going to just stop there.
Well, thank you, Jefferson, for sharing your opinion. Part of what I said, I think maybe towards the beginning, was the ground I was trying to lay. I think I was having a discussion with Mr. James, and I was talking about how part of the revolutionary process, sort of the part of change, is that you have layers of actions and layers of events that happen, some of which include edifying the populace, educating them, right? And
Yeah.
he was talking about how things had happened in Nigeria, and I was trying to give him examples of how the Nigerian polity has been learning and being edified by certain individuals. And I gave the example of, at one point in Nigeria, restructuring was never a topic of discussion, but someone introduced it. It was like speaking into a void, and all of a sudden, the last election, everyone picked up restructuring. Even Atiku, who's been there, part of the people who's been in the establishment, started talking about the restructuring, which was very surprising to me because some of them were like being populist. This is what the people are saying. Let me just jump on the bandwagon. And then I gave the second example of how at some point nobody was talking about Nigeria's constitution not being of the people. And then the likes of Shaw mentioned, was there a national conference? When did we agree to this constitution? The military instituted this after Abacha died in 98, 99, before the current political dispensation. And I mentioned that even some people, like, for example, I mentioned the separatist group IPOB, would claim that, hey, according to their own estimates, Nigeria has expired or so on. So these are all ideologies that started within the last 20, 30 years. It's all part of the education of the populace. And now all of a sudden people are having some of those arguments. And part of it is, and those arguments are contributing to the general enlightenment.
Yeah, so let me now.
Give an example. Go ahead.
Sorry, Dominic. Let me add something to what you just said now regarding the idea, which is what I saw before Nnamdi Kanu. He never talked anything. He never mentioned anything about. Nigeria being expired, which is to say, it's actually a timeline to it. You can go and check back, because there's a saying there's no smoke with fire. Someone will not just say it without any facts. The documents are actually there. If there was a time that if during the time, because of course, don't forget that the IPOB thing didn't just start like that. Of course, Masop was there. If you check during that period, of course, they had their ideology, they said all manner of stuff, but they never made mention of Nigeria being expired around that period prior to 2014. So, which is to say that in a way, people are actually following up timelines and stuff like that. So I just want to let you understand that it's beyond, of course, the demand of whatever was happening at the time is different.
Yeah.
You understand?
I understand what you're saying. And don't get me wrong, I am not talking about the merits of whether or not these things are valid. All I'm just saying is it's interesting how certain topics are being discussed now, but 20 years ago they weren't a thing. It's all part of the education process and trying to civically engage with Nigeria. Because all of a sudden, for example, the obedience movement came and people are starting to sign up for PVC. This is the first time it's ever happened in Nigeria, at least within the last 20, 30 years in Nigerian history. So I'm not talking about the merits of whether or not what you're saying is true. I'm just saying, hey, look at an example of something that has happened recently, in the last 10, 15 years, and some people are actually buying some of that argument. Now, the question is, you can make the question of, are some of those trends valid or not? That's a whole total different case. But what I'm seeing as the silver lining, at least in this day and age, is people are starting to get educated because of the power of social media. Ideas are being shared like wild. Some of what Natasha is doing, I learned from Instagram. I saw some of it in YouTube. If there wasn't any social media, YouTube, if there was no democratization of information, some of the civic education that could happen in lightning speed would not happen for a very long time. Unless you see them on NTA or on the TV, you wouldn't know about them. But no matter how much someone tries to support some of what Natasha is doing, if she doesn't have any TV coverage, she can just go and put it on her Instagram. That's where she put everything. The information is there, right? Which sort of I'm not sort of pivots me to one thing that is actually very critical. In terms of holding elected officials accountable, you can have a separate argument whether or not there's a beginning of an election and whether these people are actually were properly elected. But let's not have that. That's a different question. Let's focus on the main one. Part of what I think is important to know in this whole conversation is the power of the media and democratization of the media. And if you look back in recent history, you agree with me that the Nigerian state has in some form tried to suppress the media. And if they had succeeded in suppressing the media, then that removes a major pillar in being able to engage Nigerians. The fact that Sahara Reporters was one of the first investigative journalists in the recent Nigerian history to put some of these people's foot to the fire is because of the power of the current social media. If we didn't have any of those platforms, or they are repressed or controlled by the government in places like communist China and Russia, the level of civic engagement and awareness would not be to the level it is right now. And so I want us to kind of talk about what we think about social media and the current media in being able to propagate what Nigeria should look like. Because the only way you can get the revolutions to happen is to tell people that, hey, what you have now is actually not what it's supposed to be. Here's a better way. Here's a greener pasture. Here's what we should be fighting for. If people are comfortable in the way in where they are, then there will be no point for revolution. KJ, nice to have you.
By the way, they have made French compulsory. You gotta find out that's recent.
Oh, really?
Thank you.
I did French in secondary school, and part of the things that they suggested was we're surrounded by francophone countries, and it makes sense to be able to trade, make it very easy by understanding French. I actually agree with that, but should you make compulsory? That's a whole different question. But should we encourage it? I think it's a good thing.
Okay.
KJ, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself? We can't hear you, KJ.
KJ, we can't hear you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dominic. I almost said Dr. Damages. I started listening to you guys long, when I left the church, and I agree with a lot of points you made, and I also don't agree with a lot that you made. In fact, I want to circle back to Jefferson's comment on the Nigeria issue, which I don't think IPOB was just going on a wild goose chase. If you buy a piece of land anywhere in the world, you have ownership for 100 years. Once that 100 years, in fact, it's 99 years. Once that 99 years is over, you no longer have right of that piece of land. The other thing is to sign a new agreement, and that is the reason why the IPOB came up with that. Because when that agreement was entered into, it was for 100 years trial. That 100 years came to a close in 2014. Now, having said that, there are many other factors that have contributed to where we are today in Nigeria, and I'll be discussing about that sometime later. Chief of which is that, and like many of you, you guys have alluded, the constitution we have today is not the constitution that was written when Nigeria became independent. The constitution that we had recognizes the differences of the different tribes and tongue and region. And consequently, provisions were made so that every other person will have a sense of belonging. And that was why places like, the western part of Nigeria was the first place where television was introduced in Africa, the very first place by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And that was why development also was very fast. The educational advantage they used to have, which right now doesn't exist any longer, was because Awolowo put a lot into free education, and many people were able to go to school via that program. Now, there was rapid development also in the southeast, where we became the fastest growing economy in I think it's about the world at that time. Okpara's policies were so held by other people. That is a place where people like Singapore came to take what we now don't have, the palm oil, to be able to go develop their own economy. Right now, they are exporting to us palm oil. Now, having said that, I want to also say that, you see, what goes on in the Nigerian politics is, I don't think it's going to have a an end, because listen, the person who chiefly stood against people like Obasanjo and others, who insisted that governors should have the constituency projects, but people like Ojus Okalo and the rest, they are still there. Okay, have they been able to do anything with it? I come from the same place. Ojus Okalo is my uncle, for crying out loud. The road to my community that was lasted three weeks was why he made it, from constituency project, and it lasted only about 3 weeks, and everything was washed off. So what am I saying? I'm simply saying that these people know what they are doing. They fought Obasanjo to a standstill. They refused to even, approve his, budget request and all that until Obasanjo caved in to allow them so he can get his program going. And that is how now they even went further during, I think it's Goodluck's time, to indicate that they will set up for themselves their own pay system, their own payroll. And in fact, their money for the National Assembly is no longer going to be, in the concurrent list. They are going to have their own. So they are taking from source their own resources to run the National Assembly. And so if you have the yam, you have the knife. What happens?
Let me ask a question, and I'm really happy. This is why I always want diversity in the panel, because even though I 99, 2000, when Obasanjo was there, I think I was in junior secondary, right? But I wasn't really involved in politics. So it's always good to have diversity of people who were paying attention to some of the politics of things that were happening during Obasanjo time. The only thing I paid attention were just the bank reforms, which I felt was very interesting, because it closed some of those, non-viable banks. You can make an argument of that some of those things were to suppress certain individuals and certain groups of Nigerians. But what I was going to say is, from what you're saying is certain rules have been passed by the legislature, right? But none of these things, including the aberration of constitutional projects, seems to be a part of the Constitution. None of these things, to my understanding, were constitutional amendments, correct? They were just legislation that was passed over time and rules.
Dr. Dominic, you see why one of my biggest fear about Nigeria is that Nigeria don't work with the Constitution. They work with whoever. Look, in which country does the president just decide to do whatever he wants? He says subsidy is gone, it becomes policy. There's nowhere. Check. Okay, but in Nigeria, what if the president tomorrow says that Adamawa State from now going on will be called Ada State? It will just simply be approved. The president woke up and said, "I don't like the old national the new national anthem. I prefer the old one that says that though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Let's go back there." 3 days, it was approved. So why am I giving those examples? I'm giving to say that whether it was in the Constitution or not in the Constitution, which it wasn't in the Constitution, once the National Assembly decides that's what they're going to do, that's what they're going to do. Listen, for you to declare a state of emergency, you needed not a voice vote. You needed a vote where whoever voted will be identified. But an individual who is there said it's a voice vote, and he made it so. And today it stands. The Supreme Court have backed it up. So we are dealing with sets of rogues who are not ready to change. And they will keep doing that no matter what we do, no matter what we say, because they have all the apparatus of power. Let me tell you something, and I will say this to those we're about 107 persons now, and 1 person on Facebook. Now, let all of us go to this broadcast now and like it. And let's see whether we'll have 109 likes right now. Go, if you have not liked before, go and like it. Then let us see. Because you know why I'm saying that? Even the system is checking this Dr. Rudolph's show. That's why we have for months now we have invited people and all around. We still remain at 81,000 people, and our lives always very little because they are trying to curtail how much of spread you have. That's what the Nigerian nation has come. So I'm coming to the point to say, you said maybe the media didn't start being suppressed today. The media started being suppressed when a particular, I'm trying to remember his name. The guy was the NBC, Nigeria Broadcasting Commission's chairman, Director General, wherein he was trying to fight certain aspects of the church. I just want to let you know how far we have deviated. And because Christo Oyahilome's program, that miracle, something miracle, was gaining a lot of traction, that individual issued an order to the media houses, especially the broadcast media, do not carry these programs anymore because miracle needs to be scientifically proven. Since he's not proving his miracles, you don't have to carry it. And at that point, I know what I said because I was in a meeting in a media house presenting a particular media. And I said to them, this is evil. This thing is not only going to haunt us now, it's going to come from here, and only God knows where it will stop. Now, that singular memo, the man is no longer in NBC, by the way. Other people have taken over, okay? But that singular memo, initiated by a Christian, I don't want to call it denomination, but I know, went to where we are today. Today, there are certain words you cannot use to describe what is going on in Nigeria. If you say it is a genocide, they will say you have to say American. There's a term they use to say, make it look, water it down to make that, give the audience the impression that this is not happening. It's just your own view. Okay. I'm trying to remember that word they give them. When the Fulani herdsmen started doing this,
allegedly.
Thank you. So when you say allegedly, it simply means that whatever I'm saying is not, it's your own opinion. It's not what is there. Okay. Now, when the Fulani people, okay, some may say Fulani, the terrorists, the headers, started ravaging Nigeria, they were told not to use the word terrorists. They were told not to use the word Fulani terrorists. They were told not to use the word headers, terrorists. They were told to use Fulani farmers, headers farmers clash. And headers farmers clash hit the evil that was going on for over 10 years. I can say that much because I started, in fact, Pastor Laddie Thompson, I met him the other day. He couldn't even remember, we met on the first casualty in the north. The first casualty of this, evil that's been going on. And it was he and one other pastor who were conducting the mass burials. These are people who are there. But when you bring these things to come and say on a platform, somebody come and wake up would have don't even know when the head and the tail start will tell you, how do you know? Okay? So what am I trying to say? So the media have been taken over, Dr. Dominic. It's good. You can even go ahead to say there ain't no media in Nigeria. Because even we thought that Arise News was different, but recently you can see how they begin to pander to the same, establishment. So
can you give details about how they are pandering? Like you mentioned Arise. Can you give us details?
Okay, for instance, the narratives. Like I'll give one example that comes to my head, but there are many other ones. In fact, the first one I'll give example is some like a week or 2 weeks ago, Ojiokwe carried a news of two pastors and reverend fathers that died in Anambra State, and they said it was IPOB that killed those people. Okay, the Catholic Church, and what I'm talking about is still out there in the public. The Catholic Church had to issue a rejoinder to that, saying, no, our priests died of sickness, they were sick, and we conducted their burial. So what you are saying is not correct. Nobody killed them. But the same Arise News, who took that news, I was expecting that they would do a rejoinder and say, oh, this was a mistake. We thought this, but this is what it is. They did not say anything. To the point that even Shehu Musa, and Shehu was the former senator, Okay, the same relied on that Arise News to make to infer of how they have Christian genocide in the name of IPOB going on. IPOB committing Christian genocide in the East. That's some of the things. And then let me go. Hold on.
I'll look into it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I can post it to you right away if you want to. I have it on my phone.
Yeah, just send it to my. Just text it.
Yeah, I can post it right away. Listen, then Ruben Abati, on the count of Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration, lawyers and the ones he invited to his studio were telling him the areas where the judge heard, but he didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to hear it. You see, all they keep because if you just like the guy said, one of the guys said, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have invited me. You invited me to hear my opinion, and these are my opinion. Okay, so now if you invite me to hear my opinion, and I'm a lawyer and a son at that matter with a good standing, I think you should be willing to listen to what I'm saying. And they made a man to even go a little bit further to say, you see, let me even tell you, the judge doesn't have any right to determine where they should post him, or once you disclose, or once you pronounce your judgment, where and how he should be treated is no longer in your purview, and which he agreed. But you see, what am I trying to say? When those people are bringing such this thing, they are suddenly cut off. Okay, let's move on, because you don't want the public to hear the truth. That is what Nigerian media have become, and I know this very well because I worked there for 17 years. Okay. So, having said that, I'm simply saying, if not for people like Sahara reporters, who, by the way, because they are reporting outside of Nigeria, they could do that much. There are many other individuals that report also, who bring to the table what the normal, widespread Nigerian people will not, widespread Nigerian media will not carry. But those people also bring good information to the table. But here is the biggest catch, Dr. Dominic. As you and I are speaking now, how many people do you think listen to us in Nigeria? There's no data, man. And when you have data, there's no light, man.
I'm sure significant amounts.
Oh, well, you see that's what I'm still saying. That's significant amount are people at the echelon of the society who either to maybe be able to make a change, but they know that they are part of the system, they're not going to do anything. They're only watching to get what the people are saying. Okay, and then the other little bit are trying to protect the little they have, so that they're not unnecessarily dragged into a suit, or their businesses disrupted to a point that they will not be able to feed their family. So everybody is guarding their own space, just to be sure that, hey, we know say anything, don't come for us. Because as much as it is in Nigeria, once you say anything about a governor, about Tinubu, about the government, they will come for you. But they cannot go for the terrorists. And somebody comes to the media and tells us one thing, that it's difficult to monitor these people because they're using not a satellite. Their satellite they're using, we're not able to trace it. Bullshit. If that's the reason, how come planes fly from one destination to the other? How do they connect? How come, you see, how come they collect their ransom when they use the same number to call for the location of the place where the ransom will be paid and where they go and meet the people? How come they use the people's phones that they've already hijacked and they are calling for ransom? You can't even trace the people's phone. But you can trace a young man who tweeted that what is going on, it deserves to have a coup in Nigeria now. Okay, you went to trace him all the way in Port Harcourt to go and arrest him. You traced him from Abuja all the way to Port Harcourt. You went, picked him up, and locked him up. You can trace an Igbo man who said, hey, look, if people cannot defend our business in Lagos, we'll go and bring IPOB to defend our business. You locked him up for 2 years. 2 good years he was in prison. 2 good years, no court. You locked him up. So what I'm simply saying is that, where do you want to start to adjust? So if we really want to be a nation, don't give us the constitution that was written by Professor Yadudu and his 4 musketeers. Okay? Don't give us. We know. You see, Unfortunately, look, let me tell you, Dr. Dominic, unfortunately, most of our elites don't speak when they should speak, because what we are saying, John Wodo knows the story very well. John Wodo, who was Ohanes Ndigbo president at one time, a man we used to love, until we discover that what they tell the Igbos in the closed door is not what they say in the open space. They knew that this constitution was drafted by a professor called Professor Yadudu, and his 4 musketeers, like I said. They wrote in whatever they want. They quickly handed Obasanjo not even a complete copy to be sworn in. And today, that is what they stand to say. You cannot discuss anything there. What if you want Nigeria to end today? Say you want the constitution to be amended. And when we say, they say the Igbos are just, they are just troublemakers. They are just this, they are just that. Once you oppose the system, you become a troublemaker. Nobody listens to what you have said or not said. So that's my little take. I like the topic you brought. It gives us an opportunity to expand the discussion and have more input. Thank you so much.
I want to go on to OC, but before I let him speak, somebody is saying, please allow other panelists to talk. Yeah, of course, absolutely. Yeah. If you notice, the way I do my thing, I'm not ringing bell for anybody. I always try to let people land. So if you need 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that's fine. If any panelist feels like we should keep the time shorter, you can always just interject, and then just a little bit, and then I will make some redirections. But I actually like some of your submissions. Now, I will say a lot of what you've said are things that we have to sort of go back and fact check. My job here is not to fact check. It's impossible for me to have a wealth of knowledge of everything. So at the end of the day, whatever people share on this show are their opinion. It's up to us and you, the people in the comment section, people on the panel, to go and research some of those things. Because KJ made a lot of things that I would say at this point are alleged. But let's move on to OC. OC, what do you think about the topic? Civic engagements and Nigerians keeping their elected officials. Well, some people would say elected officials accountable. Welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please.
I'm sorry. Okay. So please remind me again, because I've been in and out. I'm at work.
So we played a video of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, who's the current representative of Kogi Central. So every Nigerian state has 3 senators, which means each state is divided into 3, right?
Yeah.
For Kogi Central has 5 local governments. Let's remember 5 local governments within it, and then there's 2 other constituencies. Maybe I don't know if it's north or south, or can someone check that, north or south or east or west? But for Kogi Central, she's been doing a lot of projects, and some of what we're talking about is, someone mentioned the question. Some of what she's talked about is that she gets constituency allowance or money, and she uses constituency allowance to build XYZ projects. And she said that within the 6 months that she's been there for 2 years. Within the 6 months that she was suspended from the Senate, she actually kept on doing projects with constituency money. There are other projects that she's done outside of Kogi State, like in Ondo, where she went to secondary school, federal government girls in Ondo. And she's also built a maternity hospital in Kogi State, Kogi Central. And she's saying that these other ones were done from funds that she gathered through luncheon or crowdfunding of her husband's associates. And so, but the important thing, that the reason why I used her video as a jumper for our conversation is to say, here's a senator who is out there saying that she's doing things with constituency money. If she has constituency money, what about other senators? So there's 109, 3 from each state, which is 108. So 3 times 36 is 108. FCT has 1, which is 109. So one senator is doing all these things. Imagine if the 108 senators are also using their constituency allowances, some of which was in the millions and billions of naira, to build projects all across Nigeria and to do things that the Nigerians, things that would show dividends of democracy, how things would be different. So remember, she is not even in leadership. And allegedly, from what I heard, including listening to some of what Ade Olafayehun has said, at this point, some of these things are opinions, because I have to go kind of dig deeper and verify, but some of these things are not very transparent. I was looking into it for much of today before the show and even now. And a lot of the sources are not sort of standard, or some of them are like blogs and things. So it's kind of hard to know what the constituency project fund is. But what we have heard allegedly from some senators and reps out there is that it runs into millions and billions of naira. And leadership, the senior presidents, the whip, minority, the minority, some of these ones get more money compared to other senators who are not in leadership. Natasha is not in leadership, but she's building a lot in her district, in her constituency. So the whole question is, are we even engaging civically by holding some of these guys accountable? And then someone asked the question of, is it the job of a legislative person to be touching money and using it to build projects? Isn't that the job of the executive branch, the ministries? For example, why is Natasha building a maternity hospital? Shouldn't that be the Minister of Health or Commissioner of Health doing that, or whoever is in charge in local governments doing that? Why is she doing some of those things? And we sort of looked into some of the background, and we found out that this is an aberration that's happening, where some of these senators and reps ask for the money. And someone pointed, I think it was KG or Chim, that pointed out that when Obasanjo was in power from 1999 onwards, a lot of the people in legislature fought him because they wanted some of that money directly to come to the senator, so they can control the money and what is used for. And so that's how the aberration came into place. And I also was asking the question of, are some of these things even in our constitution? Were they doing a constitutional amendment, or are these just sort of like, as we go along, they make all these legislative rules and regulations and people just accept them like that? So go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I think I chanced upon some of those projects that she was doing, because whether I was in Facebook or in somewhere in one of those social media posts where I saw a project, it was talking about building houses for his legislative aides, And to be honest, I also had that question in mind. Where did she make the money to be building all those houses? It's possible that she's a billionaire. It just happens that some of us are not aware of that, But be that as it may, I can understand from the standpoint of the guy who was saying, okay, the other guy that left, who was questioning
Evolution now, yeah.
how that money came, the illegality behind it and all those things, for the reason that you pointed out, that legislators, they are there to make the rules. They're not there to do the job of the executive branch, which is basically what they're doing when they now have all these constituency projects, and they have to have the money to execute it, in which case that means that they can decide to do, in fact, a good chunk of them actually don't do those projects, or if they do, they just end up doing some shoddy job and pocket more than half of what. Yeah, so I can understand where he's coming from, but that said, we also have to, it's all about perspective, in the sense that you have to put into perspective the environment where she is operating from. Nigeria is very unique. I think it's Paikide that described Nigeria as
okay. Seems like OC is having technical issues. So I'm going to put him in the background for now. And once he solves that, we can bring him back on stage. But let's move on to, I think everyone has spoken except Ovie hasn't spoken. Ovie he changes name every few days or few shows. He will change his name. I just want to mention that we are not supporting any particular political party or candidate on here. Some of us have our affiliations, whether it's philosophical or political, but we always try to make sure that everyone who is here feels that this is a safe space. So Ovie is calling himself a governor. We don't accept any campaign slogans or anything on here. You are free to explain yourself whenever you want. All right, Ovie, go ahead and let us.
There's echo from somebody.
Can everybody mute? I'm gonna mute OC. Oh, he's in the background. Can everyone else mute except Ovie?
Dr. Dominic, you sound more like a politician than a politician themselves. You
That is
know,
your opinion, but thank you very much.
you are. Thanks for that advert. You successfully draw attention to the.
Oh, by the way, me and Ovia go back. We've been doing this we've been on this show for what, how many years? I can't remember.
God respect the pioneers. The founding
Yeah,
fathers.
yeah.
We are the Jeffersons of this of this platform. You know, we are talking about the responsibility of us. I like that because we don't talk more about that enough. And even though I see you trying so hard to make sure we stay on that line of argument, but again, the spirit of our for our academic excellence keep driving us to focus on the
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 minute,
individuals.
the
You know,
minutiae.
there's a reason why those who practice representative democracy, some of the famous people in that society are politicians. There is a reason why. So because they always is a deliberate orchestrated for the people to focus on them rather than what the whole process is about. If you want to go by Tip Oli's definition of politics, we propagate that the politics is local. And even in this age of social media and nationalized politics, the phrase is still very, very counterweight. It's still very out there. It urge focus on hyper local issues. I mean, 24/7 informations like cable news and what have you. Yet that's definition. That's saying local politics is local. Still hold water. All politics may be nationalized at this point, which is what literally what brought what's what we have in common to discuss national policy, but it's still decided locally, one vote at a time. In short, that's what made Oshobaba popular. Be one man, one vote back in the days. So no matter how big the stage, the audience is always at the front row of their own backyard. So when you ask us that question with the citizen, I thought we actually carry on our duty. I said no, we have failed either knowingly or unknowingly. We have failed in the sense that those who are in position of power, we expect good from them. I think that's where we get it wrong. If you actually if you're conversant with the earlier on, we are making point of the Federalist debate argument that gave birth to the American Constitution. That debate, if you listen to them very well, they argue yes that people like them, Jim, they argue that yes, an average human being, there are two things embedded in average human being: good and bad. That means every human being has the capacity to do good and bad. It just depends on the situation or what that individual is facing. So based on that understanding, they primarily focus on making sure the system is guided by law and order. So it doesn't matter who goes there. The law and order, the system will correct that person. But in our own case, because we are all religious people, we assume good of people. The person should be good, the person should be good. Dr. Dominic, you're a nice person, right? If we contribute $5,000 for you to manage it for us, and God forbid, as Nigerian we say, with all this going on, you fall into the arms of immigration and you have to go, but you have the opportunity of paying $1,000 to stay, and all you got with you is that 5,000. You're a human being. You save your ass first, and just maybe after you decide to take 1,000 to do that, we came asking for our money. How many of us will understand that your situation, that's what it demands that? No, we'll say you are corrupt, you are a criminal, you are a thief. And we are right. Right? So when you understand these nuances, you don't care, you don't put your trust on somebody based on his good or bad. Let the law take its course. So until we get to that, and now we are Nigerians, the situation is abnormal. We expect the law to do that. The law is not taking its course. Those in authority are not actually, they don't have the political will to enforce that law. But we, the citizen, what we should do, we have the capacity to do something. What do we do to ourselves anytime we go out of line? If any news come out today now, say me, I be so person. Before I know, I will lose every follow. Everybody they say, oh, we know before now, so they do. Or let me start that the damage today. We'll find out say ain't done beating wife, right? Well, we'll lose it. We will make sure it feels the pain, the law. Why don't we apply that to our public officials? You know, there's a way anybody that do wrong or that will fit it down. Because, and again, bring it down to votes. A vote is a contract of coexistence. If the person you elect does not wake up to, I not wake up with the same environment, the same flooded gutter, the Nepal darkness, all those Okada, all those hiking people, they feel the same pain, then the contract is fake. Now, what am I saying? That this is a time we should organize according to our interests or to what we do. The national politicians are big boys. Nobody will put them there. Let's not deceive ourselves. We don't have the kind of money they raise to get themselves there. That we cannot report. The local one first, because where you live is where your kids go to school, go to the hospitals, the market, and everybody. So why will you vote for somebody who don't experience that kind of lifestyle? To start with, your local councillor, they stay for the city, but in constituency now, the village. I'm bringing out this because at the federal level, at the beginning of this administration, the federal lawmakers, one of the arguments they put before us when they buy a Jeep was that the roads are bad. We need vehicle to apply them. Literally, this is what they're telling us. So why we can't vote for you in the first place? To fix the road. But no, he go fix himself. Right?
So Opabolo, what's your point? Because you are the comment section saying
politics, I said, is local. Don't vote for people who don't actually bear the same responsibility as you and your kids.
Okay, so what's the point? At least let me throw in Natasha into it, because we started from there at some point. And you were hold on now. So hold on, so you understand me and answer. You were one of those who said that what she's doing is wrong. You said so. I read you. So if you said so, I read you. So if she's wrong versus what you're saying now, how do I relate with that?
No, I said, Chima, you are wrong. And thanks for actually bringing it up. I didn't say she's wrong or right. I say you are wrong. You are wrong because you have the tendency of supporting what is wrong if it's coming from somebody you like and respect. I pointed this out to you before, so I'm not saying anything out of
what did I say about Natasha that is wrong?
You said that your definition of what representation is about, these people are not supposed to deal with money directly, but appropriate. That's your definition. That's your understanding. And you are right. Right? So why are you not praising her for using her money or public money? That's not my concern, but she's coming directly with money. Or you are praising her because you said, to you, it's Nigeria, that is the norm. Then how do we stop that?
Let me come in here for a bit. I think part of what me and Chim were discussing, some other people were, there's an acknowledgement that this is an aberration. Right. That's not supposed to be so. There should be an appropriation, which is purely legislative, function, and not necessarily handling the money. But we see an example of someone who is, even with the aberration, is still trying to sort of make some kind of fortune, how do you put it, taking advantage of a situation to still better her constituents. So there's an acknowledgement that this is an aberration. But we're also saying that even though there's an aberration, she is still using that aberration to the advantage of her constituents. So I don't know.
See, that's why I started by saying.
Let me make my own point for you. Then you carry on from there. So because I'm happy you came in.
Of what you said, is it wrong or right?
You are wrong. Totally, you are wrong, and you misunderstood me. So here's my point. The global standard, if there is anything like that, we borrowed this democracy, especially this representative democracy, in a presidential system from somewhere. And what we did, bar one or two differences, is we lifted the American presidential system and planted it in Nigeria. In that system, senators appropriate. They may advocate, push for projects in their constituency, but they don't. There's no constituency money given to them to go and execute. What they do is Senator Okpabolo is wanting, I don't know, whatever it is, healthcare to happen in his state in Michigan, just as an example. It gets into the federal budget, and then he is monitoring to make sure that happens. And when it happens, he tells his people, I pushed for this to come to you. He tries to take glory for that. That's what senators do everywhere. You need to be made to be seen to be working to be able to be re-electable. When we now implanted in Nigeria, Nigerian senators from 1999 wanted constituency, that's why it was called constituency allowance, to be coming to them. The government of Obasanjo tried to resist it. Fought and back, eventually today, that thing goes to them. They take that money. Many of them take that money and do nothing. Some take the money and they sponsor people going to Hajj. Some take the money and they give their constituents transistor radios. Some take the money and they buy a wheelbarrow and give their people. This other person, who is just maybe a second-term senator, this is her second time in the Senate, is taking that money and is using it to touch lives in her constituency. She's accounting for the money, literally. I don't know her. She's not my girlfriend. I'm saying I have a senator from my own place by name Ojus or Carlo. I haven't seen what he's doing with that money for my constituency. And I'm seeing this other person, and I'm going to call it probably a third or fourth term senator. I don't see what he's doing with his own. And I'm saying this woman, comparable to my own senator, I am seeing tangibility of what she's doing with her money. She didn't create this system where money comes into their hands. She didn't create it. She inherited it. She's part of it. But she's using her own to touch her people. That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying this is right. If they scrap it today, if they scrap it, or probably if they scrap it today, I'm okay with it. But right now, it is reality.
Hold on now. So what I articulated was right.
You're wrong.
See, you said you just admit that she did not create the system, right?
How many times do I want to say that? How many times do you want me to say that?
Okay,
No,
Chim,
what you just talked about.
we can agree to disagree. So, okay, so Chim, you've made your point. Let's Ovie make your point, and then I'll move on to.
So there's a reason I decided not to speak at that level. Let's talk about what we can control as ordinary people in terms of the realism of the politics that we practice. This is $1 billion role at that senatorial level. We don't know how they raise their money. Now you're talking about we take American system planted. Yes, I agree with you. As a student, I was in the position to interview a congressman, Kevin Graham, one-on-one. How did that happen? Because it is part of the contractual agreement between him and the constituency that every weekend, he must be on ground, have a meeting with organized group, doctors, bricklayers, every week. Between that trip alone, saying they replied 300 letters. That is because how inte they raise money, inte they actually forbid those constitutional projects, not through the people that live in the constituencies. And you have to be able to come and tell them that this is how you voted, this is the policy you supported. In order for you to be able to get money to that kind of project, in our own case, it's not like that. We don't do that. And that's why I thought we are not at that level yet. Somebody mentioned that she is a billionaire. So that's why I don't even want to narrow it down to what she's doing or what she's not doing. But the question is that it is wrong according to your definition of how the process should go. So if that is wrong, why are we acknowledging that? That's why I say, now the fact that they assume good of people, now put us where we did. Let's push for rule and law to actually take this course. Let's select the people who have the political will to do that. And the easiest way to start is at the grassroots level. Organize them in groups, street by street. No vote for councillor where you know they live for your work. Where you know go fit going out, slap and say, come, how you make it or making it explain. That's what we can control. But at the senatorial level, we can't. If she's a billionaire, how you want to reach her in the first place? Before you even reach her street, you go meet a policeman and soldier who she is paying to secure her. And not just her, but every one of them. So there's a reason I did not. So everything they are doing in terms of how they actually use money is wrong. We all know this. But can we control it? No, we can't. But let's focus on what we can control first. So, but why I am calling you out is that the fact that you agree that the system is wrong, but for the fact that she is nice, she's doing something good with it, then you acknowledge that. For the fact that I go steal from a Dominic to feed my family.
Where I disagree with you is, before this woman showed up on the scene, you have a senator from your place who's been collecting the same amount of money. Why haven't you held him accountable? Why haven't you come to tell us that this guy has been collecting billions, has done nothing to it?
Isn't that what we are talking about? Am I saying I'm not stopping my friend of the issue we are discussing about? And that's our problem here. We are preferring solution. The question before us, are we as citizens doing what we're supposed to do? And the answer is capital no. You know this. So why are you making it?
We can chew gum and run at the same time.
Okay, guys, I'm going to step in. I'm going to
for
step
you to
in.
be saying I'm not holding my own senator accountable, that means I'm absolving myself. No, the question before is that we as citizens, are we doing what we are supposed to do? Simple and clear. And the question, I said no, and I'm trying to tell you why I said is no.
I agree with you, but I want you to start with your senator first, then we'll start coming to the center. That's where we should start.
Okay, have I ever come here to complain about my senator is not doing well?
Which is a problem for me.
It's not, but he's doing well for me.
Oh, can you see? Can you now see? He's doing well for you.
Hold on. Just because yours is not performing doesn't mean all the senators are not performing.
Thank you very much.
Right. I never complained about my own representative once. That is because they are doing what I expected from them. That's why I supported my governor too.
Because he's not making points. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not supposed to make point to you because I actually call you out for actually celebrating what is blatantly wrong. Just because you like the person. That's our problem.
Okay, thank you very much. OC is back, his internet is working. I just noticed something, and let me make this very clear. Like I said, part of the difficulty of, remember, we're not journalists, right? We're freelance, if you want to call it freelance journalists. Social media is not democratized, information sharing is not democratized. That's why we're able to have these streams, so we can talk about certain issues. It's virtually impossible for me to be a fact checker, right? And to even make the issue worse, it's hard to find a website that says this is how things are done. And so a lot of what we are doing here is speculation. I just want to make that clear to our viewers. But some of what we say here may actually...
I never speculate. I said I intend to Kevin Graham.
I'm not talking about you personally. I'm just saying in general.
I'm not speculating. Everything I said, I back it up with facts.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's your opinion. But I'm just making a general statement. Inadvertently, there are certain things that we're going to say here that if you go back and check may actually not be the facts. One thing is very clear. There is some level of money that is being appropriated to projects called constituency allowance. Whether or not that is directly given to the senators or it is appropriated within the budget and ministries get to use it with some oversight being done by that particular senator is something that's very opaque. It is unfortunate because certain countries in the West, if I go and search for that information, I can find it. It's very crystal clear. So I can make certain arguments without ending up speculating. According to what Natasha said in the video, which I'm going to play again, what she said is for constituency projects, she would go and make those lists and send it to the executive, which is why she had said that a certain individual at Babio was blocking some of our projects, 80% of them. So if the money was being given to her, how can she then make the argument that Babio is blocking it? So I'm going to play the video and then OC, I'll get back to you. So I want to make this clear. There is no evidence, this is not speculation, that they actually received the money themselves. I just want to make that clear. So, but let me play her video.
All the resources you use for constituency projects. You get all the resources you use for constituency projects. I mean, is this coming from the National Assembly?
Yes, National Assembly and the federal government.
All the constituency projects. The house you built for the uncle to your children?
No. Friend husband's friend when I was celebrating my 45th birthday last year. So that's not constituency project.
Constituency project. I mean, is this coming from the National Assembly?
Yes, National Assembly and the federal government.
All the constituency project. The house you built for the uncle to your children?
No.
Those are different.
No.
Those are your birthday.
The maternity center
Okay.
was built with funds put together under what I would say crowdfunding from my husband's friend when I was celebrating my 45th birthday last year. So that's not constituency project. Also, the 6 houses that I built for my age were from personal funds. But every other thing I did, the market is 2 brand new markets, the schools, the roads, the street lights, the water projects, the police stations, many others, these were all constituency projects. I actually even have many more that I put in, which unfortunately were removed from the 2025 budget out of malice.
Yeah. Who removed them?
You know who removed them?
They removed what?
80% of the projects that I lobbied into the 2025 budgets were removed. Some of them actually are still suppressed.
By who?
You know who?
I don't know. Did you remove it by yourself?
He removed it.
Who?
He removed it. He removed many projects and he suppressed some. And there's one which I will not let slide by because it was actually tendered on the national tender papers last year, December. 2 projects, which are one, the Robotic and Artificial Intelligence Center in Federal College of Education, Okene. That was actually tendered last year, December last year. Till today, that's not been awarded because it's been suppressed. And then there's a mechatronic center also in the Technical College of Oboroke that's actually been suppressed.
All right, so let us go to OC. So here, she's actually suggesting that what she's doing is appropriation, lobbying for projects to be done, which is what you expect a senator to do. I need this and that done for my people. And then she goes to work and tries to convince people and make arguments for why some of those things should be built. And I'm assuming maybe make suggestions on how much, should be spent. So she's actually arguing against some of what we're saying. She's not getting the money herself. She's saying, it's actually put into an official place and someone actually can have the leverage to block those things. Now, I spent my time this morning trying to look at some of those things, and it's a very opaque thing. So it's hard for us to know who is speaking the truth and who is not. Now, someone made a comment that she's building stuff in Ondo State. She's building stuff in the federal government's college, which is where she went, and she graduated in 97. And she's saying part of that is also personal money, whether it's from donations or coming from her husband, right? But I understand some of the arguments people are trying to make, but I also don't want us to lose the sight of these arguments, right? Because it's like, I guess I agree with some of what Revolution now said and some of what Ovia has said, which is, yes, she's doing some of these projects, but it should not stop us from also feeling like part of our civic engagement is asking, where is the money coming from? Is it exactly coming from the House, the Senate, the Nigerian government, or are there other corrupt means in which she's getting the money from? I'm not against that some of the argument, but I'm just saying, hey, there's an aberration, and these people are able to make some leverage in terms of how certain monies are used. But how are some of other representatives pushing to make sure that their constituents are getting projects done? So, anyway, sure. OC, what are your thoughts? And there's no evidence. You need to be unmuted, but there's no evidence. I want to say, we still don't know the exact mechanism of how some of these things work, and I do not have information whether or not she's a billionaire or millionaire. Some of these things in this comment end up being just speculations at this point.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, so I think we've kind of overlabored this point. So I'll make a very quick point from my own perspective. like I said, everything is all dependent on the perspective. You're not going to use the American parameters to judge the system we have in Nigeria because they're just totally different, So, whereas it is true that, a legislator is there to, work on appropriation and all those things and don't have to encroach on the responsibilities of the executive. But that's not how it obtains in Nigeria. And like somebody rightly pointed out, she came from a system that is already entrenched. So even if you have to change that system, you have to start from somewhere. But we have to give her the props that, at least out of the irregularities, she's able to, go above and beyond to do what most of her colleagues are not doing. Now, if you ask me, would I want her to be more, open in terms of where she's getting all this money? Absolutely. Because if you're trying to, position yourself as somebody who is the conscience of the nation, who wants things to be done the proper way, then that is something that you should also try to work on. So that if I have a way to reaching out to her, I will tell her to, at least give the public an idea of where all those money is coming from. If you say it was crowdfunded, who were those ones who were the people that donated all those money and how much did they donate? I don't think it's really too much to ask for. But I'm going to pivot into the bigger question of accountability on how we can do that. Again, Nigeria, it's just one kind of place. As we're having this, there's this young man in my part of Enugu State that was just beaten up mercilessly by a thug that was allegedly sent by the local government chairman just because he asked some questions and raised some ruckus. So that's the kind of system we live in. For a guy just for making some, asking some tough questions and all those things, his life is actually in danger. He's actually in the hospital as we speak. So when you talk in terms of accountability, those are the things that you should also, put in focus to know how, if our system is even such that encourages that. Because normally, if we have to, we always talk about America and all those, if we have to use this place, if somebody should do that, that's one way of becoming a millionaire, because you go and sue him and most likely those that were behind this guy's ordeal will go to jail. But that's not the situation we have at home. So when you want to raise your voice, you first of all have to look over your shoulders. But that's just one piece out of the puzzle of why it's difficult to really hold people accountable in Nigeria. First and foremost is the fact that the political class, or rather the elites, they've succeeded in dividing us into warring tribesmen, whether it's division based on religion, whether it's division based on ethnicity, tribe, whatever you may call it. And so if, for instance, my senator is not behaving well, is not using the resources well, and I raise some objections, you see a whole board of a lorry load of people coming to his defense and say, why are you doing that? Why are you not asking for those of them in the north who are not doing anything? Why must it be just our own people that way? Why are you trying to undermine our people? That kind of thing. So they've succeeded in getting that across, that we have to take sides in things that we should actually stand for truth in a way that will favor the generality of the people. That's one. Then the other thing is, I don't want to call it education, but enlightenment. And I use that because there are lots of people who are highly educated, but they are poorly informed. And I tell you that even based on the fact that we all know about Simon Ekman and all those things. I live in the US, and I know a whole lot of educated people, highly educated people here, who are sending money to Simon Ekpa because in their own brain, for somehow they feel like this guy is a hero, he's pro-Biafra, he's trying to liberate his people. But this is a guy who formed an association that is killing a whole lot of people. So which is why I'm saying that it's not just about going to school and all those things.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the merits of what he's doing. We're using it as an example of people.
Yeah. But this what I'm telling you about folks who are sending money to him is not allegedly. These are people I know that have sent money to this guy.
I was saying, let me point something out. I was saying alleged in terms of like whether or not you can say he said this and he actually led to the killing of people. All I'm saying is you're using it as an example to show that people can actually donate money to a cause. I'm just mentioning that, at the end of the day, like whether or not he killed people is just, an opinion.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I was, but anyway, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not just enough that people, carry some certificate, doctorate, masters, and all those things. You can have all those things without being really informed about the issues. And you could have somebody who didn't even, possibly just went to secondary school and all those things, but he understands the issue way better, So this is just an insight. So when you factor all these things, the fact that the system doesn't protect you when you ask so many questions, the fact that we've been divided into different kinds of, tribes, religion, and all those things, the fact that a whole lot of people don't have deep insight into the issues, these are the reasons that work against us, trying to hold those that are meant to represent us accountable. Now, KJ did make some points when he talked about the fact that intellectuals, sometimes they keep quiet, maybe they are cowed, but they just don't, carry their weights the way they should, and I think it also dovetails to the bigger picture of what I'm trying to do. It's almost like it's okay. In Igbo land these days, for example, it's almost like we are led by a mob, and I say that because, if for example, if you have to say anything that doesn't go with the generality of people about the idea about IPOB and the rest of them, it's almost like you're an outcast. They call you a fulefu, they call you intellectual or whatever name they, so it's almost like there is no room for any argument. It's either you join the group, if either you belong to the herd or you find yourself ostracized. He talked about John Wood, the former president of Ohanese. Incidentally, somebody that I grew a little bit, close to, in some ways. And I knew how he worked as the president of Ohanese in the Igbo General. Of course, not everybody liked the way he did. He had a lot of beef with IPOB people. And at some point, his house was bombed in Enugu. Now, I'm not saying that IPOB did that, even though that was the claim that was done. I don't know, because I'm not a security expert. But I know one of the things at the time was the issue that we all believe that the Igbos are not treated well in Nigeria. We all believe that the cause that IPOB is fighting for is a good one. I think the source of disagreement has always been the method, because basically one group, the majority of the people are saying, we should, move out of Nigeria, better cook or crook, they're not treating us well and all those kind of stuff. Now, the other group, which Wood and some of us belong to, we're saying, okay, yes, the complaint is genuine. This is a grievance that is founded on years upon years upon years of, discriminations and being treated poorly in Nigeria. So it's a genuine cause. However, we do not believe that the way you're going about it is going to do us any good. Because even Ojukwu that fought the war, before he died, he had admonished against trying to go to war or do any of those things on behalf of, in account of trying to have Biafra and all those kind of stuff. And you talked about the Biafra of the mind, but apparently not many people wants to key into all those things. They see things differently, and if you don't believe in the way they want to go about it, then you're a sellout, or you just don't know what you're doing. You're an intellectual, So I don't want to take so much of our time, but I just wanted to, make the point that all these factors that I pointed out as some of the reasons why it's difficult to actually hold leaders accountable in the context of our country as of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Ike, welcome to the show.
Just give me 1 minute. I've sent you the press release by the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I saw it's a lot. And it was posted by somebody on social media, so I have to actually read through to see the content. Nowadays people Photoshop a lot of things, but I'll look into it. I promise. But thank you for sharing, Ike. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday to everyone in the panel today.
Thank you. Same to you.
While
you're talking, I'm going to step out for a quick second, but go ahead. After Ike, the next person is, I guess Chim can go ahead while we're waiting for Stay Humble to show his face.
I briefly was hearing about Natasha and her project in Kogi and other places. And are we holding our...
Chim, can you moderate for a second? I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Are we holding our elected people to account? I think that if the people that were sent to represent us in the National Assembly, both in the House and in the Senate, are not doing anything in their constituencies, I don't really know why we should even have the people to represent us anyway. Chim was saying, which I totally agree with Chim, I think that was supposed to be the basis of representation, where you fight for project to come to your constituency or your senatorial zone when the budget is, the federal budget is implemented. They come to the National Assembly, they go to committees. You fight for a particular project to be cited in your local area or in your senatorial zone. These are what senators and House of Representative members do. But also, I don't think it's a bad thing for somebody to be able to use either his personal money to be able to do something for his community or the people that he represents. For example, most of the senators and the members of the House of Rep, you see them fighting that a particular project is done in their place, or something is cited in their senatorial zone, or they bring a project, or bring a company, bring something federal, something that has to affect the life of people. That is one of the things that they're supposed to do. They go back home and tell their people that it was because of what I fought for that made so project to come to our senatorial zone, just like some of them are doing. But also the issue of doing project, I don't know, maybe Chim can be able to tell me. I thought that the members of the House and Senate, they used to get constituency, fund from I don't know whether from the federal allocations or is it among themselves in the Senate that they get some money that they can use to do project in the senatorial zone. Chim, if you can help me, because this is what I used to hear every time. So I don't know if it is true or not.
Can you ask that question again?
The members of the House of Rep and Senate, are there a budget that have been given to them to carry out a project in the senatorial zone, either from the federal allocation or from the federal budget or from the budget that comes to the House of Assembly and the Senate, or National and the House of Rep and Senate?
Okay, so I'm going to be very honest. I don't know all the details. It's very sketchy. But what I can say for a fact is that senators and members of the House get constituency allowance. how the disbursement of those allowances goes, I don't know. I don't know if it is a cash payment into their accounts, or it is that if they execute a project, then transfers are done to the contractors. But the fact remains they get constituency allowance. Now, the details of how that constituency allowance is disbursed is what I don't know. The bone of contention here is that under proper financial accounting, it shouldn't be so. Senators should not in any way, whether it is either direct cash transfers or whatever, be involved in that. They should be attracting projects to their constituencies and fighting for those projects to make its way into the budget so that it gets executed, and then monitor to be sure that that is done. Because of course, there needs to be a basis on which you are electing somebody or re-electing them. So it is like when you work in an office in an organization, there is a what is it called? There is a review session. So at the beginning of every financial year, they say, "Oh, this is the project you're working on. It's like you're supposed to do this, accomplish this, and that." Then at the end of that session, you and your direct line supervisor or manager, whatever the person's title is, will sit down to check and see how far were you able to accomplish those things, which is what should happen with our senators.
Jim, can I help? Look, I want to put how the money is shared.
Let me land on my thoughts, please. You make me forget what I'm trying to say. Don't be offended, please. So every senator is entitled to want to go back to the Senate. So, but at least there should be a basis on which the person is being voted. And if they are doing their job, it is that, oh, this is what I attracted. It was executed. I promised you that we would get scholarship for people to get into the federal government scholarship. I was able to get 70 of you guys in. I worked hard to bring this new medical infrastructure here. Look at it, it's standing, it's functional, and it is employing 10 millions of people. That way you say, okay, this guy is working. So when he's contesting re-election versus somebody who wants to unseat him, there is a base for people to say, you know what, okay, we want to re-elect this guy. So that is why this woman, in my own view, is showcasing what she's doing so that her people can see that, listen, in the midst of the decay, I am a shining light. I'm not supporting her. I'm not from Ikene, no, I'm not from Kogi. But at least in the midst of everything, that's why the argument people are making doesn't hold water to me. If you want to shut that system down, shut it down. I'm okay with it. But right now, in the midst of the hula bula and everything that is going on that is not proper, she is doing something. The guy that comes from my place is doing absolutely nothing. The guy that comes from a popular place, as much as he wants to come and defend it here, is doing absolutely nothing.
No, don't say that. See, that's
that person.
Don't speak for me. Don't speak for my representative. That's wrong.
I have chosen to speak. I will
tell you what my representative is doing, and I will have Dominic to cross-check when it reaches my turn. So don't speak for I'm here. Speak for a representative.
Mr. I go ahead. I don't mind Pablo.
Okay. To be honest with you, I think what the woman is doing should be commendable, even though that we should be able, like everybody have said, we should be able to say, where is the money coming from? How much is she getting from the constituency project? How much effort has she putting in to put project in the budget to come to the Kogi Sanitarian Zone where she represents? That should be a kind of open, telling the people how she raises the money and how the money comes and how the bidding that is done. Because a clip of her interview, she talked about how she goes to lobby for the project and stuff like that. And to be honest, if she's doing that, if other people that are other senators and members of the House of Representatives are not doing that, then I think that's where the population comes in, that we should be able to ask questions. Why is this lady doing this? And you're not doing anything. Just like Osi, who just spoke and left. The man that represents all this sanitarian zone, I don't even know him. You understand what I mean? It is all about APC. It's all about him and the Hope Uzodimma. They don't care what happens to their senatorial zone, right? Senator Issues or I don't know what they call him. So no.
Is Sunuzo.
You cannot ask anybody from on this senatorial zone. He can tell you anything who the man is or what he's doing. So these are part of it. And when it is time for the election, as you said, you will go and buy rice and tomatoes and the onions and begin to give people. The same people who were supposed to have asked for 4 years, you were there. What did you bring for our senatorial zone? What did you do? Or this senatorial zone has lost everything because of the issue of non-gun men and the Mosop and whatever it is. Insecurity in Olu zone is gone. You know, the young men in Olu zone has run away from the Olu senatorial zone because if you are seen, if you are seen in the restaurant of Biapalo, they turn you to be ESN. So what has he brought to Olu senatorial zone? And what has he made the life of the people in Olu senatorial zone better? Because when we are talking about what the issue of ESN and no gun men and the Bubago people, I am one of the people that hardly affected by it because my sister, who was having a business in the village, they were forced to relocate to Warri because every day it is one problem on I know how much I lost in that business that was closed. So till today, security in Olu senatorial zone is not better. But when they are going, they fly with convoy, bulletproof cars and stuff like that. So I think that the most of why the senators and the members of the House of Representatives are getting away with what they're doing is because the people don't ask questions. Because everybody is waiting for another 4 years. They will print T-shirt, give them cap and share rice, share 500 naira or 1,000, and they will shout APC. They will carry broom and go and stand again and vote. And after 4 years, he will disappear. So I think that we, the citizens, we should hold ourselves accountable because we are not asking questions. And because we are not asking questions, the politicians have decided to use us as a pawn. They use us to play football. And I am not blaming the politicians because if there's somebody is being asked question, like as you do it in the Western world, they go to community, what do you call it, town halls.
Yeah.
They go to town halls. You see the people challenging their senators. You see the people challenging the members of the House of Representatives. You see them, pointing their fingers in their eyes and telling them that they are not doing what they're supposed to do. And when the next election comes, you see the reflection. You see what Democrat is doing in the US right now. They are almost taking over everywhere because all the whole hope that was been in the Republicans, their representatives are thinking that they are disappointed them, and they are showing it by all these special elections that have been taking place in the US. The Democrat has been sweeping everywhere, even where they have never won before. They won, like the mayor of Miami for almost how many years? Now it has gone to the Democrat. There is another place in Georgia that has been Republican for I don't know how many years. The Democrat flipped it last week. So this is what the citizens is telling you. They're sending you message. They're telling you, listen, we are watching. We know what you are doing, and we're going to tell you that we know what you're doing when the next election comes. Look at Senator Graham, the man from South Carolina. He's in a very serious trouble right now for how many years that he has been in the Senate. But Democrat is trying to push him away from that senatorial zone. So this is what I think that the citizens of Nigeria should be able to understand, that those people that they elected, they should hold them accountable. You don't just come only when you want to have chieftaincy title. You don't just come when you want to open your house. The money that you were supposed to use to look after your people, most of the towns and villages in Ali, but today, common health care centers, a little health, a little hospital where somebody can go there and get paracetamol. They don't have. You see, so I think that if we blame the politicians also, what are we, the citizens, doing? So I think we ourselves have larger responsibility to ask the people that we send to represent us, what have you brought to our senatorial zone before you come back to ask for another vote in the next 4 years? So for the woman, I must tell you, I give kudos to the woman because she's doing a lot, and I don't see any other senator or members of the House of Representatives that is doing what she's doing. But if there are corruption that is attached to what she's doing, then if we want to fight it, I would want to say let's fight against that. But for me to say I'm going to work against what this woman is doing, no, I have to praise the woman because she's doing a lot. I mean, the people of Kogi Senatorial District is not going to forget that woman. And I think that if she's going to contest election next time, even if it is another political party, I think she's going to win. Because she has proven that she's serving the people, and the people themselves are testifying, and they're feeling the impact of the woman, representing them in the National Assembly. So I think that it is time for we, the citizens, also to, try to hold the people account, the people that represent us wherever. Thank you, is it Dr. Dominic?
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate your submission. Oti, are you related to our working governor?
Hello, hi.
What are your thoughts?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm tired,
I know. I'm
the
tired,
reason,
but
it's just because
the push must go on.
Okay, look, the discussion.
You are too young to be tired.
The topic is not it's not about constituency project. I think it's a kind of that's not the question you posed. Am I right? I mean, at least from the time I started.
Thank you, OC. Thank you.
A lot of people have been feeling. See, this was a conversation I wanted to have, and personally, I would have had it independent of Natasha. But what I was trying to do, I was just trying to give an example. But rather than people discussing the main issue of holding politicians accountable, it seems like a lot of people are putting the microscope on Natasha and details of what she's doing. She's doing this project. How did she get the money? And my question is, now we are taking away from the overall conversation of like, how do you keep politicians accountable? So we make sure that they are pushing for dividends of democracy all across the board. Not to belittle other post arguments about going to the minutia, but there is a date and time for that. If you want us to go into details of how is Natasha making their money, then we have to go into every single senator. There's 109 senators. I have to go into how is Ababio making his own money. It goes into
right. That's fine.
That's what I was trying to point out.
What I said, the discussion, why it makes me weak is this. Now, because what we're facing is a systemic problem, okay? Because we have a country, we call it democracy or whatever, but it's a project. Is the senators, they represent sections of the country, constituency. So, but then, what is their primary duty of every national politician? Okay, so the starting point, are they not supposed to have a kind of a sense of the national interest? So now you ask yourself, when they are in the Senate or in the House of Reps, having debates, discussing legislation, national policies of government, even though they represent particular sections of the country, I think the national interest, national development, if, for example, it's about an economic, maybe a policy on the economy or anything else, the nation should come first. And it's not about what they have to do. I mean, each and every senator, for example, it shouldn't be what I have to do or what I have to show to deserve a re-election. Okay? And that's, we have to ask, what system are we operating? Do we know what we're doing? Because this politics, this governance, is not. We're not the originators. We're not. This has people. Others have practiced this. Others are working with this system. Okay, national development. We have states and of course the federal government. So we have our senators and House of Reps. We are kind of empowering them or resourcing them for constituency. How does that How does that work? I mean, who come up with such an idea and think it's something that conduces to national development? Well, it's been okay, guys. Quite rightly, is an aberration, and it can't work. It doesn't make sense. So really discussing it, and then maybe the case of particularizing, a senator that's doing something good with that. Okay, well and good. For me, it's not. There's no discussion there. I don't see what I'm gonna discuss. What she's doing and her efforts, her good intentions. What meaning that makes to the whole thing? Not because, as I said, as national development, as a senator, their primary responsibility is, okay, as lawmakers, federal lawmakers, national lawmakers, what is the best interest of the nation? And therefore, if we're discussing about, if they are deliberating on any particular project, what should come, amongst other factors, the question, that should be uppermost in their mind is this: what best, serve the nation? Now, because some projects invariably are much more suited for so many reasons, economic reasons, or to be cited in particular sections of the country. Is it not? So now, if you as a senator, then you're in the House, the only thing that is important to you is you want to attract a project to your constituency, or to your, just because, for the sake of having that as an achievement. Who does that help? You have constituency, you have section of the country, maybe the wrong place to start such a project. Are you with me? So it's like it's a disordered system. The priority is.
Mr. Oti,
Yes.
Are you? I just want to make it clear. Nigeria has 700 and something local governments, of which this central, as an example, has 5. So
yes.
The point of the point of a Senate is so that you can't have Nigerians, is to give what we call representative democracy, right? But you can't have everybody go there. So you have 3 senators per state to speak for the people in terms of what they want. But you also have House of Rep members, which are a lot more, which are delegated based on population. But the Senate is just strictly 3 for everyone. And their point is, I'm going there to carry my people's requests, while I'm making sure that there's nation building and there's general discourse and political argument. I can do more than one thing at a time. I can talk about national policies and how to put the country forward, but I can also advocate for my people and appropriate and try to get the things done, because that is actually my job. I am representing my people. So you can do more than one thing at the same time. So, but what I'm getting from you, correct me if I'm wrong, is one is taken away from the other. That's
because your assertion is wrong too, Dominic. But
we are supposed to look. I wouldn't supposed to, because see, we have
what he's saying correct.
We have different levels of government for a reason, is it not? We have the national, and in the House, which is they're representing. Okay, they're representing. Each legislator, senator, House of Reps member, yes, is representing a particular constituency. But I'm saying the way I understand it, and I think. And Nigeria, okay, national development, right? Because they make policies, they make laws, okay. Now, for example, if we use, say, for example, say steel, okay, where to site a steel a plant, okay. For example, there are considerations there, that have to go into deciding which place, which town, which locality is best suited for that. And therefore, the senators, again, I was supposed to have some kind of a national planning, really, is it if a member of national, economic planning, and you're going to have senators, and not only senators, perhaps others who are not even lawmakers in that committee, what are they looking at? Is it about, okay, this they should be thinking nationally, nationwide. That should really be their constituency. Of course, they're going to represent the people that elected them into the House. Now, but to have a system, I mean, the idea of this system, constituency project, the money is allocated to them, senators, lawmakers, development and project that is not their area of competency, to start receiving money, okay, and developing and executing projects. I think that is not, they shouldn't be dealing with funds, public funds, as lawmakers to start with. Because we're having accountable government, separation of powers, so it's quite misguided and a disordered system. This shouldn't. That is really the point I want to make, because for us to be in this place, it shows that the whole system is not working. And to have a constitution, or maybe the lawmakers kind of also deciding how much they are receiving as salaries and emoluments and all these things. Come on, how could that work? So I think for us to be, the discussion for me, really, the real discussion is how to this system, or this kind of, we call them aberrations. I have to kind of remove them from the system. I have to have something that can work, to serve the interests of Nigerians and not necessarily the interests of politicians. I mean, these politicians are there really, as it seems, serving their own interests, and they couldn't be bothered about Nigerians and the development of the country.
I have a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you know who your local government chairman is?
I don't know.
Care to find out?
Well, I should, but I've been too long aware, so, but that's not an excuse. You see, but then, well, first of all, those that are in Nigeria on the ground, they have to, have these, have the information. But definitely, if I were to be in Nigeria, nothing. I mean, and then feeling the way I'm feeling, and having the knowledge and understanding I have, I wouldn't be sitting on the fence. I mean, I would be doing something, quite frankly, because, and that's really where, because the initial discussion about awareness and this social media. Okay, I think that's really the task. That's why the job is, because that awareness. In the end, it has to be the people that we make the change. It's not politicians. Okay, so we have to. It's not the politicians that are benefiting from the system. Why would they want to change? Okay, a politician has to be a saint. Okay, to be so selfless, to be able to push in for changes that would actually hurt them, harm them. Are you with me? So that's where we find ourselves, and therefore the emphasis, the focus should be on what the people. Okay, because in the end, it's about serving the people. These are politicians. They are not there to serve their own interests, but that's what they are. That's the reality of it. We have to be honest. Otherwise, if it is not about self-interest, about I don't see why a government that has kind of ruined the lives of people, right? And then people are quite busily promoting for the re-election come the next general election. Are you with me? So I mean, what is a government that cannot do the basic thing? The very reason a government exists, they can't do it. They have demonstrably failed in doing that. And I mean,
I just want to say something.
It's more important to them that they are re-elected. Are you with me? So it shows you the depth of the, it's unbelievable.
The brevity in the polity, yes. I did a quick experiment. I did a Google search on who is my local government chairman, and I found it. Surprisingly, I'm shocked. But the AI is the one that's showing me, and then it's showing me the sources. And the sources is showing me is Facebook and Wikipedia. Those are the top sources that Google AI used to find out who my local government chairman. Do I trust those sources? It's tough, but at least I do have at least some beginning, a headway. So now the onus is on me to now go and look deeper and say, oh, is this guy actually the local government chairman of?
Yeah, but I may not mind, okay, but what can you know in that? that
It just
information
starts from,
of what use
information
is
is
it?
democratized. It just starts from just a simple search.
No, but sorry, but you see, it's just having information, knowledge of what use is it. Okay, so really, the name, the individual that is there, that is not. Look, you see, you can find out, right? Okay, but then what is more important is really what having that information and what next. Okay, so to me, the whole thing boils down to this, organization, right? The resistance. People have to organize to resist, but because if you're just waiting for looking up to politicians, the only thing they're thinking about is election. Okay, I with me, so kind of it goes on until
So
maybe.
how do we engage, whether it's diaspora or locally? If you were living in Nigeria, how would you engage to make sure that your local government chairman is getting things done with the funds he's getting, your governor, your rep member, your senator? How would you engage with that? Let's say you're a government teacher and you're trying to encourage some of your secondary school. Let's say some secondary, one of your an SS2 boy or girl comes up to you and says, sir, I know you're a government teacher, but I'm feeling very demoralized and I'm very apolitical. But I'm starting to sense that part of what needs change is I need to be more civically engaged.
Okay,
What
see,
would you try to encourage me?
You see, because now, because look, I can answer this question, but I'm afraid the answer I'm gonna give to you is, look.
Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer?
Sorry, hold on.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm a lawyer. Yes. Okay. No, but see, what I'm telling you is this. Okay, look, I can answer your question, but the thing is this: the answer I'm gonna give you is, my perspective here, right? Not really from the, point of view, from the experience, of a teacher. I would mean in Nigeria. So it's really, I don't know if I wouldn't be giving you an honest, correct answer because, I know what
Give me your opinion. Don't analyze. Just give me your opinion. What would you tell the kid who wants to come away from being apolitical and wants to be engaged more civically and is asking you, I want to study government. Does that even make sense at this point? He's an SS2 student. What would you say? Nigeria is lost.
Now, the opinion I have now
go to Libya
as somebody living in the UK, somebody,
What would you say?
with my kind of the interest I have, and then of course, so look, definitely this child, or maybe encouraged to talk to the parents, to educate them. First of all, you have to start because you have that role, that position where you can actually educate them. First of all, that teacher also has to be, for a start, has to be enlightened, educated. Okay, it may not be part of the curriculum.
You are the teacher, and you are enlightened.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so and I said yes. Then you see, so many things. There are so many pieces of positions. That teacher. Okay, as a teacher, I first of all have to kind of educate myself. Which is not a given. Not every teacher, is aware, knows have the necessary information, to actually educate the pupils. Okay, so you have to be interested. You have to have that knowledge, and then educate the ones you're teaching, and then maybe encourage them, talk to their parents, and then of course, as a teacher, if you're a teacher that is politically aware and active, perhaps you're also active in the some religious organization community. I would be engaged, and also use that.
Esquire, Mr. Oti, you are the government teacher, so you're enlightened. You've read governments, and you are, some sense, politically engaged.
No, okay, look, okay, is it okay? Let's assume, yeah, that's the case. No, but I'm just telling you. So, and as I said, if I can only from the point of view of somebody, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm not a teacher in Nigeria. No, but if, for example, you ask me to advise them or to, this is what I would. There's so many things that can be done, right? In the churches, all these, yes. Whatever, which any kind of where people come together to listen to somebody with authority, with if like with influence, everything politics is everything, So because where else do they get the information? Is it the social media? How many people really have the resources to actually listen and participate? So again, what is available? The resources available it is what we have to kind of depend on or avail ourselves of. So you see, and that's the only thing, the organization, the mobilization. Okay, and of course, here those in the diaspora, they have the same task. So I mean, there's something things going on in my head, things I'm gonna do because over here, I had alluded to it. every politics is local, is where you are. Okay, so where I am, there are things I've been doing, and there are things I'm thinking of doing. It's all political because, well, from next year, which is next month, again, it's election. What are we gonna do? You see, so because you don't, we've fallen got to such a depth that even though it beggars belief that this government that has so woefully failed, that's still not giving up. They still really actually want to, okay, to come to. Are you with me? So, in spite of everything, even this government, this current president may have actually sold the country to a foreign, but I mean, so if we don't do anything, they're gonna come back. So if unless we do something, nothing changes. So to me, it's not all this talk. I don't have too much. I don't have a lot of strength talking, quite frankly, because all this talk without action is meaningless. It's a waste of time. That's the way I look at it.
Well, I appreciate how you answer. I appreciate you answering the question, even though I don't agree with how you answered it. But I understand.
Is it the last question you asked me?
It's okay. Stay humble. I apologize. So for me to see, so what used to happen is if someone joins the studio, there will be a sign saying someone joined, but I don't know, for some reason it's not showing it any longer. And also I have to scroll to see those who are sort of below. So I didn't see you, but thank you for sending me the private chat. Honestly, I wouldn't have noticed you, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, because I was already fuming. Like I was going to, release some bullets here, but
sorry,
anyway,
I don't have a bulletproof, so I
beg. Okay. So I can see the topic, which is civic engagement and Nigerians keeping their elected officials accountable. So one of the reasons why I joined this show, in addition to the fact that I like to see all our faces again every weekend, Oga KJ, Chim, Oga I, and the rest of them. The other reason is that there are many people watching this show. If there are not many people watching this show, people like Dampulo will not be here. So on another day, I will tell you why he comes here. So many people watch this show, more people than you actually think, even in the government circle and even in the international scene. But let me go to the topic of the day about whether Nigerians are keeping the elected officials accountable. To a large extent, no. And I will tell you the reason why. Maybe some people are keeping their elected officials accountable. Before I go into that, I will just give an analogy. If you come to Anambra State, for example, where I hail from, in 2020, was it 2021, during the election, the election that brought in Professor Soludo. So Professor Soludo contested against a number of people. The only sensible person that was his opponent was Val. Ozigbo. Maybe one or two other persons, but there are a lot of riffraffs, and he dusted them because the people voted for him. There could have been one or two hitches here and there, manipulations, but he was overwhelmingly voted for. Yeah, so in that case, would you say that the people should hold him accountable? I will say yes, because the people voted for him overwhelmingly, right? Now, he contested for a second term, and how everybody here, knows how that went, the process. Because when you are talking about election, most times we focus on what happens on the day they bring in some ballots that they printed in France or in Germany, and then they say you should thumb print for so and so people who you have no idea who they are and how they got their names got into the ballot. So how he panned out, the visitations that he made. You understand? And then he was declared the winner and all the things that happened on election day. So who is he accountable to? Is he still accountable to the people? The answer is capital no. He's accountable to the people who provided a platform for him to be able to get back to office. So he has gone to say thank you to them. And those are the people he will remain accountable to till he leaves office, not the people. So when you're talking about Nigerians holding their leaders accountable, one question you should ask yourself is that who are those leaders? You use the term elected officials, which I yeah, elected in quotes. So because accountability, before this whole statehood came into place, election voting, we used to have monarchs, we used to have priests in charge of whatever system of government that used to exist. We even had Moses during the time of Israel, and Moses was accountable to God. So accountability is all about who puts you in there. When you come to a place like Nigeria, where there's a lot of godfatherism, where people get into office not because they were voted for, but you know how it happens. Before you become a local government chairman in Nigeria, they would bless you, they will anoint you. Before you go to House of Reps, they will anoint you. Senate, somebody must anoint you. So who are you accountable to? Is it the people? They don't even know who the people are. In fact, some people that contest don't even know where their constituency is. So they're accountable to the people that put them in. And in what sense? In terms of money. So in those states, for example, where Mr. So-and-so, Chief so-and-so played a role, or even one man somewhere in Paris or in London or in Washington, etc., played a role. Your former president, somebody here who calls himself forefathers or whatever, dedicated a whole 1 hour to reel his achievements in office and wasted everybody's time. For those that joined the show, I wouldn't join such. When he came to office, and then some ignorant Nigerians, gumless people, we voted for Buhari. He went to Washington, D.C. to thank Obama for putting him in office and bought him a golden watch or something. Doesn't care about you. And throughout
there's a clip of him with Obama, and he said those exact words or something to that effect. Thank you for helping to elect me.
So
I'm not asking, is there an actual video or do you have evidence of that?
Sorry?
Do you have evidence of it? You said Buhari went to America and you made some assertions, and I'm just saying, is there something to support those assertions for us?
So this question you're asking me is the kind of question that forefathers will ask. Is there evidence?
No, but it's my job to moderate and say if you make. That's why if anyone says anything here, like KJ made a lot of sort of said a lot of things, and I said send me some of those things, I'll look at them. Okay. But I also have to point out at the end of the day, this platform
we'll now go and be collecting videos.
I have to make certain disclaimers. That's my job as a moderator. So I'm just making one of those disclaimers.
Yeah, I've had a new assignment you've given me to go and be collecting videos of the misdeeds of the politicians. So that will now be my job. Now I don't have anything I'm doing to go and be collecting evidences.
That's why I said that's what I would call what you said.
Administrative incorrigibility.
That's why I would say some of the things I will share on here are opinions, right? We can't call them facts, they're opinions.
So, these are the people who you're saying that we should, hold accountable. And you are asking someone if he knows the local government chairman, he is local. How would he know? When the process makes it impossible for you to even know anybody who is interested, and whether you know your local government chairman or not, that doesn't stop anybody who is holding office from doing his job. When you come to this country, the United Kingdom, just go randomly and ask people if they know who is in the council. They don't know. But the people there are doing their jobs. You don't need to know anybody before they do their jobs. So, we don't need to hold them by their throat before they do their jobs. If the system, is working. And even in 2023, for example, when P2B joined Labour Party, and some people came in and we were going to P2B, and then they went in, And people say, oh, we elected this people, and then they crossed over to APC. Why are you surprised? Because you are talking about not just that they appeared on, who did they pay money to? Maybe one somebody that calls himself Barrister so and so, that's fronting as chairman of so secretary of so party, said, okay, if you are interested in getting the ticket for this thing, just give me 10 million naira. I give them. So who is he accountable to? He has paid money for it. So why won't he jump to APC? Oh, you say, oh, he's coming under Labour Party. It's because of Peter Obi's influence. We campaign for, but also the process. And that is why I kept on saying, after the election, a year after the election, I came to this show and I said that I was highly disappointed that Nigerians in diaspora could not even form a political party, get a political party together, because that's where it starts. It's not on the final day of the balloting. The process starts, because if someone goes to pay chief so and so in Obeledu or whatever town, and then they influence the process
are you from
for them
Nnewi
to
South?
appear on the ballot.
Are you from Nnewi South? You said Obeledu. Are you from Nnewi South?
No, Obeledu is in Anocha.
Is that Anocha? Are you sure?
Yeah, Obeledu is Anocha. Obeledu na my dad now. So,
Yeah. Okay.
So they pay
Dominic,
one.
are you from Anambra as well?
Eh?
Dominic, are you from Anambra as well?
Yes, I'm from Anambra.
Okay, me too.
Dominic, you don't even know your constituency. You are not qualified to have the conversation. Go backstage.
Well, it's even better that you said. Your brother, forefathers would not say where he's from. You just
I know
say
Obeledu is close to my side, but it's not. That's why I had mistaken it for the same local government as me. But I won't say my government. Go ahead, stay on.
So, so those people who came in say, okay, we are coming in because Peter Obi came in to so and so. How did they even enter the ballot? Did the people vote for them? So people do not participate in the process. The people are not even allowed to participate in the process at all. We don't even have proper political parties, because that is where the democracy, or whatever system you call it, civil rule starts. From that political party system, the people participate, the people pay their dues in the political parties. And when they pay their dues, wherever you are paying your dues, your eyes will be red. You want to participate actively
in the game.
Going there and have your say. So the people participate, they elect all their ward chairmen, what have you, up to the local government, up to the state level. They go through the primary, elect people. So they now know the names of those people. They know where they live. They know what they do. So they can now hold them accountable. But not as you are living abroad now, and then you get some pounds and you make a call, and you call one traditional ruler or one political bigwig. I say, oh boy, I won't go House of Reps. I say, okay, how much you get? He says so amount. Nobody knows you in your constituency. And on the day of this thing, they get few boys and they make trouble, break bottle, and you are declared winner. Who are you accountable to? They don't even know you. So that's the system. So most of the people that are occupying whatever seat there, they were not voted for. So you cannot hold them. They are not accountable to you. And technically so. So the major conversations should be about what do we, the diaspora mass, which is very great, which is very potentially influential, what should they do to actually be on ground, to actually upstage the perpetrators of this scam?
To organize ourselves first, is it not?
Eh?
To organize ourselves first here.
Organize ourselves.
Before
We have not
going
yet
on the ground.
organized.
Yeah.
I thought that what happened in 2023 would galvanize us, will give us that pep to actually come together, coalesce, and look into this and say, we want to take over, because we have all the resources, human resources. We have the number. We have the massive number. We are just a sleeping giant.
But hold on. But you see, look, even from the discussion we come here to have, you think people, a lot of people have been their minds are the right places. Never mind, talking and talk is easy, is cheap for some people, but actually having the right mindset, the right vision, and really believing in the simple things, really honesty and fairness.
Oti,
So
I think the fact that we accept the fact that we have to organize, and thank you, stay humble. For the very first time, in fact, I will make you my local organizing committee campaign chairman when the time reach. For the very first time, we are not afraid to use the word organize, even though they push back when I'm trying to use their earlier on. So this is the beginning. Because
that's it. The acknowledgement, in other words, I know this kind of having phantom ideas. They are the basic things. Look, we have to be honest ourselves. Tell ourselves the truth. Okay,
gentlemen, give me a second. I want to make sure that Stay Humble finishes his thoughts.
Okay, good.
Did you want to add anything else, or that's it?
No, you have skilled it. You can take a bow. Take a bow.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah.
Don't let anybody cajole you. Are you done?
Oh yeah, I said it all. It makes perfect sense.
So I was just going to conclude.
Stay on, but are you done, or you want to continue? Finish your thoughts.
Yeah, I was just going to conclude. By so I will just give you a hint of what I said earlier about the catchment area of this our show. People that watch the show, and people also that want to infiltrate the show, because of course, with all the noise about things going on in Nigeria, which we all know about, etc., people have their different views. There's something about whatever your view is, there's a lot of carnage going on, and there are a lot of strategies used, and those strategies have been used in other places, in other countries, name them Afghanistan, etc. And one of those strategies is that they infiltrate everywhere. I was listening to a show where they were talking about that infiltration, and they were talking about it even in superlative times. They had not even come to the basement, meaning that they have even infiltrated the churches. Because we have, I won't mention names, but prominent churches, big churches, who are part and parcel of whatever is going on in the Nigerian setup, sham, setup, and even part of the government.
How does that quote unquote infiltration factor into this civic engagement that we're talking? Are you saying that these people are driving the discourse away from what we should be talking about? Like, what exactly are you trying to suggest? So at the end of the day, we can't control who infiltrates and who doesn't infiltrate. I see people making comments. I don't know which of them are government officials. I don't know who was paid a little bit of penny to set certain comments, But my view here is I try to at least have many people's opinions shared. Comment section, people on the panel. Some of you, who paid attention to Justice Omotosho's submission, also so that Dr. Damages was mentioned at some point during the court case, right? Because he had interviewed Mazen Namdekan. I mean, at the end of the day, information is democratized. We can't choose and pick where we can have our discourse. The point of this show is to be part of the civic engagement, but I can control who infiltrates and who doesn't infiltrate. That's not my concern. If anyone is concerned about some of the information that they share here, I mean, you are free to be in the comment section and not be on the hot seat. Well, go ahead.
Yeah. So the reason why I mentioned it is just to tell you the reach of this show. Really, not that you have the power to control who comes in here.
Thank you.
Just telling you for the fact that we have such elements here. It means that the show is far-reaching, and that's one of the reasons why I like to come up to air my view and say what I think about the Nigerian situation.
Oh, you think we're actually making a difference here? I mean, I am not a journalist. Rudolph has been doing this, from his days in Sarah Reporters, and then he pivoted and took Dr. Damages independently on his own, and eventually, obviously, we are here with Have Your Say 247 and also 90 Minutes Africa. He's interviewed a lot of people who are very influential. I remember on this show, we had the Ovation guy. What's his name?
Mahmoud.
I was able to ask him question exactly. He also had Natasha actually come here a couple of years ago. For the newer people, they probably don't know this, but Natasha actually came on this show, I think, when she was Vine, and one of the things I had asked her was, because my concern was, how can you try to bring good in Nigeria and make change if you're joining this corrupt party, PDP? And there's a bunch of other people. Sheung Kuti was here last week. So Rudolph, does pull a lot of clouds. And that is, I think, to some extent why some people join the show, because I feel like if we have that sort of platform, we can air our views, educate people here, and have our voices heard. Because at the end of the day, there's nothing as frustrating as being in the diaspora and feeling like there's a lot of things that are going wrong and you can't make changes. For example,
by the way,
Dr.
Dominic,
go ahead.
One Dr. Catch. Do you know him?
Catch, last name.
You know Dr. Catch, kind of.
Ononuju.
Ononuju, that's correct. Can you guys bring him on to this,
Text me in the private chat, and I'll talk to Rudolph and see.
Okay.
But yeah, so this show apparently has is reaching a lot of people. But like I said, I just want to put a plug in. Rudolph will never talk about money and some of the things that we need to sort of build this platform. But I would say it's like, subscribe, share. We appreciate the donations that are being made. Brick House, I saw that you made a donation. Thank you for that. So I want us to be, as we're using this platform to sort of air our views and engage civilly with each other and educate others, and also have the people in the comment educate us. We also want to make sure this platform keeps on going. We can actually have more than 10 people in the studio, but you have to pay for it to have more than 10 people. That's why we are always limited to 10. But stay humble. Thank you for sharing your opinion. We always appreciate more and more people joining. I'm always sad every day when I join or when I'm watching. Every time I barely see any female participation. I also noticed that a lot of people who are here are Southerners. I barely see any Northerners on here. I want to have a diversity of opinion, but we kind of have to make do with what we see for ourselves here. So, but thank you very much. And Mr. Oti, you've been angling to share some opinions. Do you like 2 minutes to share an opinion, and then we jump to Chim?
No. I think I'll just wait. But I would say I agree largely with Stay Humble. His position is quite pragmatic. And is for me really it's I don't believe in so much talk. If we're just talking and really have no a reality of what the occasion, situation requires practically, it's a waste of time. It's I don't understand why adults should be.
Don't you think it's not fair to generalize? I think you should speak for yourself.
How do you mean? How do you mean?
No, not every one of us is not doing anything. I don't understand how things.
No. See, but I'm talking about talking. I mean, is he talking for the sake of talking and not having?
Some of us are actually doing practical work on ground while we talk.
But that's good. That's great. No, but you see, I'm talking, in the generality of just, having a talk and then talking and complaining about situations.
I just want to take that exception because I think I can speak for myself and actually tell you.
Please tell us. But just quick 60 seconds. Just tell us some of the things that are you on ground in Nigeria? If you're not, tell us where you are, or maybe in diaspora, and some of the things that you're doing to be civically engaged. I'm interested. You don't have to talk about your candidates. I guess you know what, you can talk whatever.
I can talk about my candidate. I raise awareness that I sponsor campaign and sponsor organizing local events geared towards electoral offices.
Okay. What kind of electoral offices are we talking about?
From House of Rep to the governor.
Okay. Councillor, are you even going down to the grassroots councillors, wards, things like that?
No, councillor is in my where I come from is turn by turn, so pretty much I don't really have a control or what to do about that. Then the chairmanship is pretty much geared to just like what the other speaker said. Once you are not irresponsible for how the person come to office, you should expect little. Whatever you see, you take. But what I do on my own part, I organize when it comes to electoral season. I identify community builders, the young men who are in the village who are organizing women, organizing students, organizing that. I partner with them. So that's why when we talk here, we should be very specific. There's nothing that Natasha is doing that we should be celebrating about. She's only giving back to what the country has given to her, and which is it's what is expected, not compulsory for everybody. I'm speaking like that because I saw as a foundation doing the same thing that she's doing at my own level. So, and again, speaking for representative, I know all my representatives, I know what they are doing. It's not enough, but I can't go against them because I don't know their budget and I'm not responsible for how to get to office. So Oshomole, as far as I'm concerned, is representing me well. He's very outspoken. You might not agree with how he votes or what he stands for. He's outspoken. That's what I want. People in my village know that they have somebody who is actually representing them. And their physical project that he has carried out. One is very close to my own village called Oja Comprehensive, where I actually have a foundation engagement. So I know that for sure. The governor himself have solved 120 years problem of my village kingship. Since the invasion of the Benin Kingdom, that's where that problem started. This same governor, who I don't know, forget how they speak for him. I don't even know anybody close to him. I only know him from internet, just like me and you. But he has solved that problem. He has inaugurated the only secondary school in my village. So when people they talk, everybody get different experience, right? I was privileged to work in one institution of the government called Athletic Federation of Nigeria. I was also a victim in terms of money. I did directly with the president. With that struggle, I get to know how money come from all the way from presidency to the last level. I understand the struggle. So when I'm saying all this to say we should not be generalizing everything like that. Some of us are actually doing something. Back it up with what we are talking about. I always say put your money where your mouth is. You can go and verify. You can go and verify. My full name is Frederick Agbaje. It's out there. So I am not just here time they make noise. When they say all our politics, I understand. Right? For you to become the state out of representative in those days, you know how many people go give hundreds of millions who has nothing to do with the electoral process? I know that for sure, because the guy who is currently representing me is my friend. It was an MC at my wedding. So I am privileged to some country based on my involvement, not because I am privileged or anything. I did on ground. When I say I did on ground, one call I know exactly what is going on.
Let me put the question to you.
Sorry, Dominic. Ovie, remember, I think what Stay Humble talked about is, because you have to take the diaspora as your constituency, okay? What we can do collectively, because yes, well and good, you are doing so many things,
Our problem in diaspora is that we are not
let me see, on an individual basis, okay? That's good, but that's not enough. You are just one person without the organization.
Hold on,
where you are.
Oti, again.
This is what we can.
This is where I when I first spoke, I congratulated Dominic that he was trying to make sure the issue is not on personalities. But for somehow we keep talking about Natasha. It's not about Natasha. I started by saying solution has to start.
But you're talking about yourself now. You're talking about your own.
No, I was the one that asked him. I was the one that asked him to give us an example of what he's doing, because I wanted to get a sense of what someone
individual. But we're talking about collectively. Collective.
It's because we come here to argue. When I started by saying politics is local. You have to go down to local, organize at that nuclear level. That is where you can hold your representatives accountable. This is what I said. But because we want to argue, we don't listen.
Ovie, give me a second. I want to let you come on, because I want to make sure we are not veering off too much. Oti, I personally asked Ovie, because Ovie was suggesting that he's doing stuff. So part of my question in terms of that civic engagement argument is, hey, he's a guy who's in diaspora. I'm assuming, are you in the diaspora, Ovie? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm interested to know how he's in the diaspora and engaging locally. So he's sharing his opinion on that. I was one that asked him about that. So finish your thoughts.
Well, in diaspora, his locality. The diaspora is locality. That's my view, really.
So let him finish his opinion.
We are representative of. We are not different from. We are representative of where we are coming from. We are not organized in diaspora. For the past 2 years, I can guarantee I've traveled more than 60 different cities. Identified Nigerians. We are not organized, not even at state level, local government level, or the federation at large. So we should not be expecting anything. Just like the speaker, Stay Humble, said, right? We have to organize it within even ourselves. We don't see eye to eye. We they see eye to eye when we want flex, when we want to do party, right? But there is no deliberate attempt to form a political organization, a political union, not to talk of a party.
Can that be done, or can it not?
Sorry?
Can that be done? Yes.
Yes, so if it can be done, but what is going to take is sacrifice. We work too much. I point
Okay,
that out.
Doctor, Master behind.
Let me. KJ, it's fine. I'll move on to someone else. But
behind.
I understand. And Oti, you've been having very spirited, questions, which I love. I like probing speakers, but I also want to make sure that everyone else's opinion gets it. But the reason why I wanted Ovia to share his opinion is he's now telling me how he's organizing and connecting to people back home. One thing I was going to ask him is, he says he's identifying people back home, young men in the villages and all those things. And this is not to insult you. Can you be able to engage civically with some of these young men and organize without necessarily having some financial injection into their livelihood? Because there's a question that I can easily, one of the temptations that flashed in my head was, hey, is Ovia greasing their palms and stuff like that? And I was like, no. So if I had that temptation to have that kind of thoughts, imagine what others have. So you're engaging with some of these people locally. In what way? What tangible way? Are you just communicating with them, teaching them stuff? Like, what exactly are you doing with those young people? If you want to share, that's fine. If you don't want to share, that's fine. Because
I started my foundation 2013. The goal of that foundation is to organize all the secondary school in my village in the name of track and field competition, and get friends, family, and everybody to contribute to provide computer and every other learning. Then identify potential who wants to go to sports and hit them to the next level. Now, OT is very emphatic about talkies. We don't talk enough. So there are 3 stages. There are 2 stages: talk and action. And action requires 2 things: money or practical involvement. Right? If you are not on ground to be involved practically, right, you are not in a position to dictate how they should organize themselves. Even if you are in a position, you can only expect. But what you can do to get involved, you donate. Even if you don't have the money, find one way, right, to do, because that is what is lacking. Action and finance. These 2 things go hand in hand. As you said, is enough for our talking, but these 2 things must occur before actually result can take place, because whether we like it or not, the competition is practical. Now practical votes. And 2 things is involved: money and numbers. Money buy everything, including votes, right? So either way you want to, there's no way you can actually support people on ground if you don't help to mobilize resources. That's another thing. You don't have to have it, right? Help people source to, because they need it. Because 2-3 people have to work together. And you for do that, people have to give up their time and other resources for them to come together. So when I say I identify people, I will say, okay, who now village, right? Who is actually organizing these women? Either to vote for whoever party, right? That's not for me to tell them vote for this or vote for this person, because they are the one bearing the brunt. But all I do is that, okay, who is in a position organizing politically, right? If you are organized, because I believe in that so much that there's nothing can be done if we don't organize politically.
Is your civic engagement partisan? Is your civic engagement partisan? Are you just, is it like, I'm organizing for this political party, or I'm just raising a general awareness and making people are politically aware? Is it partisan, or is it just?
It depends on okay, at the governor level, because of the process of the political system, we start from primaries, and I don't have control over that. We all wait for the political parties to choose whoever candidate they have for us. I don't have control over that, right? I'm not billionaire to say, okay, let me mobilize to make sure this person represents me. So at that level, I wait. Let's me use the current governor as an example. At the beginning of that election period, I know get it as in Edo State. Now the two big parties who spend money past nine go win. That was my conclusion until I saw the interview of Arise about this man. They're accusing him doesn't know how to speak English. That's what sparked my interest. You understand? So I go with stuff like that. But at that a village level, which they will come out and vote for state out of rep, of course. Now village people I know. If somebody from my village is contesting, my village is Ward 10, right? The other wards too. Of course, am I going to say, okay, I'm not going to support my own person? At times, we do have two candidates that will come from my own place. Then again, I have to say, okay, where my interest lies. But again, I'm not going to say, "Oh, you must vote for my interest." That is not how I do my things. I sample around my village now one, we know plenty. We know ourselves. We speak one language. So I know where the heartbeat of the people is at any particular given time. So that's how I get involved politically directly in terms of how I did one. So
Okay.
I identify those who are already in the process.
And
If
I
I'm on
appreciate-
ground,
yeah.
maybe I would do all those things,
Yeah.
even if I don't get back.
I didn't mean
But
to put in horses, but I was just looking for a tangible example, and I
No,
wanted
I
someone
appreciate that.
to share. I hope you don't mind. So
No. I
yeah.
appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Okay. I think one thing that I do want to, I'm tempted to go a little deeper, but I also want to make sure that everyone else's opinion is. But assuming we had time, one of the things I would have asked you to maybe sort of go into is, are you concerned that being involved politically down and organizing, that you end up feeding some of in being trying to be civically engaged? Do you end up feeding some of the corruption that we had? For example, if someone wants to civically be involved from the diaspora, you're encouraging people, organizing people politically. It's fine to be partisan and say vote for this particular party, but when you actually fund people sharing money, that's when you not only are you engaging civically, but you're engaging civically and actually encouraging some of the corruption that's ongoing there. But I think that's the discussion for a different day. But KJ,
When we go around again, if I
yes,
still have time to speak, I'll answer that.
yeah, KJ,
Yes, sir.
yeah, you and I know you and OT have been, have been very spirited about this. So I love hearing everyone's opinion. So what do you have to share about what's going on? I know you've talked about it before, but what do you think some of what Ovie has talked about?
What Ovie has talked about, and I say, person who has followed politics for a very long time, it is doable, but it's not easy. Look, it is difficult to have a good man in when he does not have the resources as a firepower. They say Tinubu is a strategist. Tinubu is a strategist. What kind of strategy is he? He believes in what money cannot do, more money will do it. That is his philosophy. Is that being strategic? It's not. You see, all the bogus contracts you see in Nigeria, all is aimed towards 2027, so that money can be brought to play. So, look, and I can go memory lane. There are many good men in Nigeria who have come up both in north, south, east, and west. They never made any headway, because when the tire hit the road, the people default to what they know. You see, whilst Ovie was talking, I was thinking to myself, where did we get it wrong? And this is what I feel is where we got it wrong. When we transited from the British colony, as a British colony, to politics, we never really educate our people that the power belongs to them, and that they can be able to take control of the government if it's not doing what they want. We still went with the mindset that these are our colonial masters, our new colonial masters, and so we treat them. That's why both the police, the army, and every other instrument of violence that belongs to the authority is used against the people. And that is why you see that a policeman, 5, 6 of them, is guarding one senator, because you think that is where the authority lies. So I think for us to go back to get our acts right, and that is why you see one of the reasons why the establishment hate Nnamdi Kanu, and I'm going there, because he was able to say certain things that people have never been able to say. He said it. He made it open. And people went to research. People like us, if we hear a new information, we go and research. We go and say, this thing this person have told me today, how true is it? And we look at other, we don't just open Google and ask Google, is this what it is? Because Google takes what somebody feeds in. So you go to more further research than just looking at what Google says. Okay, I'm not discounting what Google says, but if Google gives me an answer, I take it as my first step, and I begin to look at other possibilities. Now, here is the place where we need to go if we need to change this system, is to begin to tell our people that the man who is at the Aso Rock, or who is the state capital government house, is not your boss. Look, Dr. Dominic, I used to be a performer. I used to be a good performer. As you see me, so there's no dance I cannot dance in Nigeria. There's none. There's no I didn't dance. The Bata, the Sharo, the Fulani dance. Okay, the marriage dance of the Fulani.
I thought I say you resemble one of the showcase back dancers.
I'm serious. I am a professional theater artist. I acted alongside the days of I don't want to go there. Okay, so but why am I saying this? Why did I stop? One day I was performing and I looked down and I saw that all the people right in front of us were all thieves. These people have been stealing us dry. Okay, I was better qualified than most of them. Some of them can't even stand and defend themselves. What more of defend? Show us a clean academic record. And I said, no, I won't do this anymore. I stopped. I went on to do something else. But if you ask me, that was my preference. That was what I wanted to do. Because in the first place, somebody said it the other day, I was admitted to read law in the university. I changed it to theater as myself because I think that's my calling. Okay? So why am I going there? I'm going there to say that we need to go back to our people and tell them, your governor is not your boss. The House of Rep member is not your boss. And then we need to see how we can turn, because listen, what happened in Abia State couldn't have happened. The people have been voting OT for the past two election these things. I said that because you see, our communities are small. They have community meetings. They meet and say, okay, you know what? These PDP people have tried them for so long. They're not delivering. Let us go to this man. That's how they vote. Okay? They don't have any sentiment. But when they finish voting, in fact, my mom told me that, do you know that they've been voting for OT because they see that the man is the truthful person among the rest of them. But they never got it until that woman did what she did. So we need to also, while we're educating our people, get people like that woman, maybe in 12 states, maybe in 13 states, maybe in 20 states, maybe in the 36 states, who will stand and say,
you think INEC will ever call that woman back again?
Sorry? Yeah, of course, they won't call her. No, they won't call her. Why would they call her? She's not delivering now, because you see, the collection doesn't only stop with them. It goes back to the people who brought them in also. So that one a bad market. You understand what I'm saying? It's like sending a policeman to a roadblock and he comes back and says, okay, I was preaching Bible there or preaching Quran. I didn't collect anything from anybody. Of course, you're not going back. So what am I saying in essence? It's a long way to Kampala. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. It's a long way. Okay? And the only thing, if you can get that mentality, which we have, that's why I stopped, my brother, I stopped performing. If you're performing under the sun, say you are doing a cultural entertainment for the people who are thieves. Okay? So until later people know that when they are coming to commission the road which our money built, we shouldn't go and stand under the sun and dance for them and then clap for them. And then say, because sometimes you listen to even educated Nigeria say the governor was benevolent in being able to. No, you're not benevolent. That's what you're elected for. That's your job. And if you're not doing, we should kick you out. Look. Let me give you an example of a country.
Learn to accept the BEM, to be excited
we must move the people from there to the next place. If not, I tell you the truth, in the next 100 years, we'll still be there. we will still be where we are. In a county here, they don't even know you. You don't even need to be known. You are passing the road and you see that there's a pothole. If you get the number of the county mayor, you call him up or her up. They look, there's a this thing. This road is this. They will come and fix it. They will take down your details, Dr. Dominic. They will, after they fix it, they will call you back and say, "Oh, we have done this. Thank you so much for reminding us."
Yeah,
That is why.
That's part of a civic engagement.
Yeah.
Like, I saw a guy who was in the subway.
You have seen that before, right?
And I found a guy who was in the subway, and I called when I was like, "Hey, there's a guy here," and they asked me. I told them details, and they were like, "Oh, what's your number so we can follow up with you?" I was only in America for like it was like my second or third year. I was a little hesitant because I was like, in Nigerian mentality, I was like, what do you need a number for? But I soon realized it's part of what you're talking about. Accountability. They will say, okay, let's take out your number, and they will contact you. So I definitely agree.
Because they have respect.
I carry sorry ticket. I carry school bus.
Go ahead.
Store. I carry school bus go liquor store. Before I come back, I don't call. Somebody don't see the car, the box. Say this is not a school bus. You're not supposed to be at the liquor store car park. Where the best they do for this? That means you're not supposed to be drinking and driving. So for you to try, go buy liquor. So somebody call. In normal cities, they call school. Call the school. The advisors say, come. We saw so bus. Yes, so place. When I called it, they asked me, say, come. What you go do for that place? As in the way they describe it, I don't even talk anything. Now so the job they had like that.
But you see how it is. That's civic engagement.
Yes.
I like how you're sharing this. That is civic engagement. Even though I'll make the argument that sometimes people are so much, people do too much busybody. But
in fact, as much as if those are, I mean, this one I was in somewhere, those people who drive the school buses, if the driver is driving and there are students inside and you carry a person who is not supposed to be a student, other people looking at you will call that number and tell the police, hey, we don't know what's going on here. This man is supposed to be in this van. Okay. If you're not wearing the uniform of the drivers, they will call and before you move before 5 minutes, they are on your tail. So we must get our people to go from where we are, being docile and be just accepting anything, to the place where we will call them out and tell them clean and clear. Just like the people of Abia said that we are telling Ojus Okada now that you have done your last in the Senate, and we are going to make sure you don't return. That is the way it should be. We should tell them to their face so that they too will know that they are there to represent the people. If we don't do that, I'm telling you the truth. You see, but like I said, it's not going to be an easy walk because they have all the money. Our people don't have anything. Our people are hungry. It is difficult to get a man to be morally upright when his children are crying of hunger and he himself is hungry. It is difficult. I know of my very good friend who left a political party because he couldn't pay his rent, and now he had to go to the opposition who paid his rent gladly and is now working for them. So that is the situation. This guy is a morally upright guy, but because situation don't knock, there's nothing he can do. That is why they keep making sure the people are poor. I stop at that, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Someone was asking if you can dance Galala, but let's move on.
I know they dance the Galala. I see that traditional dance. Me, I dance. So okay. I know dance Galala.
I was going to have Chim talk and then Oti, but we have two new people that joined. So Chim, let's have Maska talk and then Bumi, and then we'll roll on to you. Before then, KJ, are you going to do an after show today? Okay, so maybe we can conclude in about 30 minutes because I'm a little bit tired.
No, it's at 7 o'clock. So if you have the strength, okay.
I don't have. I don't. That's why sometimes people complain that they are like, "Oh, do you look sleepy?" I'm always tired now. But
you are too young to be tired, young man.
When you are working as a doctor in America, it's very extremely busy. So, but let me have a Maska.
It's because you live in New York. That's why.
Yeah, by 4 p.m. it's already dark and it's so depressing. But okay, so Maska, Bumi, Chim, and then we can do a quick roundup. If there are any comments, we can maybe entertain some of the comments, and then we'll end in about 30 minutes.
Right.
So I'll be very the time, if you guys don't mind. But I'll be liberal with Masca and Bumi. Then afterwards, I'll be very, very particular with my time.
Finish with the ranting.
Masca, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Yeah,
but I would allow Bumi to go first, just as an elder. Let her go first, and of course, as a lady. And also for the purpose of diversity, I'm sure there's nothing new. I will say that KJ, Chim, probably Oti, which are most likely my age mates. So let the younger ones, let's hear something new before
No,
I come.
You can go first. I'm not.
Yeah, see how they fight who go be gentleman and gentlewoman.
All right, Bumi, thank you. No,
Go
I can go.
Okay, go ahead.
So good evening, everybody.
Are you in the diaspora as well, or in Nigeria?
No, I'm sitting here in Nigeria.
Baba.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear what you have to say, sir.
Okay. 3 things. First, I need to commend you, Dominic. I think you are doing an excellent job. I like the topic. It's very apt. I always like, I think like Ovio was saying, it's more to do when we talk, it should be more to do with the issues, less to do with events and personalities, because these things will always change, but the issues, the concepts always stay the same, most likely. So I like the topic. I think you're not just a doctor, but I think, okay, maybe it's because you're a doctor, you have this ability to be patient enough to listen to the patient until he lands his point. And I see you do a lot with all the panelists.
Without getting roasted.
And I think I will tell you why you are not going to be roasted by anybody, which is the third point I think I need to commend you on. You've displayed an ability to restrain yourself from being a partial umpire. Most of us were supposed to be the umpires, but the truth is that we if we don't hear what we want to hear, we have a way of trying to shut the narrative down. But I think you've done a good job of maintaining some semblance. I use the word some semblance of neutrality, but I think it's good enough. So it would be difficult for anybody to roast you. One, emotionally, you've not given anybody the local stand, the fire, or let's say the fuel to come and light you up.
It gives me too much, but thank you.
No, I mean, see, look, people, well, I'm sure KJ would warn you that, no, don't mind the man. He has the heart.
They say we should not praise our leaders. We should not praise our people in the power.
That's the problem. When you don't want to hear what, look, I will praise people when they do right. So when they do wrong, I will roast them. Okay, so I think that's the praise.
But I also want to accept some criticism too. What are some of the things that, since you are here and you are talking about what I'm doing, Professor, if there's anything that I have to work on,
honestly, I think so far, if I'm going to give you marks, I will give you 100%, sincerely speaking. Since you've done all that I would expect a true umpire to do. Look, you've told people. For instance, when KJ spoke, you said, look, we will fact check, even though I don't have the time. It's good enough. Okay, so I think that's enough about you. Let me make my speech about you also. The second thing, I would like to make some comments on some of the things that you've discussed, and then I think I will comment also on the topic itself. The first thing I would talk about in terms of the comments that were made, this guy, what's his name? Revolution Now. I want to go back to his points. I totally agree with him. One of the fundamental problems we have as a people that I see here in Nigeria is we do the wrong things, but after a while, because it is relatively not as evil as the other person, even though it's wrong, we begin to excuse it. the fact of the matter is that as a society, you should question how people get their wealth. It's a legitimate question. And I think it's a primary question. Once we can deal with that, every other issue becomes secondary. We cannot simply, because some people have stolen their money and they're feeding it, that, okay, so it's not proper to ask somebody, where did you get the money from? It is a very proper and legitimate question the guy was raising. Okay? And I think the panel did not do him well by trying to shut him down, because that's exactly what happened. People wanted to shut him down simply because we kind of think that, oh, she is using her money for good. But it's a legitimate question the guy was asking. And I don't think anybody was bold enough to say, oh, no, I know how she made her money, or the money was, so I think we should acknowledge what is wrong is wrong. And so that not to be misunderstood, in politics, in leadership, in fact, in life, there's no saint. All the angels, their address, I keep telling people, is in heaven. Anybody whose address is here on earth is not an angel. So I'm not saying that Natasha is an angel. I'm not saying that we should look for angels. But the truth is that to question the source of people's wealth is a legitimate question. Whether they are doing well or they are not doing well, it's another matter. I take your point that, look, this is the question at hand. But look, if the person decides that that is the tangent he wanted to go, I think we should allow him, sincerely speaking. So that's that for that comment. And I think somebody, I can't remember who, I think it's either you, Dominic, or somebody, I don't know who, but somebody was talking about educating people. I think maybe KJ, I'm not too sure. I'm not too particular on who raised the point. I think it's a very important point that we need to educate our people. On that, I totally agree. But I think before you start going to educate people, given the nature of Nigeria, I always canvass that, one, the people you are going to go and educate, you yourself need to educate yourself in terms of what are you going to go and tell them, and how are you going to go and tell them, because you need to also understand the people you want to go and educate. You can't be a professor and for some reason, because you're on holiday and they say in the next primary school there's no teacher, you enter the class and start teaching or talking to them at a professorial level. You're just going to waste their time and waste your time. You need to understand the level of the people, how you're going to engage them. So I think it's a very important point. We need to take the responsibility to educate our people, but we need to also educate ourselves in terms of what we are going to tell them. Because if I go to start telling my people, now I'm from the north, if I start telling people, for instance, that, oh, the enemy is the Igbo man, I think I'm miseducating them. That's not the kind of education. So I will not go too detailed on that. And I hope one day we can start having this kind of discussion of what are the kind of education now that we think we should be educating our people. And what is the kind of education we should be educating ourselves. I really admire Ovie, because every time I listen to him, that guy educates. He educates. And the education he's given is the kind of education people like me and you at our level, we need to have that understanding of the bigger picture, of the grand scheme, even if that is not what we go and tell our people, but we need to have that understanding. So that's that. But on the topic,
I wanted to just to probe a little bit, and don't forget the remaining point that you wanted to make. The question that comes to mind when you say such a thing, and I'm not criticizing you, is I had a saying about information. Sometimes information, someone who is ignorant can have a piece of information, and someone who is not ignorant can have a piece of information. And sometimes a piece of information is more dangerous in the hands of an ignorant person than in the hands of someone who is learned. In that sense, the democratization of media, social media, and information sharing is not something that we can regress back. It's already happened, which means that the ignorance has the same access to sharing information. I can have millions of followers. So the person who is learned, who can also have millions of followers. And the reason I'm pointing it out is you're talking about not only do you have to educate, but you also have to make sure you yourself are educated so that when you're giving information, you are making sure that you are positively impacting the polity. Now, should we be concerned about the current democratization of information? Would you suggest that we should do what the Nigerian government wants to do, which is restrict social media and things like that, because you are scared that people who are ignorant and do not educate themselves are trying to educate the populace? I don't want to take away from the other points that you want to share.
Okay, so I think it's an important point you raise. I would agree with you that it's a problem. But my philosophy in life is that problems themselves are synonymous with life. Most of the people, I know a lot of people that commit suicide simply because there's a dearth of solvable problems in their life. They get so bored, they lose the essence of life. Okay. So yes, I think it's a problem, but it's a problem to the extent that like you said, there is a lot of misinformation out there. But guess what? One of the things I said about you is that you try to fact check people. The thing is, in my place, there are two proverbs I would give. Like Ramun Kariakurene, if somebody is misinforming people, there's an end. The truth is the only one that can, there's some things that if it's not factual, it's not factual.
You can only lie to some extent, and at some point, naturally,
you can misinform people. And the good thing about democratization is that, look, if the person who is misinforming people has that democracy, the people with the correct information, the only problem we will have is when they don't want to leverage that same democratization, which is the problem Nigeria is having now. A lot of us that are supposed to speak are not speaking. A lot of us that are supposed to act are not acting. So that democracy is exactly the same thing. That democracy, we've left it to some people. Not just the information democracy, but the actual democracy, we've abandoned it to some people who are misguiding our people. But anyway, I think that the second proverb also is agree with you that Karamusani Kunkuni, meaning that half knowledge is very, very dangerous. You just hear half of the story, you carry it and run away with it. One of the things that I've learned the hard way in life is never to read a book halfway. If you start, please endeavor to finish that book, or else just keep quiet and pretend you've never read that book. So I think, I don't know whether I've answered your question.
No, you've answered it. Quite insightful. Yes. You know what came to my mind when you said that last part? The Chimamanda Adichie, she did this TED talk, The Dangers of a Single Story, and for some reason it became very popular. Even students, high school students, secondary school students in the US, their teachers will tell them, if you look at the comments, go and appraise this video, watch this video and write an essay on it. They're talking about dangers of a single story. You only have one point of view, right? Which means same thing. You have to have information. You don't have the full picture, and you're making speculations or conclusions based on that. So, but thank you. Don't forget the other points you wanted to make. Go ahead.
No. I see an old man. I will write some of these things before I even.
Thank you for writing it down.
To start. Okay, so one, I said three things. The first one is to commend you. The second one, there were two items of discussion that I wanted to comment upon. On the topic, I would want to start by asking a question. Okay. When you say holding elected officials accountable, what exactly do you mean?
Okay, when I say holding accountable, what I mean is this.
I'm sorry, let me give you a bit of
it's a rhetorical question.
No, it's not. Absolutely not a rhetorical question. I think it's a very...
Let's see it now. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to give you some pointer to what I am looking for. Okay. In my understanding in life, you see, when you say when you send somebody to do something, there are three things that are important. For instance, if you say, like, I have a son, I say, okay, go and drop your kid brother in school. Okay. There's certain knowledge that he must have. Where is the school? What is the time? Stuff like that. He needs to know what he is supposed to do. He must then, secondly, have the skill to do what you are telling him to do. If you are saying drop them, does he know how to drive? Can he drive? It's a skill. Does he have it? And most importantly, is he willing to do it? Because if he's not willing, and you can tell him he knows what he's supposed to do, he knows how to do it. But if he's not willing to do it, and when I say, is he willing, is there incentive enough for him to do it? Does he see the need for him to do it? Does he agree on the need to do it? So these are the three things that I'm asking, I'm looking for when you so hold these officials accountable. What are you really talking about?
Oh, that's actually it's a good way to break it down. The first thing you said is, someone has to have the information. The child, you're saying, go and drop your sister in school. They have to have the information. Where is the school and things like that. If I were to put it into the context of what I've been trying to encourage in this conversation is, I think the first thing I want to lay the groundwork is, do people think it's even important to be engaged civically in what's going on? Because, I will I'm an Igbo man, and I know I've heard this multiple times from my Igbo people. They will say, oh, this person is corrupt, that person is corrupt. You know what? They won't affect us. We'll just do our business. We'll survive anyhow. And in a way, it is a mantra that we have in our hearts, just to ginger ourselves that no matter how much things may be suppressive, repressive, and corrupt, the Igbo man will always succeed if they put their mind and their entrepreneurial skills to the test. But every once in a while, we are humbled by the fact that sometimes you have leadership and people and the polity make policies that affect us. For example, houses that are being knocked down in Lagos, or the fact that federal roads in Igbo land are very messy. So if you are a man who owns
or seaports closer to where their businesses are.
Exactly. If you're someone who owns a transportation company, GU, God is good.
An international airport also. Let me help you, Chim.
Yeah. You're putting cars on the big buses on the street, on the road to apply and move people back and forth this Christmas. And you're saying, I'll do my business no matter what. But guess what? The government is affecting the road. The road is going to spoil your car. So sooner or later, even though you want to withdraw yourself and be apolitical, there is no way that some of those things will not affect you. If you don't go out and vote, because you feel like all the smart people should not go out and vote, all the people who want the good things should not go out and vote. Guess what? When all the learned people go into the room and rest, all the fools and people who are ignorant will go and vote for you. And the person that they vote for you will control how things work and the policies. So no matter what, my Igbo brothers, even though you want to go and do your own thing, guess what? Whatever is happening out there will affect you at some point. So the big thing is, do people want to get civically engaged? How do you encourage people to get civically engaged? Right? Because I know I'm talking about accountability, but if I can't even get people to agree that they have to be civically engaged and they have to care about what happens, but they have to know who their councillor is, local government chairman, governor is, and be involved in be part of the conversation, then I'm wasting my time. How will you hold somebody accountable that you don't even know that they exist, what their function is, or how they get funded, like you mentioned? So that's the part of me having this conversation, because I watched Natasha's video. I think it was yesterday evening, and I called you. I was really I would like to talk about this topic at some point. The initial suggestion I had was to play it today. Whenever the speaker is done, we can play it and discuss. But he was like, what? Why don't you do a show on it? So we would have pushed it. That's one of encouraging civic engagement. I didn't plan on having a show to discuss this. So it was just going to be like a side video played in on that show. But he gingered me. I was like, okay, why not I do this?
Mr. Rudolph,
waiting.
And Chim put my leg to fire. I was like, Dominic, you're gonna have a show. Why are you wasting time? So, but I hope I've answered your question. I think the big thing is,
I get your point.
Getting people to be involved, just laying the groundwork first. Accountability, I think, is a little bit further down the line. But part of the initial step is, hey, there's a polity.
Thank you, Dominic. I think you've done a good job. I can make a good attempt. Well, let me not.
Go ahead. Maybe can you answer the question?
Let me not mark my answer sheet myself.
No, Can you answer the question that you asked me? I want to learn from you. The question that you asked me, can you answer it? Like what's your take about this?
That's exactly what I'm going to try and do to answer that same question in my own way. My thinking actually is, first, agree with you. Yes, we need to tell people this is very important. We need to even convince ourselves on this matter. All of us, the truth is that we all pretend that we can talk, but the truth is that on that election day, or even before the election day, what do we do? Most of us, I don't think we do enough. Before we even start thinking that, oh, it's other people, we need to go and tell that civic engagement is important. We need to convince ourselves. And I would say that there's a lot of spectrum for this civic engagement. My take is that it's a wide spectrum. One of the things that I'm thoroughly convinced now in Nigeria is that there's institutional failure across board, and it's a major problem. No matter what we do, we need to focus also on the institutions. One of the very critical institutions is INEC, or let me not use the word INEC, it's electioning. I will use the word electioning. And when I say electioning, I don't even mean only on the election day. Right from the way primaries are being held. How are we even constituting our own political parties? Okay. You don't have to go and fight political, but all we have to do is to sit down, do the analysis, thinking, oh, this is how we think it should, which is something you said, that sometimes we think ideas don't catch up, but you just have to say it. At some point, like you rightly pointed out, at some point, restructuring Nigeria was never on the table. But if you push it hard enough, institutional framework and institutional quality in Nigeria can become a subject of discussion. People will begin to look at our institutions and agree that, oh yes, the police as a policing institution is completely a failed institution. The way we do our elections is completely a failed institution. Our educational system, the whole educational institution has failed. We can then begin to look at where are the points of failure. So I'm saying that in my mind, that also is part of the spectrum of the civic engagement. But the one that for me, I think is very, very important, I see it, the way I see Nigerian democracy is like in a bus. There are bus stops. If you're not okay with the driver, and the good thing is that at that bus stop, everybody will come down, you, the passengers, including the driver. You can enter another bus, you can pick another driver, you can choose to remain where you are and stuff like that. I think that the likes of us need to begin to focus on that singular day, because that is an inflection point. It's a very critical point. All this argument we argue, we need to focus, for instance, at least for now, on that singular day. I've always canvassed that, for instance, the biggest education we can give our people, for instance, is to create a scenario where after election day, every Nigerian can put his hand in his chest and say this was the actual numbers. Whether that was what they announced or not is a different matter. But we know Nigerians have been educated with the true numbers. How we do it is our own business. And with all this democratization of information, with the prevalence of technology, these are the things we should focus on. I would rest here for now so that other people, I think Bumi, I'm sure, should be able to. It's a big spectrum. There's a lot, but I think I will stop here.
Well, thank you very much for sharing, because I was lamenting that there's so much southern and maybe middle belt voice. I want to hear someone from the north, and boom, you showed up, and people were hailing you. Someone was hailing you in the comment section that you're very honest, guys. I was like, okay, I've never heard you Mascot talk before, so I was like, let me just give you more.
People would not agree with me. I'm sure Pansat, if he's in the comment section, he will say, kick me out.
I beg, I don't want Pansat to happen.
KJ is an honorable man. He may not like the things I say, but he would still condone me. He is the one who is even making case for you to bring me up. But I know he doesn't like the things I say.
KJ,
So I'm
that's
saying that,
why his
look,
face is squeezed like that. Okay.
yes,
No,
that's why you.
listen, my friend Masker, I'll be honest with you. I have very few Igbo friends. I'm serious.
Don't say
Majority of
that.
my friends
Don't
are
patronizing
from
KJ.
your
Don't
side.
say that to
So
me.
hold
Don't
on,
say that.
hold on. You see, one of my challenge, you see, even like, okay, I will say that in the next program. But one of my challenges is
Yeah, I will, in fact, normally me, I like the late show. I just joined
Okay.
because I think
yes.
Dominic here.
Listen, one of my major challenge in Nigeria is that, you see, an Igbo man is loved once he's bashing the Igbo people, once he's not agreeing with whatever is going on in the East. But that same Igbo man is fighting for the cause of other people all around Nigeria and accepting that whatever they're doing is correct, even when on this program I stood. In fact, some people thought I was from Benue because my name is KJ.
I thought you were from Middlebelt, Benue.
Okay.
Initially.
But until the day I raised the issue of saying, look, this is not fair, then I became this thing. You see, and I don't mind.
I'm not defending yourself, KJ, because
No,
I'm like you. Forget this, your defense.
No, it doesn't. See, I'm not trying to. See, it's going.
I'm pulling your leg now. You know my brother. I'm pulling. Let Bumi talk. Don't
See,
worry, KJ.
all I'm trying to say is this, Master.
All right, 20 seconds, KJ.
Hold on, 1 minute. I'll just not up to 1 minute. We all know what the problem is with Nigeria. Let's deal with that problem, and everybody will be happy. Simple. We know the problem, and that's what we're going to discuss the next one. Thank you.
Everyone, we have 15 minutes before KJ becomes a lord and emperor of the late show. Please sure.
No, go there. We love him.
All right, Bumi, please. I know. Share your thoughts, however you want to share it. It's fine. We'll give you time. Don't worry. Go ahead.
It's evening where I am, so good
You're in
evening,
Niger,
everyone.
right?
Sorry?
Are you in Niger?
No, I'm not in Nigeria. But we have the same time zone. That's why.
Okay, good.
Okay. So I think some of the things I would like to say has already been said by some people. So I'll try my best not to repeat myself. But I'm gonna try to stay in the topic of civil engagement. But however, when we talk about civil engagement, I think maybe we need to start first in what we actually want before actually holding people accountable. Because you need to know what you want for yourself, or at least in a society, then you can know how to hold them accountable. So regarding this whole, like the example that was used by the Natasha situation, right? I think that it's a bit it's a bit hard to specifically go into, okay, how do we hold this, senators accountable? And then majority of the ways that we try to hold them accountable is basically just social media. And I do like the social media accountability, whether you're canceling them or not. But I think that should be like a plan B when plan A doesn't work. And I think plan A should ever be your law, or at least your social, the system itself. So when they fail from a government perspective, like they break the rules and laws, the next thing you go is, okay, maybe go online or organize as a people and then hold them accountable. But we cannot say, for example, Natasha isn't very open about her funding, when I don't know if it's a requirement from government officials actually to be open in Nigeria, at least. If it's not something that is required from them, we can't then start asking her, so where are you getting your funding from in terms of her personal project that she said she has done? Because it's not something that she's required to. I mean, you can ask for it, but it's not a requirement for it. And if we're doing that, it shouldn't be a one-person thing. It should be every single person should be held to that standard. Because now we are creating a precedent for every single person. Ovia made an example of how, like, he's fine with his senator or whoever is representing him. You don't have to be fine with him, but are certain things he's doing, do you want that to be done with every other senators? So then everyone knows, okay, this is all we all do as a society. It's not, okay, you do this, and then it creates confusion if we're not following the law, at least. And regarding the whole civic engagement, I do think that we don't want that to actually happen, to be honest. I think I mentioned once that Nigerians don't really want to hold people accountable. They just want you to do good things. And that's it. Because a good reason or a good way to hold all of these people accountable is to at least know if they exist or not. Whether you voted for whoever is representing your governors, your local government, whether you voted for them or they're corrupt or whatever, at least know they exist, who they are, their names, and how they look like. It doesn't matter if they have the same political views as you have, just know who they are. And it's sad that majority of people don't know who they are. But then we want to hold them accountable. How can you hold anybody accountable and you don't even know if they exist or not? So I think it starts from there, that the big ball does fall on us as a people. The quality of leadership we have in Nigeria is very clear that it's not there. We don't have a good set of leaders that want the best for the people. However, I don't think we have good sets of individuals that actually want the best for the society themselves, because that leads to the whole civil engagement. Because let's just know they exist, know what we want, and even if they come and fail us, yes, they're corrupt. But we know we have played our role. We can't just have this whole defeated mindset. They've already won. It is what it is. So I don't need to care how many people are running for whatever position. Let them do their thing.
Okay. So I kind of like I think that's some of part of what I was telling Masca, the first step is, you have to educate people, like, what do you want? You have to actually get them to even realize that they actually need to be civically engaged. And also the next step is knowing who is representing you, because this is a representative democracy. You're supposed to know who's representing you. Like, if you voted in the last election, you know some of who the candidates are, who won, things like that. So I think part of the first step is always education. You always want to educate people first. Give them information. Like Masca was giving an example. You want a boy to drop her young sister in school. The boy needs to know where the school is. That is information. He needs to know how to get to the school. That is information. I think information is key. And in this day and age of social media democratization, there's a good part of it, which is, you're sharing information. You can't. It's no longer the days in the past where they will every once in a while they'll burn books. If somebody wants to suppress a philosophy, back in the days, in the Middle Ages, they will go and burn books, burn churches, burn libraries. You can't do that anymore. If you do all those things, like, everything is still on social media. You can't hide things. But thank you for sharing.
Dr. Dominic, to add to the conversation, because talking about what Masca raised.
We have to summarize, though. We're about to.
You were supposed to talk, or this man has started talking.
Why don't we go around? Because I
was supposed to talk, and we jumped me and went to Masca and Bumi and allowed him. And now Pablo is talking.
Okay.
Can I post a question? I'm not speaking.
Okay, pose a question.
Masca talking about education, and they need to know before you educate. How many of us actually understand the politics that Nigeria is playing, or the system that we are practicing?
Oh,
how many of us?
Okay, you actually ask that all the time in different ways. Maybe Chim let's start from Chim. Chim, let's start rounding up. Maybe you can answer the last question and then, summarize, and then we'll move out. We'll move around. Go ahead.
Can I go ahead now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Masca, I'm happy you're here. You haven't left, because I was hoping you don't leave before I say a few things I wanted to say. And thanks to Bumi for raising some of those, thought-provoking questions. You see, nobody here, at least not me, is here trying to say Natasha should not be held accountable or be asked the sources of the funds she's using to execute those noble projects. The point is that the average Nigerian who is at the receiving end of what our politicians call the dividends of democracy, none of those people wants to care or is interested in where those things are coming. What is paramount is for you and I who are rational and educated and able to, think that are concerned with all those, where's she getting the money from? Somebody executes a project and then the first thing is, where is this money coming from? I agree. In a democracy, people should be held accountable. If somebody is spending money, we should know, is it ritual money? Is she defrauding someone somewhere to take the money and buy her way into or worm her way into the hearts of the people? That's proper. We don't even need democracy to do that. In every rational society, even you as a parent, if your son who left home yesterday, just left home to go get a job, suddenly shows up in your frontiers of your home with a new G-Wagon or whatever kind of exotic car and hands you the key, you should ask him, where's the fund coming from? Even a pastor should ask a church member, the donation you just gave us, who's humongous, where's the money coming from? So I'm trying to lay that out because people are here telling us, we certainly turned it to where's your money coming from, rather than holding our elected officials accountable. The accountability that I want to see Nigerians ask, primary, first and foremost, before we start going into a Natasha matter, is, okay, Senator representing Anambra West, look at your peer doing all those projects there. Please, where's your own project? Why are we not feeling you the way the people in Kogi, if it is central, north, or east, I don't know which one it is for her, are feeling those, are getting those, why are we not feeling you the way those people are feeling them in that side? So I'm not here to say we shouldn't, because if you remember at the beginning, there were two words that were used here that I commended and I tried to expand on. Reasonable men. We're talking about how reasonable men fashioned out the US. And we're trying to figure where our own reasonable men are in Nigeria. Who are our own reasonable men who want to restructure Nigeria for the benefit of all, not for the interest of a few? Because part of that accountability is these police officers that the president has said should be withdrawn from VIPs. Why do we have taxpayers taking care of elected officials? We take care of them, we pay their salaries and their emoluments, and then we also take care of them in terms of using the same police, because I don't see any police officer guarding Nancy Pelosi. She has to go and get her private security network. That's what happens in where you live, Mr. Dominic, if I'm wrong. There's no politician.
Certain people, like former presidents, will still have secret service.
I didn't mention presidents. I said Nancy Pelosi for a reason. There is a reason why I emphasize on her for a reason.
Okay.
She will go get her private. Listen, there might be FBI on scene monitoring her because she at that level, but her visible security is not. It is not the police of Washington or the police of the state where she comes from. Remember, these are people elected somewhere and they move to Washington to go serve. So what in Nigeria, we have Nigerian Central Police, which is another operation altogether. But the point I'm making is, why do we have those persons?
Jim, point of correction. Now, federal capital police, now then they guide Nancy Pelosi.
But it's not a private.
It's not private.
Is it the police of Washington?
Yes. That's why I say capital police.
All right. Don't worry. That's fine. I'll give that to you for now. So, but the point I'm trying to make is this. When we say there should be accountability, I'm okay with that. There is, first of all, oh, wow, we commend this person for doing this because this is not the norm. Let's not come here and pretend that what we see Natasha doing is the norm. I have a senator. You have a Senator Maska. Dominic, you have one. Bumi, you have one. Is my senator doing the same thing we've been seeing? Okay, somebody said in the chat section that she's a first-term senator. My senator is a third-term senator. I haven't seen him do similar thing that I'm seeing Natasha do. But I'm supposed to first and foremost question Natasha's source of wealth when she's using it, and that's actually accountability. The fact that she is able to use that resource means she's opening herself up to the federal government Because the only people who can hold her accountable actually right now is the government of the country and the Senate. If she is fraudulently using the resources at her disposal, they are the ones who, when they're doing their accounting, will say, this woman, we gave you X amount. No, come and tell us how you've used it. So because I do not see how the Nigerian average man in Kogi State, whether it is west or east or wherever where she comes from, is going to be able to hold her accountable. Right now, in fact, they are overjoyed that they've had a senator before her representing that same section, didn't do as much as what she's doing. And you are asking, and you're busy here saying, this woman needs to tell us what to do. I'm not against that. Trust me. I'm not against that. But what I'm saying is, when the average Kogi man is hearing you, he's saying, look at this wicked person. So you are the people who are against her. That's the point. The average Nigerian doesn't care. Listen, do you know how many, if Nigerians really care, do you think anybody will go to a polling unit and be given bread and egg to just to cast a vote and they will take it if they really cared? That tells you how these people that Okpabolo has put their cap behind him have reduced, denominated Nigerians. But he's putting their cap on behind him and telling me to question that woman. I know what accountability is. So the point I want to bring out is, let's stop this our educational quantification we do sometimes and bring this into the base minimal, which is what the average man who is not as educated as Masca is considering, where their next meal comes from, that their child is able to sit in a comfortable classroom.
Sorry, Dominic, please, I can't
Masca,
help you.
Masca, you respond.
I need to put him in his place. The guy who made that comment acknowledged that he did not go to school.
Okay, hold on, Masca. Masca, please now. You know when you were talking, I kept quiet. You're stealing my time now, please. So the guy who said that is revolutionary. And we tried to inform him, but revolutionary, as good as a question he's asked, was not willing to sit back and listen. Nobody shut the revolutionary down. He asked a question, but was not ready to wait for the answer. And please be honest with me, he was in a hurry. And he was seeking a particular response. When we go to be educated, you can't choose the response you get. You can push back on the response, but you cannot choose your response. That's one of the problems that the average Nigerian has. The average Nigerian asks a question, he wants his particular answer. If that answer doesn't come the way he wants it, you are his enemy.
We do have to move on. There's 34 minutes left before KJ starts.
Okay, let me end here. So the other one is a little banter towards Ovie. Masca said Ovie is always educating us. I beg to agree. Ovie comes here with a lot of conspiracy. Ovie, you know, it's coming from a place
agree
of
or disagree.
Ovie comes here with a lot of conspiracy, and he supports misfits to run the affairs of Edo State. And then he comes here wanting me to accept. I won't accept what he said until the day he stops supporting those people. Ovie, that's from a place of love. Don't come and hit me.
Dr. Dominic,
Masca, if you can give your concluding statements, go ahead, Masca.
My response to Jim.
What's going on, Dr. Dominic? You've forgotten us here. What?
I didn't forget you. We're all making concluding statements, so Masca can go ahead. Sophia mentioned, Jim mentioned.
I maintain that not to question source of wealth, whether it's Natasha's source of, look, if you are the one feeding me, I should question your source of wealth. I maintain. You can maintain your position. I maintain my support for revolution. It's a free world. That's number one. Number two, the meaning of education. Ovie is school. You go to school. Not everything that the teacher tell you, you must agree. In fact, you should go to 2 schools at the same time. That's why there are many subjects. And so that you can combine everything. Take some, leave some. I still maintain again, Ovie is teaching. Thank you.
Do you want to say anything as Masca? Because once we get to everybody, then I will end the show and then we can go on to KJ's. Okay. So, Bumi, do you have any concluding statements? Anything you want to say?
I would say I beg to differ. Why is it that we want to start asking where they're getting funding from? Is it because she's a woman?
Oh, you're not.
Why is it now that's the topic? That, oh, where are they getting money from? How is their money getting to them? All this why we've been having senators or whoever existing for thousands of years, but now this woman is finally given this is why all these other politicians don't go for interviews. She has finally gone for one now. Everybody wants to put all the problem
Somebody is eating in the background.
I think that's interesting. However, I don't disagree with the question of if she is getting crowdfunding for certain projects she's doing. I would love to know where she's getting her funding from. I think we all want that. We should know where our leaders are getting their money from, whether it's our personal money or foreign from foreign entities. Let's just know it's in America. I think you get to know where people are getting money from, APEC, whatever. It would be nice to know. However, why are we isolating it to just one person? Why isn't the conversation like, okay, guys, it's true. Why don't we know where our senators are getting money from? I would really love it to be a let's try to, and this is where it comes to the civil engagement. Because right now it seems like a personal attack to one person. We should be, okay, wait, senators, I agree, we have what, 109 representatives or something like that?
109 senators, yes.
Yeah, senators. So it's like, okay, let's know where 109, if they're doing personal projects or their allowance, like the budget they get. Let's all know that, and it should all be documented. We should all want to know that. Whether it's from the Lagos state, Kogi states, we all should know that, and it should be made public, where our information shouldn't be coming from Wikipedia. These are the things that we should all say, but for some reason it's only being directed to one person. And because the woman decides to be very open and she's actually doing certain things that is benefiting the society, it's very interesting. I feel like we should also take time and ask ourselves that question of why are we thinking like that, in a way. But that's my conclusion.
Case in point, I'm just going to share a comment. I'm not sharing this, and if you guys know me very well, I like to share comments because I feel like it's very informative, and I sometimes even share things that may be derogatory or controversial, not because I believe in them, but just to give you a sense of how some Nigerians think. This is a lady who is her mom is Russian and the dad is from Kogi State, so she's biracial. That's irrelevant. She grew up in Nigeria many years. She even went to, pre higher institution. She went to, I don't know about primary, she went to secondary school there. So she has actually seen the fabric of Nigerian society, and somebody wants to belittle everything about her and whittle it down to she's biracial, therefore she can represent Nigeria or some section of Nigeria or Kogi Central. Like, I don't make that make sense. I know I'm trying to be fair, but like some people make some comments and I'm just like, are you kidding me? But I'll share the comment that this is not somebody who's Nigerian. I'm assuming this person Nigerian shared. Let me.
I don't think you can elevate that conversation, please. You will be getting this person to prominence, which will be wrong.
Okay, I wouldn't do that, but okay. So let's move along. CM, you joined quite late. We're concluding, but I still wanted your opinion, you and Forefather. So, but KJ will be starting a show in 28 minutes where you can get to air as much views as you want. So keep it short, few minutes.
I will wait for KJ's show.
Okay, all right. Next person who Forefathers, do you want to go ahead and share your opinion, or you want us to skip you and have everyone else conclude?
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Dominic. I think I'm fine with a few minutes. I think there's no need to rush to KJ show.
Okay, all right. So you wait for KJ show.
No, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Now because that's why I came in. Yeah, you mentioned something about information sharing. I think one of the most efficient ways to pass information to people, you have to have some kind of ideology. And regarding, you have to also study the system that you want to overthrow. Because one of the things I noticed from the previous election was that the cities are more difficult to rig in than the outskirts. And if you understand that pattern, maybe you can, devise a method to kind of reduce the damage of rigging. And remember, some states are more critical than others in terms of the rigging, because some of them are swing states. You have to also understand that. So you have to do some research to know where to go to and ensure that the rigging is mitigated. Then the final one, which is most important actually, in terms of which is funding. Without funding of a way to do this, it's just talking, just like we've been doing for a very long time. And that's what I found. There are good ideas everywhere, but if you cannot fund it, it's of no use. And I think recently my eyes got more open to this. When you study what was going on in America, I find that the financing of candidates seems to make a lot of difference to whom is elected into office or not. You can see the influence of APAC and all the rest. So funding is critical. Without it, we're all just talking. So I think I've tried to keep it brief. Thank you.
All right. Wow. Surprising. Thank you. Let's see. So Chim has shared his final. Maska has shared
Is
his
it
final.
Chim?
Chim
That's
shared
one
his
of my-
final. Maska shared final. CM wants to skip. Let's hear from Mr. Oti, Alex Oti's brother. I'm just messing with you.
and also Professor Mrs. Oti. So you can see there's something about the Otis, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Good one.
And Mr.
Change
Oti is a
change
lawyer.
makers.
Mr. Oti is a lawyer, so he talks very diplomatically. Go ahead, sir.
And they don't
That's a
talk too
good
much.
one.
By the way, so is it kind of a summary?
These statements. Go ahead, and please don't watch it interject.
No, I don't waste time. But quite frankly, it's if the only thing I have to say it's not about the quantity of on the length of our speeches and all that. So if we are, my view has always been consistently, all along, if we really want to make a change, we have to go to the root of the problem. There's no point, this kind of the superficial, doesn't help us. First of all, if we say we want to practice, elective popular democracy, we have to make the fundamental changes that are required. Okay. Now, for example, one thing that has come up now is, this thing about, accountability of public officials. And we can also, looking at our situation, we don't have to copy everything. How about, again, the fundamental changes? So we can at least allow independent candidates in our elections. It doesn't have to be this party politics. You have, for you to be sponsored by a political party. Independent candidacy, it would be a welcome change. And also for the public pulse to finance the electionary process. All right. So that would make a lot of change. This question of accountability we're talking about, that's the most effective way to bring it about. In other words, the fund, kind of cut off, at least, even if not completely, but at least to a great extent, the big men, the money banks that capture the process. So electioneering can actually be funded from the public purse. So this is the kind of thinking, if we want to have a real, or at least something approximating a democracy, we don't have to copy, we don't have to follow everything, that is done in the West. So that's the kind of thinking we should be doing, if you ask me. And all this kind of maybe focusing, on Natasha, what she's doing and what she's not doing, and what any particular senator is doing or not doing. These are kind of, to me, the marginal issues. We have to get to the root of the problem. That's my view. In so many ways, a restructuring. Okay, somebody talked about it. So these are big ticket items. So that's the only way we can make progress. And of course, not forgetting or discounting the real change. Really, how do we want to go forward? Do we have to, the constitution, the structure we have? So without touching this, everything else we're doing is a waste of time. That's my view.
Okay. All right. While we're waiting for Mr. Ike to come back, Bebolo, you want any concluding statements? And then Revolution now, I'm tempted not to have you comment because it's almost time, but I know your name was mentioned a couple of times, so I think we'll probably end after you share your opinion.
There's a big masquerade in the house, though. I can exit for that masquerade to come in, please.
Which masquerade?
There is a big masquerade. Look well.
No,
Okay.
Jim, wait and take responsibility for what you caused.
Okay, so let somebody to leave. Let the masquerade come.
Okay,
While of Pablo
so-
me, I'm okay with that.
For some reason, okay, so CM, I'll remove CM and forefathers because they want to share opinion at the next show. Oh, CM, like, okay, let me welcome my Oga. But go ahead, Obolo, share your opinion. Why am I talking about Obolo? Ovia, share your opinion. Opening statements, I beg. Yes, I know what you're doing. I'm trying to get these guys to it's a mind thing. Go ahead, Ovia.
Chim, first of all, we appreciate you for bringing Bumi out. Even though the route you took to bring her out was wrong, right? It is because you made the conversation about Natasha, right? That's what brought Bumi out. And you did everything you could to route me into that. My point here was centered around the process. How do we bring change? And I said it has to be at a macro level. Well, that's why I started saying politics is local, regardless of how the Dominic is trying to make us understand that social media is here to stay. We all know that, but still, everything is still boiled down to that micro level. That was my point, but you keep saying Natasha, that's all. And the reason why I don't want to go that personality is because we will begin to make an about her, about who do what she do, where she get money and all that. That's why I didn't go that route, but he did everything to bring me
I tried to
round
avoid,
me.
but Revolution pivoted us to it, which is fair point. So we'll have him talk.
And again, Dominic, to clarify something, I think
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
democracy we are practicing in America is built on House of Representative. That's where the power actually lies. It's more powerful than doing the presidency. So it's also part of what we need to understand if we want to actually educate our people how to get out of where we are. But it starts at the macro level, which I think begins at home. People that actually make that wisdom are not stupid. So if you cannot make impact in your own village, you have to be a billionaire to actually make change that will affect people on the grand scale at the national level. That's a fact. It's all about the Benjamin, as we say in America.
You and this,
Peace out.
you like talking you and this and Benjamin. Thank you very much. Why don't we move on to? I will skip Ike. I think we may have to end up removing Ike because he's. You guys all saw it here. You guys are my witness. He's not on his seat. So next time when he chases me around, you guys will defend me. Revolution now. I just want to make this context clear. We're not against anyone sharing your opinion. Actually, I personally thought it was distracting to be talking about where she earned money for personal project because she already mentioned it in the video. And no matter how long we discuss it from heaven to earth, unless we are privy to investigating those things, we'll never know, right? But point taken. Go ahead, Devotion now.
And Chim,
thank you.
Tunanja is one of my students. As you can see, he has grown over the years. So that's me being a teacher.
Both of you people have a dreads.
He's one of my teachers. So
You know, say we carry dress. Educated people know they like us at all. They just say we crazy, but no problem.
No.
Thank you for bringing me in. Thank you. Don't worry, Dr. Dominic. We understand people like una. Whether una go left or right, we know. Anytime we una dey talk, the music we don't already know how we go dance am. Anyway, Mr. Chim said I asked a crude question. Okay, because I made a point that Shem, one of the best journalists in Nigeria, was asking. So it's not only Revolution who asked it. A presenter of high caliber asked the same question. Okay? I'm not against what she's doing, which is legal, but I'm asking about the private thing she's doing. Where is she getting the money from? But I did surprised for you people to say we shouldn't ask that because we are deviating from what you are talking about. I just asked a personal question because she went to her old school and built something where they monumental, 500-seater something. I was hearing it. I said, this woman must be a billionaire. That was what I was just trying to ask. How is she fund? Is it because we know a system that runs in Nigeria? You people are trying to cover her that, others are not doing it. Just like that in Nigerian street language. At all, I ain't no good. Instead of Namekuna deal with the problem in Nigerian system. I'm in this platform And I appreciate this platform for giving me a voice. Anytime they call me, if you say ask my heart is sweet, only me and God know about that. That is why I say to you people, we should go to the root of Nigeria's problem. Not just make we say, oh, this man, this woman, she's one of the best. So other people, Chim was making a good point there. Oh, a 3-time senator in my area, he haven't done anything. So we should applaud what Natasha is doing. I applaud what she's doing, but I just ask, those private projects that is so gigantic and big, where is she getting them? I hope it's not the Senate money she's using to big up herself, because she's doing it for herself. She built 6 houses for 8 people who are just working, maybe cooks and this. Where is she getting the money from? Even you, Dr. Dominic, you try so hard to cover up. Oh, she married a rich family.
I wasn't crying up for her.
You were trying to find a way so that to justify me that probably she married a rich family. Before you come, somebody concluded that
I was trying to give you information. Now, whether or not
that's what I mean, but it's a kind of, you are trying to tell me probably where she could have gotten such money.
Now, whether those things are enough to give her the kind of money. Remember, she said she was crowdfunding, right?
So yeah. Then later, I was educated further that she did crowdfunding. I said, but which people where can crowdfund that money? I hope it's not those regular people who steal our money. When they come, they gather themselves, they crowdfund. It's still our money.
And those are valid questions, actually.
I was just trying to ask. I didn't know I was asking a crude question, and then I ran away. I was going to work. I was going to work. I'm talking to Mr. Chin, who said I asked a crude question, and I hesitated crudely. I'm at work.
I apologize if it seemed like we were chasing you away. We weren't chasing you away.
No, somebody observed you.
I said you should have stayed back now, but you were going to work.
Yeah, if I was, I was listening on the background, so I excused myself again to come and answer my mouth before they go say I caused trouble and ran away. I didn't run away. I did for work. I come to pay my dues. You don't go pay my due when the money reach now.
There's something I wanted to point out there. Actually, I found it hard to see. I have to. It's my fault. I actually have to dig deeper because you raised a very good question. Like, what does she do for a living and things
anyway, like that. Let me conclude in 1 minute by saying thank you again for the opportunity for me to clear my mind. I didn't cause trouble. I just wanted to know.
Please come back. Please come back.
Those private things she's doing, I hope it's not our money. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I hope so too. I just want to
go back on the backstage again. Sorry, I'm at work. Thank you. Dr. Daweji, I can
There.
All right. So I shared a LinkedIn link to Natasha's profile, and one thing that I'm going to list what she says that she does. So she said June 2007 to December 2010. That's 3 years and 7 months. She was legal counsel, a lawyer at Brass LNG Limited. LNG is natural gas, I think. And then January 2011, which is the next month, January 2011 to January 2025. That is 14 years and 1 month. She was CEO of Legend Arc Energy International. So I'm guessing it's probably all connected to the energy gas industry. And then she also said August 2015 to present, that is 10 years and 5 months. She was a founder of Builders Hub Impact Investment Program, which she described as a social enterprise focused on creating jobs through the sustainable revival of Nigeria's local industry. And then lastly, for 2 years and 2 months, that's November 2023 to now, she has been a senator in National Assembly. So I'm not an investigative journalist. I don't know if those things are enough to give her the kind of money to do personal projects. She claims that she's done personal projects from funding, from doing luncheon and having people donate money. So anyway, thank you for saying that, Revolution Now. Those are some of the key questions we also have to ask. I hope she's not using some of the money from Kogi Central offers, the constituency money to build stuff in Ondo. But she also said that those items are actually listed in the budget. So it's not like she actually has the money handed to her. So there's a lot of opaqueness, lack of transparency to the way things are being funded, which is why we can make speculations about, how she's using the money. So, but let me not digress too much. let's see. Everyone has spoken. Let's see. Ike, I'll remove from the stage because he's not here. I'm about to end the show. Yeah, Rudolph, this one you're back. What do you have to say?
I just want to thank all of you. I for the first time I listened in. I was outside shoveling the snow, and I was listening to you guys. It went so quickly. I didn't know when I spent 2 hours, 3
That's
hours.
why I kept leaving. The reason why show started late was I had to go shovel the snow because it just finished snowing, and then I was caught in the middle to shovel again. So it's like I had to exit a couple of times.
Yeah. So it was wonderful listening to all of you. Dominic, you did very wonderful job. I was going to come before Bumi came in and spoke, and I was happy that she did because it was sounding at a point as if what she said was resonated with me in terms of it sounded as if the emphasis moved away from what happened to why. But also I heard from Revolution Now, which I didn't get when he spoke, when that whole thing started. But it was wonderful for a change for me listening while, not that I don't most of the time, but this time I was forced to because I was outside, I had it on, and I was just listening and I was looking at the dynamics, how it was sounding of Vie and his preaching, and when he's excited about Unite Youth Now, organize, and
that's one of my students again. He got elected.
Organize. So it's wonderful. What I will do, what came in to say that after listening to this conversation, I will make extra efforts to again try to get Natasha to come here and talk to us. I know that she's open to answering any question from anybody. She has not shied away. The reason why she didn't show up the other time, something different, but I think that situation is resolved now. I think, but I want to point out something that was interesting to me. I hope you guys know that there are 30 former governors who are senators in Nigeria. 30 former governors are.
Is a retirement home? That's the issue. Is a retirement home?
No, I'm saying it to say that she's not the richest in terms of money. I don't know her source of income or anything, but even if she's rich, she's not the richest. These governors have a lot of money. If they want to do 10 times what she's doing, they can do it. Not just about if you say that she's getting the money from sourcing it from other people, raising the money, they can raise the money.
Kalu is about
the first thing is that these people, these people you are seeing, the former governors who are senators, they don't care. And I had Maska talk about, motivation. Why, when you say hold people accountable, what will be the motivation, the understanding of that? They and I think Ovia said that too. They don't need you to win election. I don't think these former governors, they needed the voters to win. They knew they would win because they've been in the system. They know how they work the system. They win. So these things are some things we have to weigh in when, and I like the fact that we looked at it, and that's why this show is different from most other shows I see out there. Different viewpoints. It's not just one-sided. When we open to any viewpoint and we analyze it, I was happy. Sometimes when you are in here, you don't appreciate how it's going and different views that are expressed. But being outside and listening to it, I was really impressed that everybody had their say, which is why we.
Doctor, sorry to interject. One old man actually approached me inside one store about 2 weeks ago. So I did pretend he just didn't look me. So I did pretend because I kind of have an idea saying no me. So I say, when they look me, he was paying for his grocery, but at the same time, he just couldn't help it. He said, come, what's it be that your name? What's it be that your name? I say, we don't know each other. He said, Dr. Damage, Dr. Damage. So, now, very elderly person. He said, listen, why in they talk to me, if they listen to Niger Watch, the phone in pocket. So if they pay at the same time, so you still get attention to actually know who that person is. So I can't lose somewhere. Say, come. Say, I like just of what you just pointed out, how everybody did very different. That I guess I like that. You guys should continue. You know, you say, oh, let me pay for stuff, let me pay for stuff. I said no. But the way it takes its time, and the fact that he was engaged in so many things, but it is striking attention. That's to tell you people are actually, paying more attention to even details. It's crazy.
So thank you guys, everybody. I appreciate all of you.
I just want
Before you go, sorry,
to.
Doctor.
Go ahead,
Also, I need to also commend Rudolph. In as much as I commend you, Dr. Dominic, I believe that it's Rudolph that had set the stage. He's actually a very balanced person. I mean, so I didn't come with cap today. I would have removed my cap for you. But
Thank you. Thank you, Master.
No, I
don't trust Doctor again since he went to hell and back. He's clone. Doctor is
anyway,
clone.
I do want to do special. I want to have a special mention of. There's a gentleman here, Constance. He joins in the background. I always want to encourage people. Constance, I wish we had time. Right now we have about 6 minutes, so we're going to conclude the show. But please stay around, join KJ's show, and KJ will continue for a couple of more hours, so you can share your opinion. Well, I don't want you to think we don't want to have you join us. I know you're backstage, but wait and join the next show, okay? And then since our brother Ike is here, Ike, you left your seat, but it's okay. We have 2 minutes. Please share your opinion, and then we'll conclude the show. I know you yabbed me, but it's fine.
First of all, I did not leave because I did not speak. No, I can't take my yogurt in front of the camera. I have my food in the night, so
rich man and yogurt. Okay,
I cannot be eating yogurt while I'm here, and time is great. Is almost to 8. I normally eat by 6:37, so it's almost late. So it wasn't about I didn't speak, right? So
I was saying that you weren't around. That's why but I wanted to make sure you share your opinion. Go ahead, sir.
I wasn't upset because as an elderly man, we should also try to show example. I wasn't upset that I didn't speak. I was just trying to take care of myself first, right? Before we take care of Nigeria. Okay, so
no problem. Want to offend, sir.
No, it's no problem. Like Bumi said before Dr. Damages came in, talked about 30. We have 30 ex-governors in the Senate, right? Who has more? All the money they stole from their state, they still keep it to themselves. So if they want to do anything for their community or their zone, they can do more than what the woman is doing. So why are we so much concerned about what Natasha is doing? What of other senators? From other senatorial, what are they doing? So, and it doesn't necessarily mean that we are saying that we don't want accountability about where the money is coming from. So that's normal. That's the change we want in Nigeria. We want people to be honest. We want people to be plain. We want people to let the populace. We want the people that you represent to know the truth, the facts and figures, so that I can stand to defend you anywhere because I'm having the facts and figures in my hand. So nobody is saying that we should not query or ask where Senator Oti is getting our money. No, I don't think that is the main point. Nobody is saying accountability is not good. I am one of the people who said, I am one of the people that are praising the woman for what she's doing. And also, I need also accountability. If it comes to the point, that's why I asked question from the beginning. I asked him that question when Dr. Dominic left for a few minutes. The senators and the people of the House of Representatives, do they get their senatorial fund to do something in their senatorial zone, or whatever they do, does it come from the federal budget? Or how do they get the money to do constituency projects? Because I wouldn't want to dabble into what I don't know. And I asked that question. But at the end of the day, from what Chim said, they used to get some money, but Chim also made it clear that he cannot really say how accountable what they do. So, I don't know how they get the money. I don't know where they get the money. But one thing that Mr. Ike knows is that, like every other Senate or House of Members, they fight when the budget is presented. They fight for a project in the senatorial zone through the budget, through the committees. That's the only thing they need to go back to their senatorial zone to tell their people, oh, it was because I fought for this that you had a hospital. It was because I fought for this, few people get scholarship to go to university. Those are the things I know that they make the laws, and also they bring project to the senatorial zone. But the idea of this constituency project and money, I don't know how it come about. So for me, I will continue to say that woman is doing a lot. But if you come for accountability, like Doctor promised that one day she will come here, I think all of us will be in a position to try to ask that question: how is she getting the money? God bless you.
Oti, Mr. Oti, thank you for sharing. I saw you shared the catch on. Oh my God, I can't even speak Igbo anymore. Catch on
Onanuju.
Yeah. I will send it to Rudolph, and maybe you can also, if you have this contact, sort of talk about the kind of person he is. And Rudolph, please, let me not forget my manners. Mr. Rudolph, please tell Natasha she should watch this show, and so she sort of has a sense of what she'll be encountering. We are not belligerent here. We're not mean, but we put her on the hot seat so she knows what to expect. Just like we put her on the hot seat a couple of years ago when she was vying for election.
She watches most of the time, she watches what we do. She gets the prompts that most of you get that we have in a show. So yeah. But I'll let her know.
All right. But we don't mind borrowing her to Anambra. I don't even know my constituency.
Tinubu gets the alert too.
Who?
Tinubu.
Tinubu doesn't look at social media. He doesn't look at his social media window.
Anyway, thank you everyone. I really, really appreciate this. I will tell you guys the truth there. I didn't have time to eat, but it's okay. I just ate one slice of bread and ran up here because I was like, I didn't want to disappoint Rudolph. So this was all an idea that came forth last night when I sent the video of Natasha to Rudolph. He says, why don't we do it? And then Chim put my feet to the fire. So, and I'm really thankful you guys pushed me to do this. There's something I was going to ask Rudolph as a show idea, but I might as well put it up here in public. I'm busy, but I think I don't mind, even if it's every week or every other week, putting out just a quick segment. It probably will be pre-recorded just because it's easier for me, where we talk about like a health issue. So, but what I'm wondering is, how do we get to poll people on it? Because I won't talk about what people want to hear about. If people want to hear about kidney disease, then I can maybe do like a quick 10-minute segment where I talk about kidney disease, or 15 minutes, pre-recorded, and then Rudolph can cut and paste everything and then post it on the channel so people can keep learning. And if we decide in the future to do a live stream much later, because I'm very busy, we can also do that. It's just an idea that came up to me.
No, wait. I called Dominic. I said, you can do a health show. Dominic said, no, I want music review of music. That's what I do. I don't want to.
I enjoy that, but there are more pressing matters. Who music feed? People are dying like crazy from non-communicable disease. So
Dominic, we talk anytime. We can do that. Okay. Anything you want to do.
Just an idea, people, so you guys are aware. I don't want to delay anymore for KJ's show. Rudolph, any final pointers?
No, I'm good. Thank you, guys. It's wonderful listening, and you did a wonderful job. And thank you, everybody that came in.
I see Pansat is going off in the comments.
No, forget about Pansat.
Good sir. You can always come to after show and we discuss too. Thank you so much.
Don't worry about it.
Pansat is moderator for comment section.
Okay.
All right.
Take it away.
No, you are the girl. You're the boss. I'm out.
All right. Thank you, everybody. The topic of today was civic engagement and Nigerians keeping their elected officials accountable. I'm very appreciative for everyone who showed up here. I'm very happy that Bumi was able to show up, to give a female flavor to the conversation. I'm also happy that Maska came up as well. He's from the north to give his perspective as well. I hope we keep encouraging people from different parts of Nigeria to show up and share their opinions. But yeah, and hopefully very soon Adoma and all the other women in the comment section can also jump on the show as well. I wasn't saying I'm your favorite host, but the Rudolph is your favorite host.
No, you are. I heard that from Maska. Maska made it clear today. And it's very good. Maska may not understand this, but what he said today, we mean that Dominic, and maybe that's why Dominic wants to do another show too. So thank you, Maska, because I beg these moderators. We have like 10 moderators begging them come and do the show. Nope, it's only
Rudolph, the time is the issue. I enjoy what's going on.
And they are blaming our leaders. They are not ready to sound powerful. And they are blaming our leaders. You see?
So thank you very much.
Dominic, what
Yes,
you
sir.
should frame and put somewhere is that you are the only host who hosted, and even the host himself would have to come and join.
See, this is a conspiracy. You see the way people are praising me. People have said it. You're trying to make me to come back and go on that show.
Already you signed up. You are
No.
going to come back. So thank you very much. And then we thank, when you have, the prodigal son, they will forget about the old hands like forefathers and KJ and Chim comes every now and then, but it's good we have you. Thank you for Dr. Dominic.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. And actually, Pansat is making a good point in the comments. Let me stop this show now so we can join KJ. He's saying I'm taking up all the time that CM you should have used to talk. Sorry, where's your okay?
You know how to end.
I know how to end. Don't worry, I know how to end.
Okay. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah. Before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. How to? Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.